Isabella's face went pale. Whether it was from anger or because Grace hit a nerve, no one could tell. "Grace, how can you speak like that?" Davina looked a bit embarrassed, clearly not expecting her daughter to call someone out like this in front of everyone. "What? Did I lie?" Grace crossed her arms, her voice like a blade striking air. "I've never seen a decent woman chasing after a married man like it's some kind of competition. And now that the marriage is over, she's dying to snatch his spot like it's some grand prize." Each word from Grace had no mercy, and they landed hard like punches. Isabella's face looked blotchy, flipping between red and white like someone had spilled watercolors on her. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her lips trembled with rage. She was barely holding back from lunging at Grace and tearing into her. It'd been ages since someone had humiliated her like this. But no matter how angry she got, she couldn't lay a finger on Grace. Grace was a Chambers, and if Isabella wanted her spot in that family, she had to play nice for now. If she made a move and someone found out, game over. On top of that, if she wanted to deal with Grace, she needed Julian's help, and he was way too clever not to figure her out. So until she officially became Theodore's wife and secured her footing in the Chambers household, picking a fight wasn't an option. Deep down, Isabella was running through all the pros and cons, forcing herself to stay calm. If she wanted the life she dreamed of, then swallowing pride was part of the deal. "Grace, you're a young woman too. Why use such harsh words?" Isabella's just someone who fell deeply for Theodore. It wasn't intentional. And come on, their divorce had nothing to do with her. "That woman had her own issues," Davina said, trying to ease the tension, though her voice lacked the usual authority. She didn't want to scold her daughter too hard. Grace was stubborn, and if she stormed out again, Davina couldn't take another heart-wrenching disappearance like last time. "I'm just being honest. She gets to do it and I can't even talk about it." Grace scoffed, glancing at Isabella with a bored look. "That's me going easy, by the way. If you can't handle the heat, maybe don't do shady things to begin with." She rolled her eyes at Isabella's pathetic, teary expression. "Ugh, no wonder she's an actress. What a performance." "That's enough, Grace," Theodore said, frowning. He couldn't let Grace keep throwing shade at Isabella. After all, he owed Isabella something. "Come with me. We need to talk," Grace said, giving him a weird look. She didn't push the Isabella issue any further. Honestly, the fake sweetness wasn't worth her time. Without waiting for his answer, she turned and headed straight upstairs toward the study. Theodore frowned and glanced at her, retreating back before standing and following her. What could they possibly need to talk about that has to be said upstairs? Davina muttered, clearly annoyed. "Maybe it really is something important," Isabella said sweetly, smiling gently as if nothing had happened. "Please don't be upset." Davina finally turned back to look at her. Seeing no trace of resentment or anger in Isabella's face, her expression softened with a look of quiet approval. "Isabella, Grace has been spoiled by us ever since she was little. Her temper's just a bit fiery, and she doesn't always filter what she says. Even we get snapped at by her sometimes." Davina held Isabella's hand and tried to smooth things over. "So don't take what she said to heart. Her mouth's sharp, but she's not a bad person deep down." Isabella felt a surge of irritation, but kept her polite act on. "Aunt Davina, don't worry. I get it, I really do. I won't take it to heart," Isabella replied sweetly. Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, nose pink from holding back tears, looking pitiful yet composed, managing a small, respectable smile. Seeing her like that reassured Davina even more. If Isabella had just played it cool with a smile plastered on, showing zero hurt, Davina would have been suspicious. No normal person gets yelled at like that, and doesn't even flinch. But now, Isabella looked hurt, but still sensible and well-mannered. That's exactly the kind of woman she'd want as a daughter-in-law. Davina was feeling pretty pleased with herself. Her judgment about Isabella was spot on. She just had to push things along with Theodore now. Noticing the subtle satisfaction in Davina's expression, Isabella finally relaxed a little. Good thing she'd kept calm and didn't lash out. Clearly, the situation had worked in her favor. Still, what was up with Grace? Why come at her out of nowhere? They'd barely interacted before, just nodded in passing at most. Lately, they hadn't even crossed paths. Isabella hadn't done anything to provoke her. If anything, Grace should be mad at Victoria, the one who stole her fiancé. Shouldn't they be on the same side? Did something happen that Isabella didn't know about? That thought nagged at her. Upstairs in the study, one of them stood by the window, the other by the desk. The siblings faced each other in silence. "Aren't you the one who wanted to talk?" Theodore finally broke the silence, raising an eyebrow when Grace didn't speak. "Why did you and Victoria get divorced?" Grace blurted out, still caught up in the stuff she overheard earlier. After finding out Elijah had passed away long ago, she'd spiraled, isolating herself from everyone. That pain nearly destroyed her. She'd muscled through it all on her own. She'd worked herself sick, literally ending up in the hospital. And lying in that hospital bed, she'd thought about what it must have been like for Elijah when he was sick. What he'd felt, how he endured everything. Victoria had told her that Elijah didn't want her to suffer. Honestly, he was scared. If he couldn't hold on in the end, he knew she'd do something reckless. So he hid his illness from her, told Victoria instead. To help him push her away, Victoria even pretended to marry him, faked a marriage certificate and everything. She'd stayed with Elijah while he got treatment overseas for a year, but in the end, he still didn't make it. Grace knew now. Elijah had worried about her for a reason. If she'd been with him at the end, if she had to watch him go, she wouldn't have survived it either. The pain of losing him was unbearable. She buried herself in work just to dull everything and never told a soul the truth. Theodore, though, he'd always thought Victoria betrayed him for Elijah. There were so many misunderstandings tangled between them. They just kept dragging each other through the mud. And now, he still didn't know what really happened, and they were divorced already. It was just a freaking tragedy. Grace wanted to tell Theodore the truth, partly because she kept thinking, if she'd just spoken up back then, maybe he and Victoria wouldn't have ended things. And also, well, she and Elijah were done. No chances left there. She didn't want to stand by and watch yet another couple break up over a giant misunderstanding. "This is what you brought me here to say." Theodore's tone was irritated. "Grace, since when do you care about my love life?" Yet the mention of his divorce with Victoria clearly rubbed him the wrong way. He didn't want to revisit that part of his life, yet everyone seemed determined to bring it up. "Is it really that you don't love Victoria anymore? Or is it just because of Isabella?" Grace ignored his attitude, pressing the question. If he truly didn't care about Victoria anymore, maybe keeping the truth to herself was the better call. Otherwise, she'd just be stirring the pot for no reason. "If that's all you came to say, then I'm done wasting time here." Theodore turned to leave. "What if I told you we were wrong about Victoria?" The words flew out of Grace's mouth before she could stop herself. Whatever. Whether he still cared or not, he needed to know. No regrets later. "What do you mean?" Theodore froze in his tracks, eyes snapping back to her. "She didn't break up with you because she stopped loving you. She had no choice." Grace let out a sigh. "Oh, please. Did she tell you that herself? What, someone held a knife to her throat?" He scoffed, but his hands curled into fists at his sides. Grace caught it. That tiny movement said everything. He was still hung up on Victoria. The moment she mentioned Victoria, his whole mood shifted. If he didn't care, he wouldn't still be standing here with that look in his eyes. She had to tell him. No backing out now, even if he'd hate hearing it. "Back then, Elijah got diagnosed with cancer. He didn't want me to find out, so he and Victoria came up with a fake marriage story. She broke up with you to help him lie to me. They even faked a wedding certificate and left the country for treatment. In the end, Elijah didn't make it." Her throat tightened. Tears welled up as she tried to hold herself together. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her face. She couldn't go on. Theodore's expression twisted as he listened. And by the end, pure disbelief was written all over him. So that's what happened. Victoria never told him. The breakup back then wasn't real. And now, the divorce. What if that wasn't what it seemed either? The questions just kept piling up, and suddenly all he could think about was finding Victoria. He hadn't allowed himself to feel anything for a long time, just pushed it all down, but now it came rushing back. Grace stayed where she was, still caught in her own sadness. She barely noticed when Theodore left. She'd said what needed saying. The rest, that was on them. "Theo, where are you going?" Davina called out, frowning when she saw Theodore rushing downstairs without even glancing at her or Isabella. He didn't stop, didn't hesitate, just headed straight out the door. "Mom, something urgent just came up. Bella, you'll have to head back on your own later," he said quickly as he walked. Right now, all he could think about was finding Victoria and asking her directly if what Grace had told him was true. Was there really another reason behind their divorce? Did she lie just to protect someone else? Wait. Davina and Isabella stood up, clearly wanting to ask more, but he was already gone in a blink. What on earth got him in such a rush all of a sudden? Davina muttered, clearly annoyed but also worried. She was really feeling how grown-up kids were impossible to manage. Both of them were too determined, too stubborn. Being a mom no longer meant anything. They barely listened to her. "Aunt Davina, don't worry too much. Probably something work-related. I'm sure Theo can handle it," Isabella said with a comforting tone. But deep down, she was uneasy too. What kind of issue would make Theodore that urgent? He didn't even give her a full explanation. Though she told Davina it was likely work, her own nerves were acting up. Something about all this just felt off, like something bad was about to happen. And for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this had something to do with Victoria. But they were divorced, right? The paperwork was finalized. It was over. Wasn't it? He even went all the way to Avondale for her, waited in that hotel for days without complaining, and brought her home himself. After that, he'd been by her side the whole time. She was sure there had been no contact at all between him and Victoria. She was probably just overthinking it, or at least she hoped so. "Grace, what did you say to Theo upstairs?" He ran out like something exploded, leaving Bella behind like that. "What's going on with that boy?" Davina asked as soon as she saw Grace coming down the stairs. By now, Grace had wiped her tears and pulled herself together. "Nothing big, just told him some truths," she replied, glancing briefly at Isabella. That look made Isabella's heart skip. Coupled with Grace's vague words, it made her feel more and more unsettled. "What truths? Can't you speak more clearly for once? Leaving half the story out drives me crazy," Davina said with slight irritation. "Let's just say, you don't have to stress over Theo's relationship anymore. Save yourselves the trouble," Grace said, not intending to explain further. She figured Theodore could handle the rest himself. He was a grown man now. If he stirred up a mess, he should be the one to clean it up. She wasn't going to carry that burden for him. With those words, she turned and left for work, leaving the two women staring at each other in confusion. What did she mean? We don't need to worry about Theo's relationship? That girl always talks in riddles. I can never make sense of her, Davina grumbled, feeling increasingly lost. Something was definitely up today. Meanwhile, Isabella was still stuck on Grace's line about wasting all that effort for nothing. Her stomach sank. That awful feeling in her chest was just getting worse. Theodore drove like the wind all the way to the Ellis house, only to find out that Victoria had been working late at the restoration center recently and wouldn't be home till evening. "You already divorced our Victoria, so why are you still coming around?" Hannah looked at him, her face full of disdain. Ever since the divorce, Victoria had clearly been low-spirited. Even though she tried to hide it to keep them from worrying, Hannah could still sense her sorrow. She'd seen how Victoria had thrown herself into her work, and while it made her feel bad, she also knew that a few comforting words wouldn't do much to help. To lift her daughter's mood, and okay, partly because she really liked the idea, Hannah had been regularly inviting Henry over, either under some excuse or just for dinner. Watching Henry and Victoria getting along so naturally, Hannah found herself really liking him more and more. And now, seeing Theodore, the very person who had broken Victoria's heart, show up again? Honestly, the only reason she hadn't kicked him out yet was out of basic civility. "Let it go, Hannah," William said, trying to calm his wife, though not very forcefully. After all, Theodore was CEO of the Chambers Group, and from what Victoria had told him, she was the one who asked for the divorce. Still, William had his own share of resentment toward Theodore. Sure, there had been tension between him and Victoria after Gina's death, but Victoria was still his daughter, the one he'd raised since birth. There was no way he didn't care. Victoria asking for the divorce might have sounded like her decision, But William knew she wasn't the type to give up on marriage that easily. Something must have really hurt her or pushed her to that point. The way Davina treated her, plus all those nasty rumors online about that so-called close friend of Theodore's, even William got mad just overhearing it all. And Theodore, as Victoria's husband, was supposed to shield her from things like that. Instead, he became the one who hurt her the most. How could a man like that be right for his daughter? Mr. Chambers, since you and Victoria are officially divorced, I'd appreciate it if you stopped showing up and bothering her, William said coldly. I'm sorry, Theodore replied with a trace of frustration in his voice. But there are still a lot of misunderstandings between us. I have to talk to her and clear things up. William sighed. Theodore, why are you doing this? Maybe you and Victoria just aren't meant to be. There's been too much standing in your way. Even if you explain everything, who says it'll fix things? Can you guarantee she won't get hurt by you again? As her parents, we can't watch her go through that once more. Theodore's jaw tightened. I'll do everything I can to protect her, he said firmly. It's not that we don't want to believe you, Theodore, William said, voice steady but sharp. But how exactly are you going to protect her? Your mother, or whatever that female friend is, do you really think they'll stop making trouble for her? Can you honestly promise there won't be any more misunderstandings? That you'll always be around to explain them away in time? Exactly, Hannah chimed in, annoyed she ever paused for William. One sentence from you, and we're just supposed to forget everything and trust you again? Their daughter was smart, beautiful, capable. She had no shortage of men who would treasure her. Why should she waste her time on someone who'd already caused her so much pain? I'll prove it with my actions. As long as Victoria is still willing to believe in me, I'll fix everything and be with her again. Theodore said firmly, his gaze unwavering and sincere. William and Hannah exchanged a look. With Theodore saying something like that, they couldn't say much more. In the end, it all came down to Victoria's choice. If she chose to trust him and give him another shot, they wouldn't be able to stop her anyway. Victoria had always been sensible, but once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. After leaving the Ellis house, Theodore headed straight for the mortuary restoration center. He didn't call her ahead of time. Even if he had, she probably wouldn't answer. There were still a few hours before Victoria finished work, but Theodore wasn't in the mood to do anything else, so he waited at the entrance. As it got closer to closing time, he suddenly felt a little tense. After the heat of the moment passed, he started second-guessing himself. Showing up like this out of the blue, was it too much? Would it freak her out? When he saw Victoria smiling and saying goodbye to her co-workers at the door, he stopped thinking altogether and just got out of the car, walking straight toward her. Victoria, that guy's here for you again, Chloe whispered as she noticed Theodore. Victoria had always kept to herself at work. No one even knew she'd been married, let alone that her ex-husband was the famous CEO Theodore. All right, Chloe, you go on home, Victoria replied, having also spotted him. Maybe I should stick around? Chloe said softly, a little worried. Victoria gave her a confused look. Was Chloe also falling for this guy's looks? I'm just scared he might mess with you, Chloe mumbled, swallowing hard. If he tries anything, I'll step in. You call the cops, okay? Having once witnessed a tense encounter between them, Chloe figured something messy had gone down between Victoria and Theodore. Now this man had shown up again, and looking kind of intense too. No way she was letting him get close to her mentor. She stepped in front of Victoria like a tiny bodyguard, determined eyes glaring at Theodore. Victoria, who'd been feeling a bit down seeing Theodore, couldn't help but smile at Chloe's protectiveness. Chloe, did you forget where we are? This is our place. Why would I be scared of getting bullied here? She chuckled. You never know, Chloe replied, serious as ever. What if he's like one of those guys that think laws don't apply to them? Theodore happened to walk up just in time to hear that and was left speechless. Him? A lawless thug? What part of him gave off that vibe? Victoria, can we talk? He said, eyes only on her, ignoring everyone else. Chloe was still in full guard mode, ready to jump in at the first sign of trouble. I thought I made myself clear last time, Theodore, Victoria said, her voice even, face blank. There's nothing left for us to talk about. She'd put a lot of effort into getting herself back on track. No way was she about to undo all of that. More importantly, she wasn't going to risk her family getting dragged into anything hurtful again. Even though Hannah was still a bit fragile emotionally, these past few weeks had been a rare kind of peace, and Victoria was cherishing it. She wasn't going to let anyone ruin that. "What if it's about Elijah?" Theodore asked. "Still think there's nothing to talk about?" Seeing how guarded Victoria was, Theodore could only get straight to the point. "What do you want to say?" The second she heard Elijah's name, her eyes instinctively widened. "You sure you want to talk about this here?" Theodore glanced at the front of the restoration studio, where some overly curious coworkers had clearly locked on to them. Maybe it was just that things were way too quiet at the studio most of the time. Not everyone was like Victoria, with her nose buried in work every day. So naturally, the lack of excitement turned everyone into gossip addicts. Especially since Victoria was usually the cold and aloof type who barely talked to anyone. The moment something even remotely juicy involved her, people were desperate to tune in, like they wished they had satellite ears or something, just to hear what was going on without needing to get too close. Being this close to some drama and not catching a single word, for people like them that was practically torture. Victoria sighed internally. Staring at those colleagues who clearly had nothing better to do, she knew all too well how much they loved to gossip. Just Theodore showing up out front today probably already gave them enough material for a week's worth of ridiculous stories across the whole office. Let alone the two of them actually talking? Yeah, disaster. "Let's go somewhere else and talk," Theodore suggested, seizing the moment. "Victoria?" Chloe glanced between the two, clearly confused and worried. "It's okay, he's not going to hurt me. We've got something to discuss, just head back inside." Victoria reassured her gently. She knew Chloe was just looking out for her. Only then did Chloe nod reluctantly and head back in. Victoria followed Theodore into his car. Her gaze subconsciously fell on his hand gripping the steering wheel. "It's healed," Theodore noticed where her eyes landed, and with a faint smirk, held his hand up a little like he was showing off. Well, that proved it. She wasn't totally emotionless. She still cared. The realization left him in an oddly good mood. "But it left a scar," Victoria said softly, eyes filled with concern. His hands had always been something of a work of art, clean, slender, like they were made to play piano. But now there was this harsh scar breaking up the symmetry. "A scar's no big deal for a guy. Call it a badge of honor," Theodore shrugged, lips curving up. As long as Victoria was safe, what did a scar matter? Heck, he'd gladly give up a whole hand if it meant protecting her. Because of what he had done for her, risking his own safety, Victoria's attitude softened. The tension between them eased up a bit. Victoria assumed when he said they'd talk, he meant stopping by a nearby cafe or something, so she didn't ask. Even when she noticed they just kept driving, she didn't voice her curiosity. But as the route grew more familiar, a sense of unease crept in. Wasn't this their old place? Weren't we just going to talk? Why are we here? Her voice tightened. That old house? Not exactly her favorite place to revisit. Is there anywhere safer than here? Theodore said like it was nothing. No one to overhear us here. Truth be told, he just wanted to bring her back. This place, filled with bits and pieces of their past. He hoped it might stir something in her, make her stop pushing him away. But when Victoria heard that, it felt like a slap. So that's it? He didn't want to be seen with her outside, afraid people might start speculating. She bit her lip, heart-raising defenses again. Inside the villa, Mrs. Hart was tidying up the living room. Seeing Victoria, Mrs. Hart lit up instantly. "Ma'am, you're back," she greeted with a beaming smile. "It's fine, Mrs. Hart. Go on with your work. We'll talk in the study." Theodore jumped in smoothly. They walked toward the study one after the other, Victoria keeping a careful distance behind him. "Do you really have to stay a whole meter away?" "It's not like I'm going to bite," Theodore muttered, glancing back, clearly bothered. "If you've got something to say, just say it," Victoria replied calmly, ignoring the complaint in his tone. "You had your reasons for leaving me, didn't you?" He stared at her, trying to read any flicker of emotion on her face. "I don't know what you mean," she replied quickly, eyes darting away, afraid he'd read something he shouldn't. Had he figured it out? Did he know she left him because of Hannah? No. He said he wanted to talk about Elijah. Only Grace knew the full story about Elijah. So, it had to be her who told him. What exactly do you know? Victoria asked, wary. Not getting the answer he hoped for, Theodore's expression dimmed. You didn't really want to leave, did you? You only split with me so you could cover for Elijah's illness and go abroad with him for treatment, right? That fake wedding, just for show, wasn't it? His eyes searched hers, desperate. She had no idea how hard it hit him hearing all that from Grace. Shock, happiness, regret crashing all at once. If she did it because she had to. If that marriage to Elijah was all a front, did that mean she never loved Elijah? That it was always him in her heart? How many years had they wasted believing otherwise? So Grace really filled you in, Victoria said blandly, her face unreadable. She wanted to tell him everything. Really. But her thoughts drifted to Hannah, and she hesitated. Even if she laid everything bare, what would it change? Could Theodore really protect Hannah from Davina? Could he guarantee his mother wouldn't lash out again? Victoria knew Davina had never liked her, a deep-rooted loathing. Davina had opposed their marriage from the beginning. She even stooped so low as to use Hannah to force her away. Now that they were finally divorced, no way would Davina sit by and let her son get back together with her. Victoria wasn't going to roll the dice on that. She told me everything, so stop hiding, Theodore said quietly, locking eyes with her, trying to find that familiar spark. Victoria, you're still in love with me, aren't you? He took a step closer, closing the gap between them. Too bad, he was bound to be disappointed. Victoria didn't dare meet his eyes, those eyes that held so much earnest hope. She took a step back, once again putting distance between them, just like their current situation, so close yet impossibly far. So close yet worlds apart. That phrase couldn't be more fitting. Theodore, whatever we had is over. I just want a quiet life now. I don't want to be on edge all the time, worrying someone's going to come in and mess it all up, she said, eyes lowered. It's all in the past. I don't buy that. There was clearly a misunderstanding between us, but now everything's cleared up. Why can't you just come back? He asked, frustration creeping in as he tried to make sense of her coldness. Her chest tightened, but she couldn't think only about herself. There's no going back, Theodore. We're not the same people anymore, right? You're with Isabella now. Since you've chosen her, treat her well. I'm not interested in fighting over a guy, not with anyone. She finally lifted her gaze, tucking all the bitterness away in her heart. His eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. You still care about me, don't you? If you didn't, you wouldn't be bothered about who's beside me now. Were you even listening to what I just said? Whatever. Let's leave it here. Don't come looking for me again, she said firmly, forcing herself to cut things off. Victoria, look me in the eyes and say it again, Theodore said as he placed his hands on her shoulders, trying to make her face him. Victoria gathered all her emotions, looked straight into his eyes and said, one word at a time, it's over. Don't ever come looking for me again. With that, she brushed his hands off and turned away. Any longer, and she might have broken. Theodore watched her walk away. This time, he didn't follow. He knew how stubborn she could be. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. But her words stuck with him. She didn't want to compete, didn't want to live in fear, didn't want someone to ruin her peace. So she was turning him down, out of concern. For what, though? What was stopping her from even giving him a chance? Was something going on he didn't know about? Whatever it was, he had to figure it out first. And then there was Isabella. His brows furrowed as her name came to mind. She had always been all in for him. And now he had to tell her that what he felt wasn't love, just gratitude and guilt. Back at the Ellis house, William and Hannah were waiting for their daughter to return. The moment she stepped in, the worry in their eyes was obvious. What's up with those looks, you two? Victoria forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Sweetheart, did Theodore come to see you? He didn't do anything, right? Hannah asked carefully, concern all over her face. Given who his mother was, Hannah had never really trusted him either. She wouldn't put it past him to hurt Victoria in some way. He came here too? Victoria blurted out, then instantly realized how unnecessary that question was. Mom, Dad, don't worry, Theodore isn't going to do anything to me. We just talked about some old stuff, Victoria said, brushing it off casually. So, you and him from now on. William hesitated, clearly unsure how to phrase it. He could tell Theodore still had feelings for Victoria. He just wasn't sure where she stood. I've made everything clear to him today. Whatever we had, it's over. He probably won't bother me again, she said calmly. And since I've cut ties with the Chambers family, I hope you guys won't get involved with them either, especially Davina. I get a feeling she might try something. Better safe than sorry. She paused, then added, as long as Mom doesn't interact with her, things should stay fine. You don't have to tell me twice. I never liked that woman. She's mean as hell, Hannah replied with a look of disdain. Exactly. Best not to engage with strangers. You never know what they're really after, Victoria added, thinking it might not be Davina herself, but someone she could manipulate. You're acting like we're fragile or something, Hannah said, half amused. We're not that easy to mess with, you know. She felt Victoria was maybe being a bit too cautious, but William picked up on Victoria's tone. Something was off. He could guess why she was being so careful. She was definitely worried about Davina trying something, probably targeting Hannah. So he backed her up, saying, let's just do what Victoria says. Being careful never hurt anyone. Oh great, now both of you are ganging up on me, Hannah huffed theatrically. Fine, fine, I surrender, whatever you say. Victoria finally felt a bit more at ease. Later that night, after getting Hannah tucked into bed, William called Victoria over for a quiet chat. Victoria, when you were talking earlier, it kind of sounded like you suspect the Chambers family might try something? Hearing the straight-up question, Victoria hesitated. Should she be honest? Telling him would mean another person to worry, and he might not be able to hide it from Hannah, but staying silent could be riskier. After thinking it through, she decided to tell him the truth. Dad, I'm just worried that once Davina finds out Theodore came to see me again, she might stir the pot, say something she shouldn't to Mom and set her off. So I really think it's best if you keep close to her these days. Don't let anyone get the chance to hurt her. She looked serious with every word. Sometimes her own work pulled her away suddenly. She couldn't always be there for Hannah. I get it. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her, William promised, his face growing tense. He remembered vividly that time Hannah lost control. When she mentally broke down, it was as if someone had flipped a switch. She became completely unrecognizable. Back then, he barely let her out of his sight. Even sleeping felt like a risk. He was afraid the moment he closed his eyes, something would happen. That was a nightmare he'd never forget, and he never wanted to relive it. He paused, then asked, Victoria, is that why you really broke up with Theodore? He hesitated before speaking, because while he knew cutting ties with the Chambers was best, a part of him worried Victoria had gone against her heart to protect them all. And that thought pained him. Dad, don't overthink it. What's going on between Theodore and me has nothing to do with that, Victoria said calmly. She didn't want William to carry unnecessary worries because of her. He let out a long sigh, clearly troubled, but didn't say much more. It's getting late. Get some rest. Victoria watched his back as he walked away, a dull ache rising in her chest. Some stuff. Maybe it's just never coming back again, no matter what she does. Hannah's memory loss had wiped away her resentment. They could talk again, hang out like they used to, almost like nothing bad had ever happened. Victoria clung to this fragile piece, walking on eggshells, scared it would disappear at the slightest touch. It felt too good to be true, like a dream she was desperate not to wake from. At the Chambers' house, Isabella sat across from Davina, nodding occasionally, but her mind had clearly checked out. Ever since that day Theodore dashed off, she hadn't seen him once. She'd called, but he always had the same excuse. He was busy with work at the office. Still, she refused to give up. She swung by the Chambers' place daily, just hoping to catch a glimpse of him. But Theodore never showed. It was like everything had reset, right back to square one. Their wedding was just around the corner. How could Isabella possibly be okay with this? She didn't know what she'd done wrong, but settled on blaming Victoria. There was just this gut feeling that Theodore had left that day to see her. Something about it didn't sit right. Did Victoria say something? Did they patch things up? She was so lost in her own thoughts that she didn't notice Davina calling her name. Isabella? What are you so zoned out for? I've been talking to you and you've totally ignored me, Davina said, a bit annoyed. Isabella blinked, finally snapping back to reality. Picking up on Davina's irritation, Isabella felt a wave of frustration. This old lady was actually getting harder to deal with than before. But if she wanted to marry into the Chambers family, she had to play nice. No matter how fed up she was, flipping out was not an option yet. After a quick mental check, she forced a pained look and said, "Sorry, Mrs. Chambers, didn't mean to ignore you. I don't feel too great all of a sudden." "Not feeling well?" Davina glanced at her, skeptical, but seeing her pale face and the sheen of sweat on her forehead, she looked genuinely unwell. Isabella might be an award-winning actress, but faking sickness came even easier than acting on screen. Sure enough, Davina bought it. "What's going on? You looked fine just now." "Let me call the doctor," Davina offered, already reaching for her phone. The Chambers didn't like hospital visits and usually had private doctors come over instead. That definitely couldn't happen. Isabella could fake it only to a point. No way she'd survive an actual medical checkup. "Don't worry, Mrs. Chambers. It's just cramps, woman stuff, you know. I'll be okay after some painkillers and a nap. No need for a doctor," she said, looking genuinely embarrassed. "Oh, got it." Davina nodded, as if everything suddenly made sense. She relaxed and didn't insist further. "I'll have someone take you home then," Davina said. Isabella nodded. Anyway, staying here wouldn't help her see Theodore anymore, so she figured she might as well go back and come up with another plan. After holding it in for days, she really couldn't keep up this fake niceness with the old lady anymore. What Isabella didn't know was that after she left, Davina frowned and thought to herself, would this girl have trouble getting pregnant? She'd have to get a doctor to check her out sometime. Isabella was preoccupied when she got back to her place. The moment she stepped inside, she noticed something was off. The air smelled like alcohol. Someone had been here. She turned to leave, but it was already too late. "Back so soon?" Julian was lounging on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, his expression calm and unreadable. "Julian, what a surprise. What brings you here?" Isabella forced a smile, pretending like nothing was wrong at all. "My little pet ran off. Of course I came to retrieve her," Julian said lazily, taking a sip of wine, his tone light as if he were teasing a kitten. "Julian, what are you talking about? I seriously have no idea." Isabella played dumb, though she knew exactly what he meant by pet. He was talking about her, and she hated it. She hadn't clawed her way to the top just to end up as someone's plaything. "Really? Then tell me why, the moment I got freed up, I found out you weren't even in Avondale anymore. Who gave you permission to leave without telling me?" Julian stood up and walked toward her. I came back right after filming Wrapped. I knew you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you," she said, her voice dropping under the weight of his icy presence. It's true, she had come back after work. She hadn't wasted the money he put in. "Is that so? How sweet of you. But funny thing is, I heard you came back with Theodore and have been staying at the Chambers place ever since." His voice turned cold, with a chilling edge. Isabella shivered. "Julian, you've got it all wrong. I was just keeping Davina company and making small talk, that's all." "Isabella, don't tell me you seriously think I'd let it slide just because you're following Theodore around. If you really believe that, then you're dumber than I thought." Julian squinted at her, no longer playing along. Her heart skipped a beat, but she tried to look calm. "Julian, I've never thought that, not at all. Why would you even say that?" Tears welled up in her eyes, clinging stubbornly to her lashes. She looked heartbreakingly delicate, like she was only one word away from crying. Most men probably couldn't bear to blame her at this point. "Did you show Theodore this little act too?" Julian's face fell. He grabbed her chin with one hand, locking her in place. He used to love seeing that teary, pitiful look in her eyes. It always gave him a certain thrill. But now it just annoyed the hell out of him. Was he getting tired of her? Maybe. He had kept her around longer than usual. Women never lasted this long with him. He usually got bored pretty fast. But was this boredom? No, it wasn't. Julian frowned. This feeling, it wasn't disinterest. It was irritation. But what exactly was getting under his skin? He looked her over carefully, still flawless. She was his creation, groomed by him, elevated by him. A stunning actress, dazzling in the spotlight. "Isabella, if you dare go to Theodore again, I swear I'll kill him." Julian gently wiped the tears from her pale cheeks, his movement tender, but the cold edge in his voice made her shiver. "Julian?" Isabella looked up at him, dazed and helpless. Was he out of his mind? She'd always known he was dangerous, far from a good guy, but she never thought he could lose it like this. "You scared of me now?" Julian narrowed his eyes, displeased. "Don't be. I'd never hurt you." Isabella shoved his hand away. "You're already hurting me right now." She could see it. He was acting different lately, like he actually cared. Maybe now was her one shot to take a gamble. Honestly, if she couldn't end up with Theodore, what else even mattered? "Don't push it, Isabella." Julian clenched his jaw. "Push it. All I want is to stop living like someone's dirty little secret. For years, I've been by your side, trying to make you happy, giving you everything. I gave you the best years of my life. I'm allowed to want a normal relationship like any other girl. Is that too much?" Isabella's voice trembled with frustration. "Julian, I've stuck with you all this time. Even if I haven't done anything great, I've been loyal. I'm not getting any younger, and you've got a million better options. So please, I'm begging you, just let me go." She knew she'd always stood out a bit to Julian, but she wasn't delusional. Maybe she meant something more than others did, just a little, but not enough to matter in the end. Deep down, she knew the moment she lost her charm in his eyes, she'd be tossed aside without a second thought. Rather than wait to be discarded, she'd rather walk away on her own terms. She just hoped whatever favor she still held in his heart could buy her a little mercy. "You even hear yourself right now?" Julian's voice turned sharp, his face dark with anger. "So being with me all this time was just some kind of burden? You want me to let you go so you can be with him? Forget it, Isabella. Not happening." He yanked her wrist, dragging her closer as her frame trembled under his grip. "You want to stop hiding? Want a real relationship? Fine. Let's go public. Tell everyone about us." "What?" Isabella froze, completely blindsided. Was he serious? He really wanted to go public? He must have lost it. She definitely hadn't. The moment they went public, all her carefully built public image would collapse. She had even faked rumors with Theodore more than once. What would people say if the truth got out? What would Theodore think of her? If the truth came out, not only would she have zero chance with Theodore, but people would start digging into everything. They'd find clues, maybe even connect the dots about how long she'd been tied to Julian. That'd be the end. She'd practically hand Theodore over to Victoria with a bow on top. No, that could not happen. No, absolutely not, Isabella shot back without a second of hesitation. And why not? Didn't you say you wanted a real relationship like a normal person? Julian stared at her, his frown deepening. Isabella was suddenly at a loss for words. It was just an excuse. What she really wanted was to be with Theodore. "So it's him again? He's the one you want to date now?" Julian's face clouded over fast. "So what if I do? Weren't we always just a deal? You gave me resources, I played along. Well, I'm done with it. I want to do what I want now. I don't need your resources anymore." Isabella finally tore off her mask. "So that's how it is, huh? In your eyes, everything between us was just a transaction?" Julian gripped her chin tightly, staring into those beautiful but utterly distant eyes of hers. He thought he'd be angry, really angry, but what overwhelmed him instead was a strange kind of hurt. So unfamiliar, it caught him off guard. "Listen carefully. Even if it's a deal, I'm the one calling the shots. I say when it starts and when it ends. Isabella, remember this. You're mine. You don't leave unless I say so." His voice was low, stubborn, and full of madness. "You can control my body, but not my heart." Isabella snapped right back, just as headstrong. "All right then, let's see how you survive without my backing." Julian shoved her aside and stormed off. She fell to the floor, shouting after him, "Don't you touch Theodore. If you kill him, I'll die with him." Julian's hand clenched hard around the doorknob, veins bulging. Her only answer was a deafening slam as the door banged shut. Isabella sat there, stunned and pathetic, the tears finally breaking loose. It took a while before she pulled herself together, trembling as she fumbled with her phone. She had to think straight, no room for panic. She and Julian were done. Now she had to win Theodore over by any means necessary. "Hey, I need you to do something else for me. 50 grand if it works." She lowered her voice. "What, only 50 grand? Come on, don't be so cheap. Make it 50 million. The voice on the other end sounded greasy, smug, and downright shameless. 50 million? Are you insane? Isabella's voice spiked. What do you mean? For a big star like you, 50 mil's nothing, right? Or should I say, Miss Waters? The man casually dropped her name, lacing his words with threat. Her heart nearly stopped. What nonsense are you talking about? She'd been with Julian from the moment she entered the industry. Gotten used to the filth that came with his world. Being with him, she'd overheard things she wished she hadn't, like where to find people who got their hands dirty for a price. Julian had his own crew, ones he trusted. He'd never hire outsiders unless the job needed to stay off the radar. Isabella had heard the guy's info once by accident and remembered. She even disguised herself and got a burner phone just to keep contact low-key. She thought she'd been careful, never used her real info. How the hell did he find out who she was? Or maybe he was just bluffing? Cut the act, the voice sneered with pride. You know what I do for a living. If I couldn't even figure this out, I wouldn't still be in the game. Miss Waters, are you doing this or not? The voice on the other end was getting impatient. Right now, Isabella regretted it so badly. She'd totally underestimated the situation, got careless, and let her guard down, which was how the guy figured out who she was. When she'd first gotten in touch with him, she was still a newbie in the industry, young and clueless. Back then, she didn't overthink things. They hadn't talked much in recent years, and since he never caused her trouble, actually even helped her out a few times, she let her guard drop. Now, he knew exactly who she was, and she didn't dare piss him off, for fear he'd expose her. Playing along was the only option. Without Julian backing her anymore, if she wanted to come up against Victoria, she'd have to do it alone. Sure, 50 million was a lot, but she could have managed it. The issue was, her resources were about to dry up. She'd never saved much to begin with, and now it was likely she'd be burning cash with no way to make more. With her spending habits, her savings wouldn't last long. Where was she supposed to dig up that kind of money? I'm literally just asking you to drop off a video. It's not rocket science. 50 grand is plenty, Isabella said, biting her lip. Miss Waters, I'm the one taking the hit here. You think I work for peanuts? Let me tell you, you get what you pay for. If something goes wrong, don't come crying to me, the man hissed through the phone. Isabella's face flushed with anger. This shameless jerk. 5 million is out of the question. They went back and forth again until they settled at 1 million. I'll wire a deposit first, but if you screw this up, don't expect a cent more, she said through clenched teeth. Got it. Just didn't think a big shot like you could be this down and out, stingy even when hiring someone. His mocking tone only fueled her rage. Isabella slammed the phone down, fuming to the point of nausea. She couldn't help but miss the days when Julian still had her back. If he was around, people like that guy wouldn't even dare mess with her. She shut her eyes for a moment, forcing herself to get a grip. What's done was done. She kept telling herself this was the right move. Once she married Theodore, all of this would be worth it. She'd make sure of it. A sharp glint flickered in her eyes. Something inside her had started to shift. Meanwhile, Victoria had no clue trouble was coming her way. It was William's birthday today. Hannah suggested a family dinner and secretly invited Henry too. When Henry showed up, Victoria and William both turned to look at Hannah. Why are you two staring at me? Victoria, scoot over and make room for Henry, Hannah said casually. Victoria was divorced from Theodore now. What harm was there in spending more time with someone like Henry? Best way to get over an ex. Start something new. At least then Victoria wouldn't be moping around all the time. Henry gave Hannah a grateful look and sat right next to Victoria without hesitation. Now that he was already here, Victoria couldn't really say anything. She knew her mom had been trying to matchmake her with Henry for a while, but to her, he was just a friend. She never once considered taking it further, and she really didn't want to ruin the friendship they had. Hannah had told her before, the fastest way to forget someone is to meet someone new. But Victoria didn't buy it. She always felt like doing that would just be unfair to herself and to the other person. Come on, dig in. Don't just sit there. William broke the awkward silence at the table. The food here is just so-so. Shouldn't have come. I told you it's better to eat at home. Hannah took a bite and made a small face of disapproval. William chuckled. Yeah, nothing beats your cooking, but I just didn't want you to work too hard tonight. Humph, smooth talker. If you really care, you could have picked a better place, at least. Hannah shot him a side eye. She had said earlier that the nearby restaurants weren't great, and she wanted to go somewhere a bit farther. But he refused, saying it wasn't worth the hassle. It's just a birthday. How about this? In a few days, when it's your turn for a birthday, we'll celebrate at home, okay? William didn't argue with her and went along with her tone. Truth was, he'd been worried about Hannah's health. He didn't want her to get exhausted or risk anything by going too far. His plan was just to have a simple bowl of longevity noodles at home, but she wasn't having it. She insisted on cooking up a storm instead. To make a compromise, he suggested eating out nearby. Mom, come on. It's Dad's birthday. Maybe ease up a little? Victoria said softly, not wanting her dad to feel bad. She knew he only meant well for her mom. Look, your daughter's defending you now. Hannah huffed with a hint of sarcasm. Fine. Since it's your birthday, I'll let it slide. William smiled and shook his head. After so many years together, he knew her inside and out. Her temper? Just part of her charm, not something to fuss about. You two really have an adorable marriage, Henry said with a grin. Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen them really fight, Victoria added, glancing at her parents with a fond smile. There were no big fights, just the occasional playful bickering from Hannah. Back then, everything felt easy and warm. No secrets, just laughter. Victoria couldn't help but get a little nostalgic. Dinner wrapped up nicely with the family plus Henry around. It was cozy. After the meal, Hannah declared it was time for a little couple's time with William and practically shooed Victoria and Henry off to do their own thing. Victoria had no choice, so when Henry suggested taking a stroll in the nearby park, she followed along. Don't overthink. You don't have to feel pressured, Henry said, casually walking beside her. Victoria felt a little awkward. Had she been too tense? Guess he noticed. By the way, don't take my mom too seriously. She tends to go off script, just listen and forget, okay? Victoria said after a pause. She could already guess the types of things Hannah likely said around him. Henry was a great friend. She didn't want any weird misunderstandings messing that up. Victoria. Henry suddenly stopped and called her name with unusual seriousness. She tensed up for a second, bracing herself. She had a feeling where this was going, and honestly, it was the last conversation she wanted right now. Henry wanted to say he liked her, and it was the truth. But in his mind, that should be his burden to carry, not hers. When Henry saw how nervous Victoria looked, something twisted in his chest. After hesitating for a second, he ended up swallowing the words that were about to spill out. He just had a gut feeling. If he laid everything out about how he really felt, they'd probably not even be able to stay friends. She might start avoiding him completely. That risk just wasn't worth it. Victoria, do you still have feelings for him? Henry finally asked, unable to keep it in. Was she pushing him away because of Theodore? Victoria paused, clearly a little surprised by the question, but then she seemed relieved, like it wasn't what she had feared. Well, I'm only human, not made of stone, she said casually as they walked. After everything we've been through for so many years, it'd be a lie to say I feel absolutely nothing now. Henry frowned. Then why did you leave? If you still care, why not try again? In his mind, she was just giving up because there was someone else around Theodore now. But that didn't really sound like her. He always thought of Victoria as someone strong and stubborn, definitely not the type to quit just because something got hard. Henry, have you ever been in love? Victoria asked, not looking at him. Sure. He didn't even hesitate. At his age, it would be weird if he hadn't. There's more to life than just love. My world doesn't revolve around it. You know what I mean? She glanced back at him. Henry didn't reply right away, and she looked more relaxed now. It had been a while since she and Theodore split. At first, the only way she could get through it was by burying herself in work. But now she could talk about it without her chest tightening. Henry nodded slowly. He got it, or at least he thought he did. Maybe the reason she wouldn't consider anything between them wasn't because she still loved Theodore, but because she had something else in her life she cared about more. Or maybe, just maybe, she saw him as someone better suited to be her friend. And that was okay. If being just friends was all he got, well, that wasn't the worst thing in the world. Maybe, just maybe, in her heart, friendship and family meant more than romance. That made him smile a little. Did that mean, on some level, he mattered more to her than Theodore did? If you ever run into trouble, you better come find me, okay? Don't even think about putting up walls with me. We're best friends, aren't we? Henry felt lighter after saying that. Love or not, friendship or more, just being one of the most important people in her life, that was enough. Sometimes, loving someone quietly, just being there for them, that was a kind of happiness too. Even if they never ended up together romantically, he still had a place in her life, maybe a really special one. I will. You too, Victoria said with a smile. She was genuinely happy to still have Henry as her friend. At the Chambers Group building, after a quick phone call to steady her nerves, Isabella pulled herself together and brought out her best move, homemade health soup. Fully prepared, she headed straight to Chambers Group. She hadn't seen Theodore in days. Time to make the first move. Hi, I'm here to see Theodore, Isabella said politely, holding out her thermal soup container with a friendly smile to the receptionist. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked while glancing up at her. The moment Isabella showed up, the front desk girl's eyes nearly popped out, her mouth opened slightly in shock. Isabella, are you really her? She liked browsing the internet after work and sometimes followed showbiz gossip. Isabella had always left a good impression on her. Brilliant actress, super young, and already won big awards. Plus, she was often linked with Mr. Chambers in the media, so she instantly recognized her. Yep, it's me. Isabella flashed a smile and gave her a playful wink. Want an autograph? Really? Can I? The girl asked, hardly daring to believe it. She never imagined someone as famous as Isabella could be this approachable. Of course, Isabella nodded warmly. She'd always been good at keeping up a perfect image in public, and in front of Chambers Group staff, all the more reason to keep it up. The girl covered her mouth, trying hard not to squeal out loud. She was clearly freaking out inside. She had just met Isabella, in the flesh, the rumored girlfriend of Theodore. She couldn't wait to spill the tea to her coworkers later. And honestly, Isabella looked exactly like everyone said online, gorgeous and super sweet. No wonder she was the only woman ever linked to Mr. Chambers. So, are you really dating Mr. Chambers? Is all that online gossip true? The girl asked after getting the signed autograph, curiosity getting the better of her. Isabella gave a mysterious little smile. Well, just between us, okay? The girl nodded like crazy, clearly feeling like she'd just been let in on a big secret. Can I head up now? Isabella asked with a light smile. Sorry, Miss Waters. I was told not to let anyone up without permission. Just give me 1 sec to check, okay? The girl spoke apologetically. She felt awful about it, especially after scoring an autograph, but rules were rules. Chambers Group didn't mess around, and she wasn't about to risk her job for anyone, even someone like Isabella. Hopefully, Isabella wouldn't mind too much. She didn't seem like the type to get mad over something like this, right? Isabella's smile froze just for a split second before she recovered quickly. That's totally fine. You're just doing your job, I get it. Still, a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. Seriously? The girl knew who she was and still had to double-check before letting her up? And after she'd been so gracious? Eventually, after making the call, the front desk girl received the green light and led Isabella to the elevators. Miss Waters, I'm really sorry about that. You're not upset, are you? She asked nervously. Seems like Mr. Chambers had okayed the visit, so maybe the rumors were true after all. Maybe Isabella would become Mrs. Chambers one day. And what if the girl had just messed up her first impression? Would Isabella get mad later and tattle on her to Mr. Chambers? She was just a lowly receptionist. If either of those two said a single bad word about her, she'd be out of a job in seconds. Why didn't they just call ahead if they're that close? Of course I'm not upset. You're just being responsible. It's a good thing, Isabella replied gently. "You're seriously so nice. I hope you and Mr. Chambers end up together," the girl said, relieved with genuine cheer. Isabella's smile finally softened for real. "Thank you." Right then, the elevator arrived. Still smiling, Isabella stepped in. Isabella was just thinking about what she'd do once she got upstairs when the elevator gave a sudden jolt. "Ah!" She let out a startled scream, immediately backing into the corner, too scared to move a muscle. The elevator resumed its climb, and just when she thought maybe she was just imagining things, it shook again. Way worse this time. Her face went pale, legs turning to jelly from fear. What should you do when an elevator breaks down? Her mind went completely blank. She couldn't think, couldn't move. Then came the free fall. The elevator dropped fast, lights flickering before going out completely. "Help! Somebody help!" Isabella screamed, hugging her head and crouching in a ball on the floor, panic taking over. In that split second between life and death, she thought she'd think of Theodore. But oddly enough, it was Julian who flashed through her mind. She gave a bitter laugh. Was this really how her story ended? Just when she thought it was all over, the elevator came to a sudden stop. She didn't dare move a muscle, terrified that even a twitch might send it crashing again. No idea how long had passed, but eventually the rescue team pried open the doors and pulled her out. The moment she was safe, the tension snapped. She blacked out on the spot. The next thing she knew, she was lying in a hospital bed. "Mr. Chambers, Miss Waters isn't in any real danger. She passed out from the shock, but she'll be fine once she wakes up. Of course, we can do more tests later if you're still worried," the doctor explained. Hearing that, Isabella felt a little relieved. She really had thought she was done for back there. Theo, help me," she murmured in a panicked tone, keeping her eyes shut, pretending she hadn't come to yet. Theodore quickly came over when he heard her calling for him. Watching her flinch and mutter in her sleep as if trapped in a nightmare made his brow furrow with concern. He gently held her hand. "Isabella, I'm here. Don't be scared. You're safe now. It's all over." She stopped trembling and slowly blinked her eyes open. The moment she saw him, she practically launched herself into his arms, grabbing onto him tightly. "Theo, I was so scared. I really thought I wouldn't make it," she choked out, her voice trembling. Caught off guard, Theodore stiffened. His arms hovered in the air awkwardly. "It's okay now, Isabella. Everything's fine." He tried to free himself from her grip, but she clung to him even tighter. "Just let me hold you a bit longer, okay? I honestly thought I'd never see you again." Her tears, non-stop like a broken faucet, soaked through his shirt. Seeing how shaken she was, and thinking about how she'd only come because of him, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. What troubled him more was how strange this whole thing was. The elevators had just been checked recently. How could something like this happen out of nowhere? Isabella had taken the private elevator Theodore usually used. If she hadn't come looking for him out of the blue, he would have been the one caught in that accident today. Theodore frowned deeply. Something about what happened at the company just didn't sit right with him. He'd already sent someone to look into it. If it really was deliberate, then the target was definitely him. The other party just didn't expect Isabella to end up in that elevator and take the hit in his place. Thankfully, Chambers Corp used high-quality elevators. The safety system kicked in just in time, and someone in the office caught the issue early enough to alert the rescue team. "Isabella, since you're awake, let the doctor do a full checkup on you first," Theodore said, gently pulling her arm away from his. Isabella felt a little disappointed but didn't protest, knowing her body wasn't in the best state. The whole ordeal had seriously shaken her up. She was honestly worried something might be wrong. It wasn't until the doctor confirmed there were no major issues that she finally felt relieved. But after such a scare, she wasn't about to let it slide like it was nothing. Isabella blinked and placed a hand on her forehead as she said, "Doctor, my head's spinning a bit and I feel kinda nauseous. And I've got this weird tightness in my chest," she added softly, hand over her heart. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with me? I really don't feel great. What if something's off?" The doctor had already run a thorough exam and hadn't found anything alarming, but looking at her pale face and dazed expression, it didn't seem like she was faking either. and she'd been brought in personally by Mr. Chambers, who'd stressed they take good care of her. Any slip-up on their part wasn't an option. If she said she didn't feel well and they discharged her just like that, and something happened, he didn't even want to go there. After thinking for a bit, he finally said, "Just to be safe, Miss Waters, we recommend keeping you under observation for another couple of days." Isabella was pleased but still kept up her delicate act. "Yeah, I think that's probably for the best, too." Back in her hospital room, the doctor informed Theodore that Isabella would need to stay in for 2 more days. After explaining the precautions, the doctor left. Theodore was about to walk him out and ask more about her condition, but Isabella gently grabbed his hand, looking at him with pleading eyes. "Theo, I'm really scared. Can you stay with me? Just for a bit?" she asked, her voice soft and trembling. He couldn't say no to that face. "Okay, I'll stay." "Oh, right," she said, trying to smile. "I brought you some soup earlier. Made it myself. Haven't cooked in a while, so I don't know if it's still any good." Theodore paused for a second. "It probably spilled during the accident." "Ugh, that's such a shame," Isabella sighed. "I wanted you to have something warm. You've been working so hard lately. Bet you haven't had a proper meal in days." "It's fine. I'll make you some more next time," she added with a soft smile. "You really don't have to do all this for me, Isabella," Theodore finally said. He already owed her enough. After what happened today, he didn't want her risking herself ever again. Not for him. "Theodore, you haven't been home lately. Your mom and I have been really worried about you." Isabella looked at him and said, "Are you avoiding me?" Theodore looked at how fragile Isabella seemed and paused for a moment before saying, "Nah, just been swamped with work lately." He'd actually considered telling her the truth, but seeing how delicate she was after the elevator accident, he couldn't bring himself to do it. She'd already been through enough. "Oh, I see. I thought maybe." Isabella let out a breath of relief. "Sorry, Theo. I was just overthinking. You've got so much on your plate, and I went and made it all about me. You're not mad, right?" "Of course not." Theodore gave her a soft look. "Stop stressing. Just focus on getting better, all right?" He'd pretty much been by her side these past few days. Well, mostly glued to his laptop, handling work stuff on the side. "I'll be okay on my own," Isabella said gently. "They're doctors and nurses here. If anything comes up, I'll call them. Don't let me hold you back from work." As much as she wanted him to stay with her, she didn't want to come off as clingy. "It's fine. Marcus and the team are holding the fort. I can afford a couple of days away." Hearing her voice, Theodore looked up from his laptop. "How are you feeling today? Any better?" Isabella nodded. "Yeah, a lot better. Honestly, I think I'm good to go home." The hospital wasn't exactly cozy and everything was inconvenient. Plus, the longer she stayed, the more she worried she'd come across as overly delicate. "All right, let's get you checked out again, and if the doctor gives the green light, I'll go sort the discharge paperwork." Theodore went along with it without hesitation. Across the hospital hallway, Hannah was clearly annoyed as she spoke with William. "I already told you I feel fine. You guys just had to drag me here for tests." She couldn't understand their paranoia. She felt normal, but judging by how they were acting, you'd think she was on her deathbed. "Seriously though, just be honest. Are you hiding something from me? Like, do I have some horrible illness you're keeping under wraps?" The thought hit her out of nowhere, sending a chill down her spine. "What are you even saying? Don't jinx yourself," William snapped, frowning hard. Hannah blinked at his reaction. He wasn't faking it, that much was clear, and that finally eased her nerves a little. Still, she couldn't shake her suspicion. If she wasn't seriously ill, then why were they acting like it was such a big deal? It couldn't just be a routine checkup. They were way too worked up for that. "Well, since we're doing this physical, shouldn't you be getting one too?" she asked skeptically. William was a couple years older than her after all. "I'm good," he started, then quickly backtracked. "I mean, I had mine done not long ago." "Then how come we didn't just go together?" Hannah narrowed her eyes. After all these years living together, he was still keeping stuff from her. Ridiculous. "It was just a routine checkup arranged by the company, so I tagged along. Come on, don't overthink it. Why would we ever try to mess with you?" William said with a look of mock annoyance. Hannah still had lingering doubts, but she decided not to press the issue further. Clearly, they weren't going to spill the truth just because she asked directly. She'd have to find another way. Seeing that she finally let it go, William quietly let out a sigh of relief. Man, his wife was not easy to fool. He was practically breaking into a cold sweat. Taking her to future appointments was definitely going to be trickier from now on. "Hey, isn't that Theodore over there?" Hannah squinted, pointing uncertainly in a direction. "You sure? That sounds way too coincidental," William said, glancing casually where she gestured. "How could I mistake him? My eyes aren't that bad." Hannah shot back, clearly annoyed. "And next to him, that's gotta be that woman always with him. What was her name again? Isabella something." The more she talked, the angrier she seemed. It hadn't been long since the divorce, and now he's here cozying up with another woman at the hospital. Neither of them looked like they were sick. Who knows why they were even here? And he had the nerve to show up at their house acting all heartbroken, promising he'd prove himself with actions and fix everything. She'd honestly believed him at the time, thought he really meant it. But now, it was all just a performance. "Shh, men really are unbelievable," Hannah scoffed. William couldn't help but feel like the comment somehow looped back to him too. "That guy has some nerve, lying to me like that. Nope, can't let this slide. I'm giving him a piece of my mind before he gets any ideas about bothering Victoria again," Hannah fumed. "Hold up, don't go rushing in like that. You don't even know what's going on. Besides, they're divorced now. Why get involved in things that have nothing to do with us?" William tried to reason with her. "I still need to get to the bottom of this. He needs to stop showing up and messing with Victoria," Hannah insisted, clearly unwilling to back down. Just then, Isabella accidentally twisted her ankle and stumbled into Theodore's arms. "Are you okay?" Theodore asked, worried she was suffering from another dizzy spell. "I'm fine, just twisted my foot a little." "Good thing you were next to me." Isabella looked up and gave him a soft smile. Such a picture-perfect couple. Watching them practically cuddle in public, exchanging those gooey-eyed looks, Hannah couldn't hold back anymore. She shoved past William and stormed toward them. William had no choice but to follow. "Theodore, care to explain what exactly you're doing?" Hannah snapped, throwing a sharp glance at Isabella. "Auntie, you're Victoria's mom, right? We met before, remember?" Isabella murmured, leaning weakly against Theodore. "I think you might be misunderstanding something. I'm just not feeling well, and he was nice enough to stay with me." It sounded innocent enough on the surface, but to Hannah, it only fanned the flames. "Theodore, weren't you just making big promises about proving yourself not too long ago? This is what that looks like, huh?" Hannah completely ignored Isabella and directed her fury straight at him. Theodore frowned. He honestly had no clue how to explain any of this to Hannah. Seeing him stay quiet, Hannah just assumed that meant admission. "Fine, then I'll take that as a yes. Don't bother Victoria again," she snapped, glaring at both Theodore and Isabella before storming off. William threw a disappointed look at Theodore, then followed his wife without a word. Once they were out of sight, Isabella's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared after Hannah's departing figure. Who did the Ellis family think they were, treating her like she was nothing? A joke. But fine, let them enjoy their smugness while it lasts. There'd be plenty of drama soon enough, and she couldn't wait for the show. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Theodore, I'm really sorry. You're taking the blame because of me," Isabella said, quickly wiping the smirk off her face and replacing it with a look of guilt. "It's not your fault. None of this is on you," Theodore said, trying his best to sound comforting, though his heart just wasn't in it. Victoria already didn't trust him. Now after this mess, she was even less likely to come near him. Isabella noticed the slump in his mood and felt like screaming, but she had to stay composed. She'd heard Hannah loud and clear. Theodore had gone to see Victoria again and even promised to prove something. Prove what exactly? How serious he was about Victoria? If she guessed right, Grace must have told him something. That day he rushed out of the Chambers house. He probably went straight to the Ellis and made that damn promise to Victoria. He still had feelings for Victoria. So then, what was she to him? Did she mean anything at all? No, that couldn't be it. She convinced herself that Theodore liked her. He was just clueless when it came to relationships. That was all. Otherwise, why would he be by her side now, even ditching work to be here? Theodore, I really can't stand this place. The smell's making me nauseous. Can you please take me home? Isabella tugged lightly on his sleeve, her voice soft and frail. Okay, Theodore agreed, still too out of it to notice any hidden intentions. My head's spinning. Can you carry me? She murmured, leaning into him like she couldn't even stand on her own. He shot her a doubtful look. Dizzy? Are you sure you're okay? Didn't the doctor already check you and say it's nothing serious, that you could be discharged? I'll go ask him again, just in case, he offered as he moved to leave. She grabbed his arm quickly. No, that's not necessary. I've just been tired these past few days. Once I get some rest, I'll feel better. He hesitated, but finally nodded. Just then, a nurse passed by with a wheelchair, and Theodore simply borrowed it. Theodore, I don't think I really need the wheelchair, Isabella said awkwardly, lips twitching. She was hoping he'd carry her, not roll her around in that thing. You twisted your ankle earlier. Wheelchair's probably more comfortable, he pointed out, glancing at her foot. With no way to say no, she sat down reluctantly under his watchful gaze. God, if someone caught a picture of this. Her expression fell. This was the complete opposite of what she'd imagined. If she got caught on camera being carried out by Theodore, the internet would blow up with dating rumors. But if she was seen in a wheelchair, people might start speculating about all kinds of things she'd rather not deal with. Meanwhile, Hannah was getting more and more pissed off. While William stepped out to grab her test results, she whipped out her phone and started Googling all the gossip about Theodore and Isabella. Seeing people online gushing about what a perfect couple the two made really set her off. She jumped straight into the comments and started calling them out. Every post that questioned the couple, she tapped like without hesitation. Only then did she start to feel even the tiniest bit better. She was busy venting her frustration online when a sudden notification popped up, a letter. The name Gina flashed across the screen, making her heart skip. Curiosity got the better of her and she clicked it. By the time she finished reading, her expression had gone blank. Then came a video. With shaking hands, she hit play. When it ended, she just sat there, frozen, staring ahead in a daze. That's when William came back. She quickly locked her screen and looked up at him. Hannah, what's wrong? William felt something was seriously off, even if he couldn't put it into words. Are you feeling sick? Maybe we should ask the doctor to check again? He'd only stepped away for a bit. What could have possibly happened? I'm fine, just tired. Let's go home, Hannah said, her voice barely steady as she tried to hold it together. You sure you're okay? If you're not feeling well, don't push yourself. William was clearly worried, watching her with concern. I said I'm fine. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go back on my own, she snapped, then turned around and started walking out. William rushed to catch up with her. All right, we're going now. Just slow down a bit, okay? Meanwhile, Victoria and Henry were at home, putting together a surprise for Hannah's birthday. It was her special day, and since William took her to the hospital for a checkup, Victoria and Henry stayed behind to prep. Besides a full spread of Hannah's favorite dishes, they decorated the place with streamers, balloons, flowers, and of course, a big birthday cake. The vibe in the house was sweet and warm. She's gonna love this, Henry said when he saw Victoria zoning out in front of a bunch of balloons. He figured she was worried that Hannah might not like the surprise. Victoria nodded but didn't say much. For some reason, she felt uneasy all day, and given how accurate her instincts usually were, that feeling just wouldn't leave her alone. Was something bad going to happen? She shook her head, trying to shove the thought away. It was a happy day. Nothing bad should happen. Maybe she was just overthinking things again. They should be back by now, right? It's getting late, Henry said without much thought. That single sentence made Victoria's heart skip a beat. What if something happened to them? I'll go take a look. Her anxiety flaring, she rushed toward the door, desperate to make sure William and Hannah were okay. Only seeing them with her own eyes would set her heart at ease. Wait, Victoria, don't freak out. Maybe they're right around the corner. If you leave now, you might just miss them, Henry quickly said, stepping in her way. He hadn't expected such a big reaction from her for a casual comment. What was going on with her? "Hey, look! They're back!" Henry suddenly pointed toward the door. William and Hannah were just walking in together. "Looks like there's nothing to worry about after all." "Uncle, Aunt, you're finally back." "Vicky was just worried sick about you," Henry joked, trying to lighten the mood. But Hannah didn't smile. Her expression turned downright grim. Her eyes locked on Victoria, burning with hatred. As soon as Vicky caught that look, her heart skipped a beat and she instinctively took a small step back. From his angle, Henry couldn't see what was in Hannah's eyes. He just sensed something was very off. "Auntie, happy birthday!" "Look, Vicky went all out and set all this up just for your birthday." Henry kept his tone upbeat like always, trying to warm up the room. But this time, silence hit back hard. "Humph, more like she had something else up her sleeve." Hannah suddenly snapped, her voice sharp as ice. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Still clinging to a shred of hope, Vicky reached out to Hannah instinctively. Hannah jerked away fiercely. "Don't touch me, it's you! You killed my daughter!" Her voice rose into a sharp scream, her face twisted in a mix of rage and pain. Vicky felt like her whole world just collapsed in that moment. That last bit of hope she'd been holding on to? Gone. So, Hannah remembered. No wonder she'd been acting so strange. Now Vicky understood. To her, Vicky wasn't family anymore. She was the enemy. The good days from before felt like some cruel dream she'd been abruptly shaken out of. None of it had ever really been hers. "What's going on here?" Henry asked, clearly confused. What did she mean Vicky killed her daughter? Wasn't Vicky her daughter? "Hannah, what are you saying? Calm down." William quickly stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. But instead of helping, it made things worse. Hannah started thrashing and yelling, "Let me go, you're all in on it, you've all been lying to me." Worry etched onto William's face. Fearing she'd hurt herself, he locked his arms around her, not letting go. He shot a discreet glance at Vicky, signaling her to step away. But Vicky stood there, dazed, staring blankly at the unrecognizable woman before her. Hannah's breakdown had stunned her so much she didn't catch the silent cue at all. "Let me go. I want her to pay for what she did to my girl." Hannah screeched, then lunged at Vic. She exploded with a strength none of them expected. Not even William could hold her back. Breaking free, she charged at Vicky and slammed her down, her hands clamping hard around Vic's throat. Vicky froze. She hadn't seen it coming. Hannah's grip tightened like a vice. Vic's lungs screamed for air, her face turning an alarming shade of red. Henry and William rushed over, desperately yanking at Hannah's arms. It took both of them, putting in everything they had, to drag her off. Vicky gasped as air rushed back into her lungs. Still coughing, she pressed a hand to her throat, her whole body trembling with the leftover panic. Her vision blurred, limbs weak. "Henry, take Vicky outside, now!" William commanded, pinning Hannah down. Henry didn't hesitate. He helped Vicky up and led her out as fast as he could. Tears streaked down Vic's cheeks. Her expression was empty, like all the strength had been drained from her. She had guarded this family bond so carefully, let go of so much, all just to keep it. But in the end, everything shattered. She couldn't help but look back. Her eyes found Hannah again, but that familiar warmth, the gentleness, gone. What stared back was hatred, so intense it cut like a blade. And that blade didn't just stab her heart. It twisted, tore it apart, and left her crumbling. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She turned away and clutched her chest, tears streaming down silently. Henry looked at her, heart aching. "There's got to be some misunderstanding. Let's go for now. Wait till your mom calms down, then we'll visit her again," he tried to comfort her gently. "Don't you dare leave. She has to pay for what she did to my daughter. She's the murderer. She killed Gina." Hannah suddenly shrieked like she'd lost her mind, thrashing and yelling. "William, don't stop me. Gina was our daughter. Our daughter, for God's sake. She died so horribly. How can you still take the murderer's side?" "Calm down, Hannah, please. What's going on with you? Did someone say something to you?" William tried to reason with her, his voice low but urgent. "Let's wait till the police finish their investigation, all right? They haven't even found the real killer yet." But she wasn't hearing any of it. To her, he was just making excuses for Victoria. "Let me go. If you won't avenge our daughter, I will." Why are we still pretending we don't know anything? There's already enough proof. Gina saw her right before she disappeared. They even had a huge fight. Isn't that enough? She's always been jealous of my daughter. She's the one who killed her. Hannah's voice cracked from screaming, her whole body trembling until she passed out right there, mid-struggle. Hannah! William cried and rushed to catch her, then bolted out the door with her in his arms. Mom, Victoria called out instinctively and tried to run after them. William, however, stepped in her way. For now, I don't want you near us. Dad, I'm worried, Victoria said softly, her eyes fixed on Hannah's unconscious figure. William looked at her with a distant expression, not cold or hateful, but no longer warm. I can't let her be triggered any more than she already has. I need you to understand. That subtle distance in his voice stopped Victoria in her tracks. He placed Hannah into the car and rushed to the hospital. Victoria stood there as the car disappeared down the road, a bitter taste flooding her mouth. Victoria, hang in there. It'll all be okay. Henry stood close by, quiet but steady. He knew words weren't nearly enough right now. What she needed most wasn't comfort. It was someone who would be there, no matter what. Yeah, right now, we have to find out what really happened. Victoria forced herself to pull it together. Before, she'd let herself believe they could have a peaceful life. She longed for that calm to last forever. But Hannah's sudden outburst snapped her back to reality. No matter what, she had to uncover the truth, prove herself innocent, and find who was actually behind all this. But that was easier said than done. Even the police hadn't found any solid leads yet. Being questioned and dragged into the police station over and over, she pretty much knew how bad things looked, and based on the evidence so far, it didn't bode well for her. She frowned, lost in thought. What made Hannah snap like that today? Did something happen at the hospital? Maybe she saw or heard something that set her off? That might be the starting point they needed. Henry, let's go to the hospital first, she said decisively. Henry thought she wanted to see Hannah at the hospital and immediately tried to stop her. Victoria, your mom's not in a good state right now. It's really not a good time. Maybe wait till she's a bit more stable. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't agitate her. I just think something weird might have happened at the hospital today. I want to check it out, Victoria said calmly. Seeing how composed she was, Henry finally relaxed a little. The scene where Hannah had lunged at Victoria and tried to choke her had scared the hell out of him. He was worried history might repeat itself if she saw her mother again. Thankfully, even though Victoria was devastated, she still had her head on straight. That made Henry respect her even more. Honestly, any other woman in her shoes, accused by her own parents of murder and physically attacked by her mom, might have already had a breakdown. But Victoria? She was still hanging on. All right then, I'm going with you. The two of them headed to the hospital and found the room where Hannah was being kept. What are you two doing here? William had just walked back from seeing the doctor and turned around to find his daughter and Henry. She's still unconscious. You. William frowned while looking at Victoria. Don't worry, I'm not going to disturb her, Victoria replied, pushing down the ache in her chest, trying to sound steady. I'm actually here to ask you something. Confused, William asked. Ask me? Yeah, Mom started acting out after coming back from the hospital. I'm wondering if something happened there that triggered her, she explained. Hearing that, William tried to recall the events of the day. We were okay leaving the hospital. She only lost it after we got home and saw you, he said after a few seconds. Victoria didn't quite buy that. She remembered Henry telling her earlier that her parents had returned. Even from afar, she'd noticed something seemed off about Hannah. Back then, she thought maybe she was reading too much into it. But when she met Hannah's eyes up close, she knew she hadn't been imagining things. Hannah wasn't triggered after seeing her. Something was already wrong before that. She'd just been holding it in until the moment they met. That would explain why William thought it was seeing her that made Hannah snap. Could you try thinking back more carefully? Maybe there's some small detail you missed? Victoria didn't want to confront him directly, so she tried nudging him to think deeper. William paused and dug through his memory again. They had bumped into Theodore and Isabella at the hospital. Hannah got angry and confronted them briefly. Then he went off to collect her test results, and by the time he came back, her mood was already off. But since she insisted she was fine, he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, something didn't add up. With Hannah's temper, she should have been ranting all the way home. Instead, she was strangely quiet. Was she already losing control back then? Could it be her emotions got triggered and that led to a breakdown? William voiced his thoughts. We actually ran into Theodore at the hospital. He shot a glance at Victoria as he said it. Just say it, Dad. Right now, finding the cause matters most, Victoria replied firmly, though she felt a jolt inside at the mention of Theodore's name. Hannah saw Theodore with that Isabella woman at the hospital. They looked pretty close, so she snapped and argued with them a bit. I left to pick up some test results, and when I got back, she was acting off. I didn't think too much of it at the time, William explained, sounding a bit frustrated with himself. He couldn't help but wonder, if he'd noticed something was wrong earlier and gotten a doctor, would they have avoided all this? Hearing Isabella's name made Victoria frown. She knew Isabella wasn't someone to trust, but with Theodore there too, it seemed unlikely she'd dare try anything drastic. Still, was it really just emotional stress that pushed her mom over the edge, like her dad thought? She figured she'd better talk to the doctor first. Standing outside the room, Victoria looked at Hannah lying in bed from afar. Her heart tightened. I'll stay out here. Thanks for everything you've been doing, she said quietly, her voice a little heavy. I don't know if you believe me or not, but I've got a clear conscience. Please, just give me some time. I swear, I'll prove I didn't do it. Victoria looked up at William, her eyes full of honesty. William let out a heavy sigh. Of course I want to believe you. But with all the existing evidence pointing her way, doubt crept in whether he liked it or not. Victoria caught on right away. He didn't believe her. Not really. Not yet. It stung, but she didn't say more. Just told him she was heading to speak with the doctor. Mr. Ellis, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to reach out, Henry said as he walked over, catching up to her dad after watching her walk away. He paused for a beat, then added, Forgive me for saying this, but I haven't known Victoria for that long either. Still, after spending some time with her, I'm completely sure she's just not capable of doing something like that. Honestly, your own daughter. How could you doubt her like this? She tries to act tough, but she's got to be hurting deep down. William's expression grew more complicated. He shook his head slowly. Henry, it's not that simple. Our family. Things are messy. We've watched Victoria grow up. We don't want to doubt her. But the evidence, what choice do we have? Henry saw that he wasn't budging. It made his chest ache for Victoria. Were these really her parents? How could they not trust their own child? He didn't push harder. Instead, he followed after her. Victoria, I believe you, he said simply, and for some reason, that sentence hit her straight in the heart. Thanks. She turned to him, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Who would have thought, in her darkest hour, it was Henry standing by her side? His trust warmed her chest and gave her strength to keep going. Together, they approached Hannah's attending doctor. Normally, sudden mental breakdowns don't just happen without a trigger. Of course, in rare cases, strong emotional upheaval alone can cause it too. The doctor's measured words echoed in Victoria's mind. So, chances were high that Hannah's breakdown was caused by something specific. Still, there was a slim possibility it was just due to emotional distress. But the doctor said the tests came back completely normal. It wasn't until after she left the room that things went south. Was it really just seeing Theodore and herself that triggered her? Or was there something else going on? Victoria couldn't wrap her head around it. She figured she needed to talk to Theodore face to face. The only leads we have are Theodore and Isabella, Henry said from the side. You thinking of approaching them directly or checking things out on the sly first? Victoria shook her head. I just keep feeling like I missed something really important. What could have pushed Hannah over the edge like that? She carefully reconsidered the night Hannah first flipped out, calling her a murderer. The way it played out was almost identical to now. Back then, she'd just been hurt and confused, and didn't stop to think about the details. Now, she was asking herself, What made both Hannah and William so sure she was the killer? Did someone say something to them? Did they see something? With that thought, she turned around and headed straight back to the hospital room. She was about to knock, but stopped cold when she saw through the small window that Hannah was awake and absolutely losing it. William was trying to calm her while calling for the doctor. It wasn't long before doctors rushed in and Victoria got pushed to the side. "Let go of me, William! She killed Gina! Why are you stopping me?" Hannah's anguished screams stabbed through Victoria's heart like knives. She stayed frozen outside the door, not daring to take another step closer. Every word out of Hannah's mouth crushed her. Hannah was struggling so violently it took multiple people to hold her down. Only when she was completely exhausted did the doctor manage to inject her with a sedative. "This can't go on like this. Your family, you need to talk to her. Try to get through to her," the doctor told William firmly. "This is a deep emotional trauma. Medication helps, but it's not a cure. The root of the issue needs to be addressed." Judging by her state, Hannah couldn't even comprehend reason right now. Medication could suppress the symptoms, but at a cost. The side effects weren't minor. It really wasn't a sustainable solution. William looked thoughtful after the doctor spoke. Outside the room, watching the medical staff leave, Victoria hesitated. "If it's too much, don't push yourself. Maybe wait till next time to ask," Henry said gently. Victoria paused for a few seconds, but then shook her head. "If there really is evidence out there, the longer we wait, the harder it'll be to get to the bottom of it." She straightened up and knocked on the door. William, deep in thought, startled at the knock. When he saw it was Victoria standing there, something flickered uncomfortably in his eyes. "You're back again?" William's tone was as frosty as ever. "Don't worry, I won't let her see me. I'm just here to figure out the truth, and I need your help," Victoria said, brushing off his coldness. He looked confused. "How can I help? I already told you everything I know. Seriously, there's nothing else." Victoria didn't seem let down. She pressed on. "That's what you remember seeing. But what about what you didn't see? You said you were always with Mom, but when you went to get her report, you did leave for a bit. Is it possible something happened during that short time without you knowing?" William instinctively argued, "No way. When I went to get the report, Hannah was right behind me. I turned around and saw her there. I wasn't comfortable leaving her alone, so I kept checking on her. She couldn't have been out of my sight for more than a few seconds. No one could approach her and say anything in that time." "What if no one had to approach her directly?" Victoria reminded him. "With how fast information spreads online now, people don't have to talk face to face anymore." Something clicked in William's head. He remembered what happened at Gina's grave. They had gotten a video sent by email. It showed Victoria arguing with Gina. And that was the moment Hannah had lost it, thinking Victoria was the murderer. Even he had started doubting Victoria after seeing that clip. It looked too real. Victoria's face was clear as day. Now that he thought about it, he did see Hannah holding her phone and watching something while he was off getting the report. He figured she was just Googling Isabella like she had before, so he didn't think much of it. But maybe, just maybe, she got another email like the last one, saw another video, and it pushed her over the edge again. Things were starting to piece together. But the bigger question remained. Who was behind the email? How did they do it, and why? One doubt after another crowded William's mind. It was like being surrounded by fog, and no matter how hard he looked, everything stayed blurry. Back when they saw the video at the grave, Hannah had tossed the phone. He hadn't picked it up. He was too caught up taking care of her. When he went back to find it, it was gone, just vanished into thin air. Now, staring at her current phone, he hesitated, unsure whether to tell Victoria what he was remembering. Did something just come to mind? Victoria caught the flicker in his expression and leaned in, sounding a little frantic. But the moment William noticed her urgency, he tensed up, almost reflexively. Just like that, he buried the key hint. No. You should go? If Hannah wakes up and sees you, it won't be good, he said, deadpan this time. Victoria looked at him, confused. She could have sworn he had a moment of realization. And knowing him, she wasn't likely wrong about it. But he was holding back. That's when it hit her. he still didn't completely trust her. Even if he had figured something out, he was going to keep it quiet. He had figured out a lead, but he kept it from her. Was it because he truly suspected she was behind it all and didn't want to tip her off? That sudden realization hit Victoria hard. It felt like ice water poured into her chest. The chill seeped into her bones, and all she felt was disappointment and hurt. So in the end, he didn't trust her either. He actually thought she might be the killer, so much so that he wouldn't even share clues with her. I get it now. Victoria let out a bitter smile, gave William a glance, then turned and walked away. Victoria, wait, what's wrong? Henry quickly caught up to her. Don't lose hope, okay? We'll figure it out. If your dad doesn't know anything, maybe Theodore does. He was at the hospital that day. Maybe he saw something. Worst case, I'll go with you and we can talk to everyone who showed up today, see if someone saw something. He assumed she was just upset over the lack of leads, even offering to go find Theodore with her without a hint of hesitation. Henry, if everyone thinks I did it, does that mean I've totally failed? That even people who are supposed to know me don't believe me? She suddenly stopped, looking overwhelmed. Hannah suspected her. William suspected her. Those were her parents, the people who should trust her most. If even they didn't believe in her, what was the point? Victoria's chest tightened, desperation clinging to her like a second skin. Hey, don't think like that. That's on them for jumping to conclusions. It's not you. And even if no one else stands by you, I will. Always. Because I know you and I trust you, unconditionally, Henry said firmly. So don't second-guess yourself. Go do what you believe is right. His words pulled her out of that downward spiral. Even if those closest to her had doubts, she couldn't afford to give up. Knowing what Hannah was going through, she couldn't just pretend nothing was wrong. With that, she steadied herself and tried calling Theodore. The phone rang a bunch of times with no answer. Victoria lowered the phone, disappointment flickering in her eyes. He was probably with Isabella right now. No wonder he wasn't picking up. But she needed answers. If he wouldn't pick up, she'd just go find him in person. They went to the hospital together. He must have dropped Isabella off afterward. Her place was the most likely spot. I'm going with you, Henry said the moment he figured out where she was headed. He couldn't let her face Isabella alone. If something happened, he didn't trust Theodore not to take Isabella's side. This time, Victoria didn't argue. The two of them set out together for Isabella's place. Meanwhile, Isabella took full advantage of the time while Theodore was in the bathroom, quietly deleting his missed call. Ha! Even the universe was helping her. Lucky that Theodore hadn't had his phone on him when Victoria tried calling. Theodore, can you stay with me a couple more days? I get scared at night when I'm alone. As soon as he came out, Isabella gently put his phone back where it had been. I can't do that, Isabella. It's not appropriate. It'll hurt your reputation. He shot her down without a second's pause. I don't care about that. You know how I feel. I've only ever loved you. Didn't you say you were going to marry me? Then what does it matter? She asked, voice rising in urgency. She really couldn't wait anymore. Right now, Hannah should be losing it, and Victoria would be too busy dealing with that mess to come bother her for Theodore. Isabella had to make the most of this golden chance and push things forward with Theodore. Isabella, I'm sorry. I can't marry you, Theodore said, lips pressed into a tight line. Even if this meant breaking his promise, he had to be honest. Dragging it on would only end up hurting Isabella more. To her, it felt like a bolt from the blue. She started to doubt if she'd heard him right, or maybe she was imagining things. Why would Theodore suddenly say he wouldn't marry her? Didn't he always care the most about her? Didn't he go out of his way to another city just for her? Didn't he take her home to meet his mom, Davina? Didn't he promise he'd make her his official partner? Theodore always kept his word. Why now? They were already divorced, him and Victoria, so why say this now? She couldn't accept it. Theo, you're joking, right? That's not funny. Don't scare me like that. Isabella forced a smile. It ended up looking more painful than sincere. Theodore knew this would be cruel, but lying to her wasn't an option. Isabella, calm down, okay? You know I'm not one to joke around. His voice was flat, but his eyes held a flicker of guilt. But to Isabella, that guilt felt like a slap in the face. Was guilt really all he had for her? Theo, did I do something wrong? Tell me. I'll fix it, I swear, she pleaded, voice barely above a whisper, completely stripped of pride. She couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Not now, especially not with things falling apart between her and Julian. Theodore was all she had left. You didn't mess up, Theodore said gently. It's just, I realized what I feel for you. It's not love. I'm sorry. Isabella shook her head like she was trying to snap out of a nightmare. No, I don't get it. Theo, don't leave me, please. I can't take it, I'm begging you. She reached out to hold him. Theodore stepped back slightly, dodging her. Why? She stared at him in despair, arms hanging midair. For the first time, she saw just how unbending he could be. Once he made his decision, there was no room left for her to change his mind. Don't do this, Isabella. This isn't like you, Theodore said softly. He'd never seen her like this before. The Isabella he knew was gentle, yes, but also held her head high. This wasn't her. His words cut into her like a blade. She let out a bitter laugh. All these years of playing the perfect, graceful woman around Theodore, turns out, in the end, she wasn't even allowed to fall apart a little. And she knew if she kept pushing, it'd just push him further away. Please, just give me some time. I just need to process this, Isabella said, wiping her tears, pulling herself together again. Theodore glanced into her sad, tired eyes, and after a moment, quietly nodded. She'd been by his side for so long, putting up with so much. Now that things were finally clear, giving her a bit of space didn't seem too much to ask. Theo, we've known each other forever. Even if we can't be together, can we at least stay friends? Her voice wavered with hurt. Just then, the doorbell rang. Isabella froze, heart tightening. Could it be Julian? But then again, things between them had already gone south. Julian wasn't the type to show up and make a scene. If he wanted something, he'd rather set a trap, force her hand until she had no choice but to come to him. Realizing that, Isabella slowly calmed herself. Thinking it through, there was really only one person likely to show up at this hour, Victoria. She had tried to call Theodore before, and when that didn't go through, coming here made sense. If William and Hannah had bumped into her and Theodore at the hospital, Victoria probably knew about it by now. It took Isabella just a few quick seconds to lay the whole thing out in her head. Still, to be careful, she walked to the door in person. This place was hers, after all. Theodore figured it was just someone she knew and didn't think much of it, so he didn't come to open it. She peeked through the peephole and, spotting Victoria outside, finally relaxed and opened the door. It wasn't like she wanted to, but Victoria didn't stop ringing and pounding the door. It wasn't even possible to pretend no one was home. Theodore would get suspicious for sure. Besides, Victoria was clearly here to pick a fight. So what if she came in? Who knows, maybe she and Theodore would argue, making him think she was too much trouble. Maybe he'd finally start to have second thoughts. Victoria, what brings you here all of a sudden? Isabella looked surprised as she faced Victoria standing at the door. Victoria fixed her with a cold stare. Isabella, did you do something today? What are you talking about, Victoria? Isabella blinked innocently, though her eyes glinted with something darker. It was like she was saying, even if I did, so what? What can you prove? At first, Victoria just wanted to catch her off guard, but standing there, she started to really feel the malice hidden beneath Isabella's surface. Cut it out. Why were you at the hospital at that exact time? Just happened to run into my parents. What the hell did you do? Her voice cracked a little from emotion. Victoria, what's going on with you? Why are you saying all this? I didn't do anything. Why are you coming at me like this out of nowhere? Isabella's voice trembled like she was about to cry. What's happening? Theodore finally walked down after catching bits of raised voices from upstairs. The second he saw Victoria, his eyes locked onto her and didn't budge. Victoria, why are you here? He asked, surprised. A thought struck him. Was she here because she knew he was? Would she get the wrong idea? He was about to clear things up, but Isabella jumped in first. Victoria, I really don't know what you're thinking, but I didn't do anything. I only went to the hospital by chance. I had no idea I'd run into your parents. Theodore was with me the whole time. If you don't want to believe me, you can ask him, right, Theo? She turned to Theodore with misty eyes, her voice low. Theo, tell her I didn't do anything. I don't get it. Why would Victoria show up and accuse me like this, asking if I did something to her mom and dad? What happened? Are they okay? Theodore froze at the news about Victoria's parents, completely forgetting about Isabella's sad look as he turned to her in a hurry. He knew how much Victoria cared about her family. No wonder she came rushing over like this, not even pretending to be calm. She clearly suspected Isabella of doing something to them. Victoria tossed him a look, but didn't answer right away. Instead, she shifted her eyes to Isabella, her tone laced with sarcasm. "See that, Isabella? That's how a normal person reacts. You didn't even ask what happened to my parents, just kept insisting you didn't do anything. But as far as I know, you and my mom had some sort of argument, didn't you? And you're saying you did nothing?" As Victoria spoke, she stared hard at Isabella's face, just in time to catch a flicker of panic in her eyes. Yeah, she was hiding something. No way she's totally innocent here. Theodore turned to look at Isabella too, clearly affected by what Victoria just said. Isabella still looked pitiful and shaken, her voice soft. I got nervous when you started accusing me like that. I really didn't do anything, and I almost died today, you know? I'm still kind of in shock from it. I've got no energy to deal with anything else." "Wait, almost died?" Victoria's eyebrows shot up. "Isabella came to see me at the office today," Theodore explained, "and there was an elevator malfunction. It dropped suddenly. Thankfully, it stopped in time and she got rescued, but it was terrifying. She was badly shaken, so she ended up in the hospital. Honestly, he didn't think Isabella would go after the Ellis couple. The elevator thing and the run-in at the hospital, they were both accidental. There's no way Isabella could have planned it all, especially not if she had to risk her own life. That didn't make any sense. Besides, he had been right there the whole time. Isabella didn't even say much during the encounter, let alone do anything. It was Hannah who kept going on and on. "Victoria, I think you misunderstood," Theodore said patiently. "I was there. Isabella really didn't do anything." He figured Isabella had been through enough already with the elevator incident. Piling on more stress wasn't fair to her. Victoria glanced at Isabella again, seeing the lingering fear in her face. Her expression wavered. Maybe Isabella really had nothing to do with it? Maybe the panic earlier was just leftover fear from the accident? But then, who else would have targeted Hannah like that? Everything pointed toward it being personal. Could it be Davina? Thinking back to how Davina had threatened her before, doubt crept in. But she hadn't been in touch with Theodore at all recently. They'd kept their distance. So why would Davina suddenly cause trouble now? It just didn't add up. Victoria shook that thought off too. Then who could it be? Was it just someone losing control during an argument? "Sorry for the trouble," she finally said, biting her lip before turning to leave, clearly disheartened. "You seriously believe what she just said?" Henry asked, unable to keep his thoughts to himself. There was just something about Isabella that rubbed him the wrong way, though he couldn't quite put a finger on it. "What difference does it make if I believe it or not? She's got a witness, and I've got nothing to prove otherwise." Victoria let out a sigh, feeling that once again, the trail had gone cold. "Isabella, I've got something to handle. If anything comes up, just call me or Marcus," Theodore said as Victoria and Henry left. He still couldn't shake the unease in his chest. From what Victoria said, it was obvious something had pushed Hannah over the edge. Victoria wasn't the type to throw out wild guesses without proof. For her to get to this point, she must have already run out of options. There's no way he could just sit back and do nothing. "Theo, can't you stay just a bit longer?" Isabella's voice trembled slightly as she looked up at him with pleading eyes. "When I'm alone, I keep remembering that awful moment. I'm really scared." She wasn't worried. She knew herself well. Most guys didn't stand a chance against her like this. "I can't stay with you all the time, Isabella. I'll call your assistant. She can come take care of you," Theodore said, his tone firm. She stared at him in disbelief. "You've changed. You never used to treat me like this. How can you just leave me like it's nothing?" "Then take it as that. I've changed. I'm sorry, Isabella," he replied flatly. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes, but his face stayed neutral. "You're going to see Victoria, aren't you?" she choked out, trying not to completely fall apart. She just couldn't believe he would really leave her for Victoria. I can't ignore her. She needs me, Theodore said, meeting her gaze with complete honesty. Every word, every look, it cut like a blade deep into Isabella's heart. She shook her head, trying to deny what was happening. But Theo, I need you too, she blurted out, desperate to keep him. But he had already walked into the elevator. At that moment, she knew Victoria meant more to him than she ever could. Nothing she did was ever going to be enough. And why? Why could Victoria have everything without lifting a finger while her efforts were never enough? Jealousy and bitterness surged inside Isabella, twisting her gut. Downstairs, Victoria and Henry were already outside. She tilted her head up slightly, looking to the floor Isabella was on. They probably got along well up there. Who knows, maybe it wouldn't be long before Davina and Isabella finally got what they wanted. And Theodore, maybe he'd finally figured out who truly mattered to him. Either way, none of that mattered to her now. All she wanted was to find the evidence and help Hannah get better. Victoria, are you really still not over Theodore? Henry asked, catching the subtle shift in her expression. She hadn't reached out to Theodore for quite some time, and on the surface, she looked completely unaffected. But Henry wasn't fooled. He could tell she was pushing all her feelings deep down. She poured herself into work, into caring for Hannah. It was all a distraction. Meanwhile, Theodore had been off spending time with another woman. Seeing him at Isabella's place earlier, that must have stung more than she let on. Victoria simply shook her head. No. She didn't want to talk about it. Right then, Theodore walked out and caught their conversation. Victoria, he called out, his brows knit together, quickly stepping toward her. Theodore, what are you doing here? Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. Wasn't Isabella totally freaked out just now? Shouldn't he be staying with her? And she clearly saw Victoria come downstairs. Why would she let Theodore leave? With her capabilities, if she really wanted to keep him there, it shouldn't have been hard at all. Unless something urgent came up for Theodore all of a sudden, it hit Victoria. Maybe that made sense. Victoria, I need to talk to you, Theodore said as he gave Henry a quick glance. Henry stepped forward, placing himself right next to Victoria, almost fully blocking her from Theodore. You could practically feel the tension, like something was about to catch fire. The two men stood tall. One was sharp and intense, the other calm but firm. But right now, they were eyeing each other like rivals, evenly matched. Just say it. I'm listening. Victoria shot them both a tired look. Henry had done so much for her by now. She already saw him as someone she could trust, so she didn't feel the need to hide anything from him. Noticing her trust, Henry couldn't help but smile a little, and he even gave Theodore a slightly smug look. Theodore's face darkened instantly. Realizing how much Henry meant to her made Theodore tense up. He was clearly on guard now. I need to talk to you alone. Make him leave, Theodore said firmly. Victoria didn't appreciate his bossy tone. Theodore, Henry is my friend. Show him some respect, she said, her voice cold. Also, I'm busy, so if this isn't something urgent, we'll just be going. She'd actually said that for Henry's sake. Theodore's hand curled into a fist by his side, trying to hold his anger in. You're looking for evidence, right? But the way you're going, who knows how long that'll take? What if you end up with nothing after all the effort? He asked, calm but pointed. His words were harsh, but they hit right where it hurt. Even the police hadn't found anything yet. What real hope did she have? The worst part, William clearly knew something but refused to share it with her. He just didn't trust her enough. That's none of your business. Even if it takes forever, I'll keep going until I get what I need, she insisted stubbornly. Victoria, why are you so damn stubborn? You know I could help. Why won't you just let me? His voice tightened in frustration. Victoria stayed silent. They had nothing to do with each other anymore. She'd worked so hard to move on. No way she wanted to be tangled up with him again. Not to mention she had enough on her plate. Getting involved with him again would just bring Davina and Isabella coming after her, and she didn't need more drama. Theodore had never imagined a situation where he wanted to help someone, only to be rejected. But then again, only Victoria would push him away like this, and even so, he still couldn't walk away. Victoria, let me help you. Just trust me. I promise I'll get you that evidence, he said seriously. She bit her lip, hesitating. She knew how powerful the Chambers family was. And Theodore? He was running the show now. Maybe finding that evidence wasn't so impossible for him. She remembered the police chief mentioning how the stolen remains case at the Restoration Center was solved thanks to Theodore's support. Maybe he really could pull it off this time too. His promise was seriously tempting. What do you want me to do? Victoria bit her lip, finally giving in. She had to get to the bottom of this, and more importantly, figure out how to help Hannah. With her mother's mental state deteriorating like this, avoiding Theodore wasn't going to fix anything. If he had a better shot at uncovering the truth, turning him down made no sense. I need more background. Only then can I start connecting the dots, Theodore said, his shoulders relaxing when Victoria finally nodded. This whole thing is complicated. It ties into a lot, definitely not something I can sum up in a few sentences, she replied, hesitating. Bringing up Hannah's breakdown inevitably meant dragging Gina into it, and even her entire story. Come back with me. We'll talk properly there, Theodore offered, clearly sensing there was stuff she didn't want to say out in the open. Victoria thought for a second, then nodded. Okay, Henry, she turned to Henry, her eyes full of apology. I get it. Vicky, just remember, anytime you need me, I'll be there, he said gently, eyes locked on hers with quiet resolve. Her heart softened, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Enough. The sooner we figure this out, the better. Theodore cut in harshly, clearly not enjoying the moment between the two. He opened the passenger door for Victoria. Theodore, Henry called out just as he was about to get in. You better really be doing this to help her. If you're just using this as an excuse to mess with her, trust me, I won't let it slide, Henry said, his expression cold, the warmth from earlier completely gone. Theodore let out a low scoff. Thing is, I'm the only one who actually can help her right now. You're not. Then, without another glance, he stepped in and drove off. Henry watched the car disappear into the distance, bitterness rising in his chest. Theodore was right. Most of his resources were overseas. There wasn't much he could do here, not directly. But still, at least he could stay by Victoria's side when she needed him most. It didn't matter who helped her, as long as someone did. At Theodore's villa, Mrs. Hart greeted them with a warm smile when she saw Victoria, though the serious looks on both their faces kept her from saying much. Seeing this familiar place again made Victoria feel oddly out of place. Let's go to the study, Theodore said, glancing at her. She snapped back to attention and nodded. They walked into the study, the same one where Theodore used to work. Despite being married to him, Victoria had barely stepped foot in here. Funny how, now that they were divorced, she ended up inside. The place was stark and minimal, the walls lined with shelves full of books and documents. It felt cold, even a bit empty. Not that she really cared about the decor right now. So, can you tell me what exactly is going on? Theodore broke the silence, brows furrowed. Just this morning, they'd run into William and Hannah, and back then, Hannah seemed totally fine. When you and Isabella ran into my parents, did you notice anything weird? Like, was she unusually emotional or something? Victoria asked carefully. She needed to figure out exactly when Hannah first started showing symptoms or got affected in some way. She seemed totally fine back then, nothing out of the ordinary. Even when we left, she looked okay. We didn't really talk much or do anything that could have set her off, Theodore said after giving it some thought. Sure, Hannah did throw a few questions at him, but she was mostly just upset. Not anything beyond that. What exactly did you say to her? Victoria asked with a frown. She remembered William mentioned there'd been some arguing, but she hadn't had a chance to press him for details. Theodore paused. Was he really supposed to tell her about the time he went to her house and promised her parents he'd prove he genuinely cared about her? What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? Theodore, you know how important this is to me. Victoria couldn't understand why he suddenly clammed up. Right now, she couldn't afford to overlook any possible clue, no matter how small. I went to your place before, Theodore began. I told your parents I'd protect you. And today, when Isabella had that elevator accident, I took her to the hospital and bumped into them. They got upset and said some stuff. With no better option, Theodore laid it all out for her. When he finished, a weird silence settled over the room. Victoria was caught off guard. She hadn't expected that. Theodore had actually said something like that to her parents? Some strange feeling stirred in her chest. And after hearing what he said, Victoria was even more convinced that Hannah's breakdown wasn't just triggered by emotion. No matter how angry Hannah might have been, something like that alone wouldn't have made her snap. It didn't sound like Isabella had anything to do with it either. She really had gone through an accident. There's no faking that. And with Theodore by her side the whole time, it's not like she had time for anything else. Any other leads? Theodore changed the subject. Victoria's eyes dimmed as she thought about what William might be hiding. What's wrong? Theodore could tell something was off. My dad, I think he knows something, but he's keeping it from me, Victoria said with a bitter smile. Why would he do that? Theodore was surprised. Isn't he trying to find the truth too? She bit her lip, her voice low. Of course he is, but he doesn't trust me. You get it? He still suspects I'm the one who killed Gina. That's why he won't say anything. He's scared I'll catch on or something. Theodore looked at her, his heart sinking. He felt anger flaring up toward Victoria's parents. He understood how much they meant to her, but if even the people closest to her doubted her, how painful must that be for her? How could they think you did something like that? Theodore couldn't wrap his head around it. I don't know, Victoria murmured, shaking her head. Her usual calm and tough exterior slipped, and all that was left was confusion and fragility. She had no clue about the video. Hannah and William had seen it, but never told her. All she remembered was how, the first time Hannah lost it, she suddenly lunged at her, screaming that she was a murderer. Back then, she just figured Hannah's mind had snapped, that she didn't recognize her anymore, and somehow confused her with someone else. Maybe it was just that everything had gotten too overwhelming, and she needed something, anything, to let it all out. But if that's the case, then why wouldn't even William believe her? There had to be more to it, something she hadn't been told, something hidden from her. Victoria knew something was off, but with William and Hannah keeping her in the dark, she had no idea where to begin. Looking at Victoria so fragile and lost, Theodore had to fight back the urge to pull her into his arms. Maybe it's because Gina and I never really got along, Victoria murmured, trying to come up with a reason why William and Hannah would side against her. But saying it out loud was like cutting open a healing wound. It hurt more than she wanted to admit. 5 years ago, she was still the cherished darling of the Ellis family. Everything changed when they found their biological daughter, Gina. Suddenly, she was nothing. A lot had happened since then. Gina might have seemed sweet, but under it all, she was manipulative. She killed Victoria's cat and framed her for it. So William and Hannah actually believed Victoria couldn't tolerate Gina and killed her own pet to make Gina look bad, painting her as cruel and twisted. That was just one example. So many things like that stacked up, until one day they kicked her out and severed all ties. That's when Victoria, who originally studied fine arts, gave all that up and chose to become a mortuary reconstruction specialist. Back then, not only had she cut ties with the Ellis family, but she'd also broken up with Theodore under threats from Davina. And right when things were crumbling, Elijah found out he had cancer and asked Victoria to help him hide it from Grace, and help Grace give up on him. Victoria was at rock bottom, with nobody to turn to, so they came up with the fake marriage plan and went abroad for his treatment. She had told Theodore everything about her falling out with Gina, but left a lot of the rest unsaid. It had been so long. She didn't want to stir everything up again if she could help it. If it weren't for digging up the truth, those memories would have stayed buried. Hearing all this now, Theodore finally understood everything Victoria went through, and he realized just how badly he'd messed up. He had been too caught up in their fights, completely missing how she had gone through all that pain on her own. While she was drowning, he wasn't even close enough to notice. If you weren't trying to get to the truth now, would you ever have told me any of this? Theodore asked quietly, no blame in his tone, just pure heartache. All those years she'd carried the weight alone. God knows how much pain she'd endured just to keep going. This was my problem. I didn't want to drag you into it, Victoria blurted, eyes flicking away the moment she finished. Back in college, Theodore was already swamped, preparing to take over the Chambers group. Between classes and work, he barely had time to sleep, let alone make room in his schedule to see her. With the rest of the Chambers family constantly scheming to steal the company from him, how could she throw her mess at him too? Theodore looked straight at her, torn between frustration and aching tenderness. "Victoria, how can you be so smart about some things and so completely clueless about others?" he said with a helpless sigh. Victoria shot him a glare at that. "Fine. If you're not going to help, then don't. I never said I wouldn't help. You're the one who never wanted to tell me anything. Victoria, do I really seem so untrustworthy to you?" Theodore shot back, looking right at her. Whether in the past or now, no matter what happened, Victoria never came to him for help. Everyone else always knew things before he did. He was always the last to find out. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'll clear your name," he continued before she could even respond. It wasn't her fault for staying silent. It was his. He hadn't made her feel safe enough to open up. But now that he finally knew, he was going to make it right. He wanted her to see that she could count on him. Victoria's heart gave a little jolt at his words. So he did trust her too. "But we don't have anything concrete to go on. Where do we even start?" she asked, her voice tinged with helplessness. "If only we knew why they thought I was the one behind it." Just bringing up William and Hannah made her chest tighten. No matter how hard Victoria tried, they never really believed her. Even after 20 years of being a family, things weren't the same anymore. There was a wall she couldn't break through. She wasn't made of stone. How could she not feel hurt? But even so, part of her still cared about those old bonds. Part of her still understood how painful it must have been for them to lose, then find, their real daughter. That's why she never blamed them. "Then let's start there," Theodore said without hesitation. "Do you really think we can find anything?" "They're probably not going to talk," Victoria said, a trace of worry clouding her expression as she thought of William's guarded way of dealing with her. "Don't stress. I'll handle it. You just focus on your daily life, like always. Let me worry about the messy stuff," Theodore said firmly, his steady tone strangely reassuring. Victoria stared at him more closely this time, realizing how much he'd changed. He wasn't that young and impulsive guy anymore. He'd grown into someone who could actually face storms head-on. She used to think Theodore only ever cared about Isabella. She never imagined he'd shield her like this too. But she wasn't used to leaning on anyone. She'd dealt with too much alone. She didn't know how to hand everything over to someone else, not even him. Seeing the look on her face, Theodore thought she was just anxious. He added gently, "No one's perfect. People always slip up. As long as something was done, there'll be a clue somewhere. So don't let it eat you up." "Okay," she nodded. She believed in him. But that didn't mean she'd stop looking for the truth herself. "There's definitely more going on behind these two incidents. Someone's tampering with something. Just whether it's really the killer trying to frame you or someone else trying to stir things up, we can't say for sure yet. But whoever chose those specific moments to make a move must have had a reason. Uncovering that motive is key," Theodore said calmly, almost like he was dissecting a case. "One thing's certain, someone's targeting you. They want to do you harm." His voice deepened, more serious now. Victoria nodded in agreement. Whether it was the actual killer or someone playing dirty, everything was being twisted to point right at her. "We need to prepare for the worst," Theodore said, frowning. "If that person finds out we're digging, they might get desperate and come after you. To be safe, you're staying here for now. Don't go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Take time off from the funeral home. I'll deal with the rest." Victoria couldn't help frowning at his words. She agreed with most of what Theodore said, but skipping the trip to the restoration center just for this. "The road there isn't out in the sticks," she argued softly. They'd seriously think twice before trying anything. "You already forgot what happened with the last kidnapping?" Theodore shot back, his tone sharp. Just that one sentence shut her down. "We weren't talking about some petty crook here. This could be a serial killer we're dealing with. Who knows what he might pull? There's more than one restoration expert out there, but you've got only one life," he said firmly. "So this time, do as I say. No taking risks, understand? He kept hammering it in, clearly worried she wasn't taking this as seriously as she should. If anything ever happened to her, he didn't even want to imagine it. I got it, Victoria nodded, knowing he was just being protective, and to ease his worries, she gave in. Meanwhile, Theodore went straight to William to chase down leads himself. William had been staying at the hospital, barely leaving Hannah's side. He could have hired someone to help, sure, but he didn't trust anyone else. Not with Hannah like this. Her mental state was all over the place, and he was the only one who could calm her down. Most of the time, she wouldn't even let anyone near her. Sometimes anyone she saw looked like the enemy. William was the only one she still let close. When he heard Theodore was there to see him, he was surprised. He figured it had something to do with Victoria and didn't exactly want the visit. But Theodore wasn't just anyone. He threatened him using the Ellis business. And Theodore did have the Chambers family behind him, not someone you could just brush off. So William had no choice but to give in and agree to meet. "Mr. Chambers, was this really necessary?" "I don't have anything to tell you," William sighed, clearly not thrilled. Looking at the man in front of him, his former son-in-law, Theodore took in his haggard, exhausted face. It was clear this guy hadn't had it easy these days. "You really think I showed up just to hear you say that?" Theodore replied coldly. He didn't care that this was Victoria's father. A father who couldn't even trust his own daughter didn't deserve his respect. No outsider could hurt Victoria more than her own parents' doubt. "Mr. Chambers." William was caught off guard by how blunt Theodore was being, clearly flustered. From the look in Theodore's eyes, he knew if he didn't spill something today, the man wouldn't let it drop. But this was about Victoria. Once Theodore knew, so would she. That damn video was still lodged in his mind, making him instinctively hold back from telling her anything. He wasn't ready to let go of his doubts. "Please, Mr. Chambers, don't push me like this. It's a family matter. Let us handle it ourselves," William said, jaw tense in stubborn refusal. He wasn't ready to just hand over any clues. In his mind, it was better to pass it on to the police and let them do the digging. "And you really think keeping it from me means I won't find out?" Theodore's voice turned icy, his gaze locked on William like a vice. There's nothing Theodore couldn't dig up if he really wanted to. Coming to William was just giving the man a shot, making things move a little faster, clear Victoria's name sooner. But if William chose to be difficult, then he had no problem turning up the heat. A sudden chill crept through William. Fear and frustration surged all at once. "Theodore, are you threatening me now? Don't forget, I'm still Victoria's father." Theodore had always been polite to him and Hannah because of Victoria. This shift in attitude caught William off guard, and he didn't like it one bit. But he'd conveniently forgotten that if it weren't for Victoria, he wouldn't even get a word in with Theodore, let alone talk to him like this. "So what if I am?" Theodore shot him a cold look. "You really have the nerve to call yourself her father? Where was that fatherly feeling when you were accusing her? Is that what a father's supposed to do?" The more he spoke, the colder his tone got, and his eyes were sharp enough to cut glass. William opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. There was guilt flickering in his eyes. He knew it wasn't right to suspect Victoria, but the evidence had been there, blatant. How could he not question her? He'd raised her for over 20 years, had that bond for so long, but at the end of the day, she wasn't his biological daughter. Gina was. They'd finally gotten their real daughter back, only for her to die just like that, and so cruelly. Losing a child like that, it was enough to crush any parent. Clinging to those painful memories, William convinced himself it made sense to doubt Victoria. "So, she told you all this?" William asked suddenly. There was a subtle trace of annoyance in his tone, clearly unhappy that Victoria had complained to Theodore. Even if she did, what of it? And if she didn't, what difference would that make? Theodore's voice had finally turned sharp. "You want to blame her for telling me, after all the crap you put her through?" She was barely holding it together from their accusations, and now William had the audacity to care about whether she'd told someone. "Even if she said nothing, did you really think I couldn't find out on my own?" Theodore's voice was low, steady. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this, so either Tell me why you suspected Victoria, or I'll have someone else do it. William caught the warning loud and clear. If someone else came to dig, Theodore wasn't promising they'd be this civil. The Chambers family didn't build their empire with kindness and friendly handshakes. Hesitating, William glanced toward the hospital room where Hannah sat, vacant-eyed and lost in her own mind. Theodore followed his gaze. You don't want your wife stuck like this forever, do you? If you still care about her recovery, then quit hiding things and come clean. You know what kind of power the Chambers family holds. I'm promising you, I'll get to the truth, and I'll make sure you get answers. You really want the real murderer out there, walking free, hurting more people? Gina's already gone. Do you want her to stay that way, never knowing justice? How many more victims should suffer because you didn't speak up? That hit the mark. William finally caved. The reason we suspected Victoria, it was because of a video. His voice was heavy, complicated. What video? How'd you get it? Theodore's brow furrowed. That day at Gina's grave, when we were all falling apart, Hannah's phone suddenly got an anonymous email. It came with a video. We clicked on it, and there Gina was, arguing with this thin woman. You could tell she was super upset just by looking at her face, William said, trying to piece it all together. What really hit me was the woman's build. It was way too familiar. Looked just like Victoria. I thought it might be her, but I didn't want to believe it. Then she turned around, and her face, clear as day, it was her. No doubt about it. That clip was from right before Gina disappeared. They met, they fought, but Victoria never once mentioned it. That's why Hannah immediately assumed it was her who killed Gina. She said I let a wolf into the house, that we should have never raised Victoria in the first place. She blamed her for everything that happened. That kind of shock is what sent her over the edge, William said, his voice heavy with regret. Theodore could barely contain his frustration. They pinned the blame on Victoria off some random, sketchy video, just tossed 20-plus years of bonds out the window like it meant nothing. Where's the video now? Theodore cut in, his patience running low. Hannah was so out of it that day, she threw the phone away. I didn't even realize until it was too late. When I finally went back to look, it was gone, William sighed. Theodore pulled in a deep breath, trying to keep calm. How could they be this careless with something that important? A video that came from God knows where, and they laser-focused on Victoria instead of questioning the source. What about this time? He asked, rubbing his temple tiredly. Talking to William was giving him a headache. I honestly don't know, William admitted, confusion flickering in his eyes. I figured Hannah got the same email again, but I double-checked her phone. There was nothing. Where's her phone now? Theodore asked sharply. This time William didn't hesitate. He handed it over. I've had it since Hannah fainted. I looked through everything. Nothing popped up. I didn't want her to see anything again and get worse, so I've kept it. He unlocked the phone and gave it to Theodore. Theodore skimmed through it. Nothing obvious. But if the video came through this device once, there could be traces left behind. Even if it had some self-destruct setup, a skilled hacker might still dig something up. He knew just the guy. I'm taking this. Maybe we'll find something. Aside from that, is there anything else odd? Theodore didn't wait for permission. He just pocketed the phone. William shook his head. She's been with me the whole time. I don't think there's anything else. Is Victoria staying with you? William asked after a long pause, uncertainly. Hearing the concern in William's voice, Theodore eased up a little, but that was as far as it went. He didn't answer William directly. Truth be told, right now, he didn't trust the couple one bit, especially not with Victoria's safety. She's fine, Theodore said, squinting slightly, his tone deliberately pointed. Just really hurt that the people she trusted most ended up doubting her. That sentence hit William straight in the guilt. His heart wavered. That video was obviously planted. Someone wanted to frame her, make her look guilty. Isn't it obvious? You guys didn't even question it, Theodore added, keeping his eyes locked on William. They'd hurt Victoria, and Theodore had no intention of letting them off easy. William was taken aback. The more he thought about it, the more Theodore's words made sense. Who sent that email? Why did it go to Hannah? And what about the missing phone? He hadn't thought about it before, but now everything seemed off. How did they get to the point of suspecting Victoria without even thinking it through? All William felt now was regret. He was finally starting to realize, but chances were it was already too late. Victoria might not care what they thought anymore. Don't say a word about this yet. Last thing we need is to spook whoever's behind it. With a final warning, Theodore left in a hurry. He needed to get that phone checked, see if it could lead them anywhere. "Ryan, need your help. Come over and bring your gear," Theodore said into his phone while walking quickly. The guy he had in mind was Ryan. Sure, Ryan acted like he didn't care about anything, but the dude was a genius. Back in grade school, he was already hacking into major sites. Later, he even broke into some highly classified foreign systems. Certified tech wizard. His family wasn't thrilled, though. They told him to stop before he got himself into serious trouble. At first, he felt bored because no one could keep up with him anyway, so he didn't argue. But when his family started calling him a slacker, Ryan figured, fine, let's really live up to the title. Everyone else in the family is already some kind of prodigy, he once shrugged. So I'm just here for the food and fun. Only rule from his folks, stay out of trouble. So whenever something shady came up, Theodore's first call was always Ryan. Well, Ryan chuckled on the other end of the line. Didn't think I'd live to see the day you asked for my help. Oh, and what'd you just call me? He added, mock offended. Did I hear Ryan the Third? That nickname sucks, man. See, because he was third in the family lineup, Theodore loved to call him Ryan 3, and Ryan hated it. Growing up, Theodore pretty much overshadowed him in everything. To their families, Theodore was the golden standard, the infamous perfect kid. That title had haunted Ryan for years. Still, he had to admit, Theodore had bailed him out more times than he could count. Now finally, it was his time to shine. Ryan could hardly contain his excitement. "Ryan," Theodore said calmly. And just like that, Ryan caved. All right, yeesh, I'm on my way. Don't get your coat in a twist." Ryan sighed. As the call ended, he rolled his eyes and muttered, "I must owe this guy from a past life or something." Theodore hung up with Ryan and headed straight back to the villa. He just didn't feel right leaving Victoria alone. Victoria had already called her supervisor at the Restoration Institute and asked for an extended leave. She also got Chloe to send over her usual reference books and case files. With no job to go to and no way to gather evidence, staying idle at the villa was driving her nuts. So she figured she'd dive into her books to take the edge off her anxiety. The sunlight spilled through the windows. Victoria curled up on the living room couch, quietly flipping through pages, the soft light brushing across her profile. That's what Theodore came home to. Bathed in sunlight, her side profile looked like something straight out of a painting. "You're back," Victoria said, closing her book and glancing up, her eyes calm and gentle. For a second, Theodore's heart skipped a beat. In that moment, Victoria looked just like a wife waiting for her husband to return. The way she lit up when she saw him, it was like she'd stepped right out of a frame into real life. "Did you find anything?" she asked eagerly. She didn't mean to pressure him, but she really was anxious. And judging by the look on his face, it didn't seem like he'd come up empty-handed. She really knew him too well. So it wasn't just small talk. She truly wanted to know how the search was going. Theodore felt a twinge of disappointment. Still, he understood how important this was to her, so he couldn't blame her. "There's a lead, yeah, but it looks like the other side wiped out the evidence a while ago. Don't worry, though. I already got someone working to recover it," he said, pulling out Hannah's phone. "That's my mom's phone?" Victoria recognized it instantly, her eyebrows lifting in surprise. "Wait, the clue's in there?" Theodore nodded. "I saw William earlier. He told me your mom had her first breakdown after getting an anonymous email on her phone. It had a video, Gina's last one before she disappeared." He paused, then added, "In the clip, Gina's arguing with someone. That someone is you. You can clearly see your face and figure. That's why they started suspecting you. The phone disappeared afterward, along with the clip. This time, he thinks she probably got the same video again, which led to her collapse." After that, he looked at Victoria, worried she wouldn't be able to handle it. He told her because she deserved to know the truth. She should have a say. This wasn't something anyone else had the right to keep from her. And maybe, just maybe, If she watched the video, she could spot what was off about it. Maybe it was doctored or heavily edited. Maybe this was all a setup. Victoria sat quietly, listening to every word, her thoughts tangled up in a blur. So this was why they pinned it on her. They didn't even give her a chance to explain. A chill settled in her chest, but at least now she understood the reason behind all the suspicion. It was better than stumbling around in the dark. Her mind went back to the last time she saw Gina. Gina had come to her first, angry that Victoria had returned to the country. She told her to stay far away from the Ellis family. That day, Gina said a lot of hurtful things. She even claimed she was the only real daughter of the Ellis family, and that Victoria was nothing but an outsider trying to take what didn't belong to her. Victoria was really pissed and argued with her a bit. Gina was completely out of her mind, didn't listen to a word Victoria said. So after realizing it was pointless, Victoria gave up and left pretty quickly. What she didn't know was that someone had secretly recorded their fight and sent it to William and Hannah. That video ended up becoming the main reason they started suspecting her. Back when Gina was still alive, she was always picking on Victoria. After the Ellis family brought Gina back home, she tried everything to kick Victoria out. She even killed Victoria's cat and pinned all sorts of things on her. Now that Gina's dead, she's still messing with her from beyond the grave. First, the cops think Victoria's tied to a string of murders, and now her own parents think she killed Gina. But what could she do? Gina was gone, and no matter what, it wasn't worth wasting emotions on someone who wasn't even around anymore. I did see Gina that day. Yes, we fought. But that's it. I didn't do anything else and left soon after. I haven't seen her since. Victoria explained everything to Theodore, trying to lay it all out. After that day, the next time she saw Gina was when she identified her body. If that video is legit, it's going to cause trouble. Even if we recover it, we can't hand it over to the cops just yet, Theodore muttered with a frown. He believed Victoria, of course he did, but cops needed evidence, and that video could just make things worse. Adding that weird issue with the watch from last time, there's no way they'd let her off easy now. Well, look who's here. If it isn't Theo's one and only Victoria, Ryan said as he strolled in, smirking and wagging his eyebrows at Theodore. One glare from Theodore shut him up. Talk like a normal person, Theodore snapped. He clearly couldn't stand how Ryan always acted like a clown, especially in front of Victoria. Victoria felt awkward when Ryan called her that, but when Theodore corrected him, she actually felt oddly disappointed. You said you needed a favor. What's so urgent? Ryan asked, genuinely curious. Theodore almost never asked him for help. When Theodore called, Ryan had just stepped out. He rushed home to grab his gear and hurried over. Check this phone. See if there's anything off, particularly videos, and see if there are any deleted ones you can recover, Theodore said, handing over Hannah's phone. What could be on here that's got you all worked up? Ryan mumbled as he started flipping through the device. Cut the crap. It's serious. Just check it ASAP, Theodore said with a sharp look. All right, leave it to me. I'll dig out whatever's hiding in here, Ryan said, backing off from the jokes and giving a rare serious nod before diving into his work in the corner. Victoria glanced at Ryan, then looked at Theodore with a questioning face. Was this guy really up to the task? She'd met Ryan before, a few times, and from what she remembered, he was just some flashy guy who loved partying more than anything else. Theodore used to warn her not to hang around him too much, said he was a smooth talker who played girls. She had no idea he was actually this talented. Don't worry. That guy might come off as a clown most days, but he's a genius when it comes to this stuff, Theodore reassured her after catching her skeptical look. Ryan rolled his eyes at the comment. Compliments were fine, but why add that extra, unnecessary sentence? Ch, Theo's just being petty because I'm more popular with the ladies. Probably scared I'll outshine him in front of his precious wife, Ryan thought smugly. For someone like him, checking a phone was as easy as grabbing a snack. It didn't take long for him to find what he was looking for, clear signs of tampering. The video Theo mentioned? Yeah, it seemed to be one of those self-destructing ones that vanish after a while. The sender had used some basic hacking tricks, nothing run-of-the-mill hackers could easily crack. Even finding traces was hard, let alone restoring it. But this wasn't just any hacker. It was Ryan we were talking about. For him, getting it back was a piece of cake. "So Theo, I've done you a solid. What's your plan to thank me?" Ryan asked, grinning now that he had the upper hand. Theo glanced at him, voice flat and emotionless. "Might drop by the Stewart house one day. Tell your parents all about your incredible achievements." "What? Seriously? You're repaying kindness with revenge?" Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. Under Theodore's frosty stare, he quieted down real quick and went back to focusing on the task. No more clowning around. "Got it." Ryan's fingers were flying over the laptop keyboard. He tapped the final key and let out a relieved breath. Theo and Victoria immediately stepped forward. The repaired video was playing on the screen. "Wait, isn't that your wife?" Ryan asked, clearly surprised. "Who's the other woman? Why are they arguing?" Theo and Victoria recognized the woman's face instantly, and yeah, it was all in high def, crystal clear. Victoria's eyes lingered on Gina, her expression a bit dazed. It felt like being dragged back to that day. She could almost hear Gina's sharp, mean voice echoing again. "Victoria, don't ever dream of turning into some high society princess. I'm the only true heiress of the Ellis family. As long as I'm alive, don't even think about stepping foot in our house again." "Oh right, I heard you work with dead bodies now. Real fitting. Faker like you doesn't deserve real art. You belong with the corpses. Don't go flaunting the Ellis name outside, you're just embarrassing all of us. Stay away from our family. Don't bring your bad luck near us again." Gina's words dripped with scorn. Every single line felt like a dagger to Victoria's heart, stabbing her over and over again. "Gina, I never wanted to fight you for anything. I left when you asked me to. What more do you want from me?" Victoria genuinely didn't get it. Gina had already taken everything from the Ellis name to her spot in the family. What more did she need to feel satisfied? If Gina was so disgusted, so desperate to keep her away, then why go out of her way to hunt her down? "What are you pretending for? You went overseas and now you're back again. Don't think I don't know you're still scheming." Gina's voice was full of rage. And in that moment, Victoria finally realized. Gina actually thought she came back to fight her for the family. "I've already said what I needed to say. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I'm done explaining. My job's not as lowly as you think. It actually means something to me. But whatever, you probably wouldn't get it anyway. Since you clearly look down on me that much, just don't bother coming to me again." Victoria knew Gina wasn't the type you could reason with, no matter what you said. Ignoring Gina's yelling, she turned and walked away without looking back. The memory ended there. Victoria snapped out of it, her gaze still fixed on the video screen, eyes clouded with complicated emotions. She didn't expect to see Gina's face again, not like this, not after everything. All those grudges from the past, they should have just faded away with Gina's death. "The video, are we sure it's not some sort of deep fake?" Theodore asked calmly. Victoria had told him she did meet Gina that day, but even so, the video itself could have been faked. "It's real. No question about it," Ryan replied firmly. Then, seeing the serious look on both Theodore and Victoria's faces, he asked, "Okay, so what exactly is going on with this video? This might be tied to that serial killer case. Think you can trace where the video came from?" Theodore said with a grim expression. "You mean that serial murder case everyone's been talking about recently?" Ryan sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly realizing how dangerous this clip really was. Word had it the killer was not only brutal, but also incredibly sly. The authorities hadn't made any progress for weeks because the perp kept eluding them with anti-tracking tricks. "Wait, how does Victoria have anything to do with a serial murder investigation?" Ryan's eyes widened as he glanced over at her. Now he got why Theodore was so stressed out about this. The other woman in the video is Gina, another victim in that very case, Theodore explained. Hearing this, Ryan took another wary look at Victoria. "So she's the real daughter the Ellis family brought back years ago. Well, guess that explains the tension in that video." Victoria and Gina getting into it right before Gina ends up a victim in a serial killing. There had to be some kind of connection there, right? Theodore wanted him to trace the video source. Did that mean the person filming or sending this clip could be the killer? But if they are, what's the angle? Framing Victoria? Ryan's brain felt like it was swimming in fog. He had so many unanswered questions, he decided to just stop overthinking. Tracking the source won't be easy. I'll need some time, he said, frowning a bit. He hadn't expected it to get this deep. Restoring the footage was one thing, figuring out where it came from. Yeah, that'd take serious legwork. Yeah, I get it. It's not simple. Take all the time you need. I'm counting on you. Theodore nodded, not looking discouraged at all. Ryan said it was tricky, not impossible. That meant there was still a good chance. And Ryan might seem laid back most of the time, but when it mattered, he didn't make promises lightly. If he said he could do it, then you could bet he meant it. All right, I'll head back and run a deeper check, Ryan said seriously, not wasting another second before grabbing his stuff and heading out. Victoria watched him leave, her face calm, but her hands had unknowingly tightened into fists. Theodore noticed and quietly reassured her. Don't stress too much. We'll get through this. I've already got people looking into it from other angles too. We'll get to the truth. You have my word. You'll walk out of this with your name cleared. Isabella had been in a foul mood lately. She used to juggle between Theodore and Julian with ease, living the dream. But now, total wipeout. Both guys slipped through her fingers. She had been so sure she'd marry Theodore soon. Worried Julian might throw a wrench in her plans, and sick of his manipulation, she went all in and cut ties with him. What she didn't expect was that Theodore, instead of moving forward with her, circled right back to Victoria and left her out in the cold. Ever since Theodore walked out on her, the two hadn't spoken. She'd tried calling, but he didn't even pick up. Guess he really meant to draw a line this time. But Isabella wasn't the type to just sit around and take it. She'd always believed in going after what she wanted, with action, not hope. Still, she knew better than to go barging in on Theodore. That would only push him further away. So, after thinking it over, she figured it was smarter to take a detour, start with Davina. At least Davina was still on her side. Her plan was simple. Casually drop a hint to Davina about Theodore and Victoria being back in touch. Davina couldn't stand Victoria to begin with. Isabella didn't even need to push. Davina would take it from there. Ready with her strategy, Isabella pulled herself together. After carefully doing her makeup to look a little worn out, but still natural, she headed straight for the Chambers' old estate. Isabella, it's been ages. You look a bit tired. Are you okay? Davina greeted her warmly. With both Theodore and Grace buried in work, Davina spent most days alone at home. Isabella was basically her only regular visitor, always ready with sweet words and perfect timing. No wonder Davina adored her. It's nothing serious, really. Don't worry. Isabella gave a soft smile, her voice just the right amount of apologetic. Before coming over, she'd gone for a subtle, almost pale makeup look. She'd picked up the trick hanging around makeup artists on set. Worked like a charm. Even up close, nothing looked off. You're hiding stuff from me now? Davina frowned, pretending to be upset. Of course not. I just didn't want to make you worry if it turned out to be nothing, Isabella replied, looking slightly hesitant. That only made Davina more curious. Come on, tell me. What happened? Isabella hesitated for a beat, then softly began. A couple days ago I thought Theodore was probably stressed, so I made him some soup and brought it to his office. But then, out of nowhere, the elevator broke down and started to fall. What? Are you serious? Davina gasped, clearly shocked. Were you and Theodore okay? Don't worry, he wasn't in the elevator. And I'm fine too, Isabella assured quickly. Look, I'm sitting here perfectly fine, aren't I? Luckily, it stopped before hitting the ground. Then the rescue team helped me out. I didn't get hurt, just rattled a bit. I'm already feeling much better. As soon as Davina heard that Theodore wasn't in the elevator, her panic eased up. Well, at least something good came out of it. Poor thing, you must have been scared, Davina said as she gently patted Isabella's hand. When Isabella mentioned that it was the executive elevator that malfunctioned, Davina was startled at first, but then let out a heavy sigh of relief. If Isabella hadn't gone looking for Theodore out of the blue that day, the one in that elevator might have been him. Relieved and grateful, Davina looked at Isabella with even more affection. In her eyes now, Isabella wasn't just a good match. She was a lucky charm. Since the beginning, Davina had been in favor of letting Theodore be with her, and now she was even more convinced that Isabella should marry into the family as soon as possible. So Isabella, how are things going between you and Theodore lately? Any plans to tie the knot? Davina couldn't wait to ask. At that, Isabella bit her lip as if she didn't know how to reply. Davina's heart skipped a beat seeing her like this. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Things not going well between you two? It's not him, Auntie. Maybe I'm just not good enough. I haven't been able to hold on to his heart, Isabella said, tears forming in her eyes. Davina's face darkened. Is it that Victoria again? She's not leaving him alone, is she? The moment she heard things might not be going smoothly between them, Victoria popped right into Davina's mind. She knew all too well how many times Theodore and Victoria had gone back and forth over the years. He'd even defied her once just to be with that woman. As his mother, how could she not know how much Victoria meant to him? Auntie, please don't blame anyone else. It's my problem. I just haven't been able to win Theodore's heart, Isabella said quickly. You're too kind, that's your problem. People like you always end up suffering because you're too soft. Some things you just have to fight for, or else someone else will snatch them away. If Theodore really is back with that woman, tell me, can you accept that? Davina said, frustrated with her passiveness. Isabella looked torn. Of course I want to be with him. I don't want to lose him to someone else. But what can I do? Feelings can't be forced. The more I push, the more he'll resist. Davina gave her hand another pat and said, Don't worry. As long as you still want to fight for him, I'll back you up. I still want to call you my daughter-in-law someday. She didn't care what anyone said. If she, Theodore's mother, couldn't deal with Victoria, then who could? She'd compromised once when old Mrs. Chambers was still around, but this time, she wasn't stepping back again. There was no way Victoria was stepping one foot into their family. Thank you, Auntie, Isabella replied, looking touched and a little shy. But deep down, she was quite pleased. So what if Victoria was clinging to Theodore? Davina didn't like her and would never let her marry into the family. Isabella didn't even have to lift a finger. Davina would take care of it for her. All she needed to do now was find a way to stir up a few misunderstandings between Theodore and Victoria, and their relationship would fall apart on its own. After meeting with Davina this time, Isabella finally felt more at ease. Still, until she officially became Mrs. Chambers, she knew she couldn't afford to let her guard down. I'm going to find Theodore right now, see if that woman's still clinging to him, Davina snapped, already heading for the door. Mrs. Chambers, are you sure it's a good idea to go straight to Theodore like this? You know how he is? What if it turns into an argument between you two? Isabella asked, her tone laced with concern. But deep down, she was just worried this impulsive move might blow her cover. If Davina blurted out something about what she'd told her, Theodore would definitely start getting annoyed with her. Relax, I know what I'm doing, Davina replied confidently, thinking Isabella was just being thoughtful. That made her feel a bit more reassured. How about I go with you? Isabella offered after a second. I'd feel better that way. She knew Davina's temper, just like lighting a match near a gas leak. If something set her off, she'd say anything she wanted, no filter at all. And being his mom, Theodore couldn't exactly shut her down, no matter what she said. Letting Davina go by herself felt too risky. If she said the wrong thing, Isabella might end up dragged into it, and there'd be no explaining her way out. Sure, tagging along had its risks too. If Theodore connected the dots, she'd be toast, but at least she'd stay in the loop and have a chance to manage the fallout. Once she thought that through, Isabella knew she had no choice but to go. But if you come with me, won't Theodore get the wrong idea? What if he misunderstands your intentions? Davina hesitated, surprisingly thoughtful for once. Theodore's not unreasonable. I don't think he'll misread the situation, Isabella replied, putting on her best understanding expression. Davina actually seemed pleased by that, glad Isabella was willing to believe the best about her son. All right then, I'll have someone look into it first. If Victoria really is staying with Theodore, we'll wait until he's not around. Then we can pay her a little visit and straighten things out, Davina decided, her eyes narrowing slightly. Isabella nodded in agreement. For someone as busy as Theodore, there was no way he was home all the time. Catching Victoria alone would be easy. "You're so clever, Mrs. Chambers," Isabella said sweetly, laying it on thick. As expected, Davina beamed from the compliment, completely unaware of the contempt hiding behind Isabella's smile. Soon, Davina had someone check out Theodore's villa. Sure enough, Victoria was living there and hadn't left in days. Theodore, of course, went to work like usual, though lately he'd been coming home a bit earlier, clearly to spend more time with her. That little detail made Davina fume. To her, Victoria was nothing but a manipulative woman making her son lose focus. Once the situation was clear, Davina waited for Theodore to leave for work, then grabbed Isabella and stormed off to the villa. "Ma'am, what brings you here?" Mrs. Hart called out when she saw Davina barge in, her tone intentionally loud. She knew very well Davina didn't like Victoria. If she found out Victoria was here now, there'd be hell to pay. And that loud greeting? Her way of giving Victoria a heads up. "What, I can't drop by my own son's house now?" Davina shot her a glare. Like she didn't know whose side Mrs. Hart was on. Always trying to run interference for Victoria. Too bad Davina already knew she was here. No warning was going to save her now. Davina was determined to confront her today, period. Once Theodore and Isabella get married, they'll move back to the Chambers' old estate. That nosy old woman can just go back to wherever she came from. If she wants to stand with Victoria, then she can pack up and leave the Chambers family right along with her. "Ma'am, you've got it wrong. I didn't mean it like that," Mrs. Hart quickly explained. Davina didn't even bother to respond. She brushed past her straight into the house. Isabella walked behind, offering Mrs. Hart an apologetic glance. But Mrs. Hart didn't buy it one bit. In fact, she thought Isabella was being fake as ever. No wonder Mr. Chambers didn't want her. "Victoria, stop hiding and come out now. I know you're here. There's no point pretending," Davina shouted as she walked into the living room and didn't see Victoria around. Upstairs, Victoria was quietly reading. At first, she didn't register who was yelling. But once she recognized Davina's voice, her head started to ache. Clearly, Davina had already confirmed she was staying here. There was no avoiding her now. If she didn't go downstairs, Davina would definitely come barging up. She set down her book, left the room, and headed downstairs. Even though Isabella already knew Victoria was staying here, seeing her come down the stairs in person still made her feel incredibly bitter. She had thought letting Hannah lose it on Victoria would break her down enough to keep her away from Theodore. Never imagined it'd have the opposite effect. He ended up helping her instead, and now the two were tangled up again, sharing a roof even. Seeing Victoria casually dressed in her sleepwear made jealousy flare in Isabella's eyes. "What a disgrace," Davina sneered, looking Victoria up and down. Already divorced, yet shameless enough to keep living in a man's house, typical of someone raised without proper manners. "Really should thank you for that. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here now," Victoria said deliberately. She threw that line out on purpose, testing Davina. After all, Davina had once threatened her, and she very well could have been involved in sending those videos. "What nonsense are you babbling? I had nothing to do with it. Don't even think about dragging me into your mess," Davina fired back angrily. Victoria watched her carefully. Davina's reaction didn't seem like an act. It didn't feel rehearsed. Davina always had a fiery temper, and her pride didn't let her hide things well. If she'd been the one to do it, she'd probably flare up in a totally different way. For now, Victoria crossed her off the list. Her eyes shifted to Isabella, who stood behind Davina. If not Davina, then what about Isabella? Could she really be innocent? Just as Victoria looked over, Isabella met her gaze. Their eyes locked for a tense moment. Feeling Victoria's doubt, Isabella's heart skipped, but her outward expression stayed calm. She kept telling herself it was done cleanly, there'd be no clues pointing back to her. "What are you staring at?" Davina snapped, stepping in front of Isabella to block Victoria's line of sight. "Don't think you can keep pushing Isabella around. She may not hold grudges, but I won't let you off so easy. I'll say it again. You're not fit to be my daughter-in-law. Isabella's the one I see as family. Next to her, you don't even come close." Victoria turned her eyes on her with a faint, sarcastic smile. Funny how Davina thought she was so sharp, yet she was letting herself get played like a fiddle. She treated Isabella like some helpless little thing, protecting her left and right. If only she knew how scheming Isabella really was. She was just a puppet in someone else's game and didn't even realize it. Theodore's gonna marry Isabella. End of story. You need to move out right away and don't even think about clinging to him again, Davina said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Married? Victoria glanced at Isabella, who blushed like she'd just won the jackpot. Was it true? But Theodore never mentioned it. Why would he ask her to stay here for her safety if he was planning to marry someone else? You've got the wrong idea here. I'm not hanging on to him. It's Theodore who insisted I stay. If this bothers you, maybe take it up with him instead of me. Honestly, even if I walk out that door right now, he's just going to bring me back, Victoria replied smoothly, pushing down the unease building inside her. Even if what Davina said was true, she needed to hear it straight from Theodore. How can you be so shameless? Davina snapped, completely losing her cool. If you're here looking for Theodore, go ahead and contact him, but if you've got nothing else to say, I'm done here. Victoria turned as if to go back to her reading, clearly not interested in dragging this out. She had no intention of wasting energy on these two. Stop right there. Who said you could just walk off? Davina rushed up behind her and grabbed her wrist tightly. They were standing on the stairs. Victoria didn't dare yank herself free, afraid Davina might fall and get hurt. What exactly do you want from me? She asked, irritation creeping into her voice. What do you think? I want you out of here and out of Theodore's life. I'm his mother. I won't let you stay close to him. This is Theodore's home, and that gives me every right to kick you out, Davina said, eyes burning with hostility. So if I leave, that's the end of it? No more coming for me? Victoria asked, obviously worn out. She really didn't have the energy to deal with this mess anymore. Of course, as long as you stop pestering Theodore, I won't give you any more trouble, Davina promised, sounding all too satisfied. Fine, I'll go now. I just hope you mean it. Victoria shot a meaningful glance at Isabella, then looked down at Davina's hand clamped on her wrist. Can you let go now? Davina scoffed and finally threw her hand off. She used so much force that Victoria staggered and nearly lost balance, barely catching the railing in time to avoid tumbling down the stairs. Davina wasn't wrong. It was their house, after all. She had every right to make that call. Victoria had never felt quite right about staying here. It was only because Theodore insisted it was for her safety that she agreed in the first place. And turns out, she was right to worry. She went back to her room to pack. Thankfully, she hadn't been there long, just a few changes of clothes, some books, and work files. With everything stuffed back in her bag, she walked downstairs, not sparing Davina or Isabella a glance despite Davina's smug expression. Head high, she made straight for the door. Ugh, such a rude girl, Davina muttered as she passed. Victoria stopped short, turned around slowly, and looked Davina dead in the eye. Mrs. Chambers, I've been polite because you're his mother, nothing more, but if you keep throwing shade like that, don't blame me for not putting up with it. Davina was caught off guard by her. She'd been about to scold Victoria, but for some reason, the moment their eyes met, the words got stuck in her throat. She just couldn't bring herself to say anything. After all, this woman dealt with dead bodies on the daily, not just looking, actually working on them. Seriously, what normal girl could handle that? Victoria's gaze was like ice, and it gave Davina chills. Right now, her feelings toward Victoria were a complicated mix of disdain and fear. Victoria, how can you speak to Aunt Davina like that? Isabella, who had been quietly blending into the wallpaper up till now, finally piped up. I mean, she's still an elder, even if she's a bit blunt. You've got the wrong idea about her. Since Davina had just been shut down by Victoria, Isabella figured it was her moment to step in. Time to show whose side she was on, and whose side she definitely wasn't. If she stayed silent now, Davina would no doubt hold it against her later. Isabella, quit pretending to care. I've got zero interest in dealing with you two. So stay out of my face, unless you really want things to get ugly, Victoria snapped. She was done holding back. She'd tolerated them for long enough, avoided conflict even when pushed, but obviously nice wasn't getting her anywhere. So why bother? Victoria, why are you saying that? I seriously meant every word. Isabella said, tears threatening to spill as she tried to look wounded. Victoria rolled her eyes. Come on, Miss Drama Queen. Isn't the spotlight in showbiz big enough for you? That hit home hard. Isabella's face went pale, lips trembling, eyes brimming. But Victoria didn't look back, just walked out like she didn't have a care in the world. Watching Victoria leave, Mrs. Hart fidgeted behind the kitchen door, visibly anxious. She'd secretly called Mr. Chambers earlier to tell him what was going on, how Davina and Isabella had showed up and clashed with Victoria. He said he'd head back right away, but before he could arrive, Victoria was already gone. Mrs. Hart sighed heavily. Those two were clearly meant for each other. So why did things have to be so impossible? It wasn't long after Victoria stepped out that Theodore rushed in through the door. His face was like stone, and when Isabella saw him, her heart skipped a beat. After Victoria left, Davina had refused to go, claiming she was worried Victoria might sneak back in. Isabella had tried to convince her to leave before Theodore got home, but Davina brushed it off, saying it wasn't even time for him to get off work yet. Still, there was a knot of unease in Isabella's chest, and now, seeing Theodore this early, she knew she'd been right to worry. She cast a quick glance toward the kitchen. Someone must have tipped him off. That's the only way he could have shown up so fast. Sir, you're back. Miss Ellis has already left, Mrs. Hart hurried to report. Davina shot a glare her way. Mom! Theodore didn't even try to hide his frustration as he looked at Davina. I told Mrs. Hart to call me if anything happened. If you're upset, take it up with me. He then motioned for Mrs. Hart to leave the room. You really are going to keep going against me, aren't you, Theodore? You know I can't stand that Victoria, and yet you let her stay here. Davina snapped. She was furious. He was her son, her flesh and blood. So why did it feel like he was always standing on someone else's side? All for that Victoria girl. What could he possibly see in her that made him turn against his own mother? Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. I can think for myself. Please stop meddling in my relationships, Theodore said firmly as soon as Davina mentioned Victoria again. You can think for yourself? Theo, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you don't understand women. Victoria is not as innocent as she looks. She's totally fooled you, Davina said, frustrated, convinced Victoria had bewitched her son. Seeing him still so stubborn, she tried persuading him patiently. Theodore's frown deepened as he listened. Victoria never tricked me. Everything I did of my own accord, he said slowly, each word laced with conviction. Davina pressed a hand to her forehead, clearly upset. Ugh, my head is killing me. Aunt Davina, are you okay? Don't get too worked up. Come sit here for a bit. Isabella quickly helped her to the couch with concern. Humph, he's going to drive me to an early grave, Davina muttered as Isabella seated her. Theodore had been a little worried until he heard how strong her voice still was. What did you say to Victoria? Was it you who told her to leave? He asked through gritted teeth. So what if it was me? You two are divorced. Why should she still be hanging around here? You and Isabella are already about to get married. Even if you won't listen to me, think about her, Davina responded bluntly, showing no remorse. In her eyes, she was helping Theodore by getting him away from that woman's influence. Aunt Davina, please, Isabella quickly cut in, shooting Theodore an awkward glance. She hadn't told Davina yet that Theodore had already told her flat out he had no plans to marry her. Just thinking about it made her chest tighten. Who said Isabella and I are getting married? Theodore asked flatly, ignoring Isabella's discomfort. Seeing that both Isabella and his mother had been involved in pushing Victoria away, the frustration inside him simmered even more. Theo, what are you saying? Didn't you promise to give Isabella a proper status? Wasn't the whole reason you divorced Victoria because of her? Davina looked shocked now, completely forgetting about pretending to have a headache. Theodore closed his lips tightly, clearly uneasy. He had indeed made that promise to Isabella before, but that was on him. The truth was, people can't force feelings. Back then, he hadn't figured out what he really wanted, but now he did. He couldn't lie to himself anymore. His heart simply didn't belong to Isabella. Even if they tried to make it work, neither of them would be happy. Sticking to that promise would just be stringing her along, and he didn't want that. The divorce was Victoria's decision, So please stop saying she was clinging to me. She's been avoiding me ever since. I was the one chasing after her. My heart is with her, and I don't want to waste Isabella's time anymore. I've already explained all of this to her, he said, voice low but firm. Isabella felt her stomach twist as his words hit her again. The ache in her chest grew stronger, and all she could do was sit there, quietly falling apart inside. She'd done so much, tried so hard, yet in the end, Theodore still had only Victoria in his heart. For that woman, he didn't care how hurtful his words were or how they made Isabella feel. Davina was so stunned, she couldn't even form a sentence. What did Theo just say? The divorce was Victoria's idea? It wasn't her clinging to him. He was the one chasing after her. And now he wasn't going to marry Isabella? A flood of questions exploded in Davina's head all at once, and she was completely overwhelmed. She suddenly remembered confronting Victoria back then, trying to convince her to divorce Theo and stay away from him. For a second, a guilty pang hit her, but it was gone as fast as it came. Isabella, is what he said true? In the end, Davina's focus shifted back to the marriage between Theo and Isabella. Isabella nodded, clearly shaken. It's true, ma'am. Theo told me everything. How can this happen? Why didn't either of you say anything? Davina looked lost. She had been counting down the days to their wedding, and now she found out it was off. I'm sorry, Aunt Davina. I've let you down. Isabella bit her lip, her eyes cast downward as if she'd committed some terrible sin. I didn't even get the chance to tell you, and now I don't even know how to start. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Chambers' heart softened. Oh, sweetheart, don't blame yourself, she said quickly. None of this is your fault. She turned to Theodore, her tone sharpening. Theodore, just look at her. Isabella's such a good girl. How could you treat her like this? Before he could respond, Isabella jumped in. Please don't blame Theodore, Aunt Davina. If anyone's at fault, it's me. I wasn't good enough. She had already lost his love. She couldn't afford to lose his guilt, too. As long as that guilt lingered, there was still hope for a comeback. Lose that, and Theodore's heart would slip even further out of reach. Sure enough, when he looked at her, there was a flicker of guilt in his eyes. You're still defending him? Mrs. Chambers said, clearly frustrated. And he doesn't even know how to appreciate you. I've said everything I needed to say, Theodore replied coolly. I have somewhere to be. He turned to leave, mind already on Victoria. Don't you dare walk out. Mrs. Chambers shot to her feet, her voice rising. You're going to see that Victoria again, aren't you? If you walk out that door to find her, don't bother coming back. Theodore paused, met her eyes for a brief moment, then turned and left without a word. My head, Mrs. Chambers muttered, clutching her forehead. Her knees buckled slightly. Thankfully, Isabella caught her in time. Aunt Davina, are you all right? She asked, torn between concern and the growing urge to run after Theodore. But she couldn't just leave the old woman like this. She swallowed her frustration. This woman was supposed to be helping her, not making things worse. Was she trying to push Theodore straight into Victoria's arms? My head hurts so much, Mrs. Chambers murmured, still holding her temples. That boy, he's going to be the death of me. I'm his mother. Don't I mean more to him than some outsider? Aunt Davina, please, just breathe, Isabella said gently. Maybe he's just confused right now, but if you keep pushing, he'll only push back harder. Right now, he needs you to stay calm, not drive him further away. Coming at him that hard right now is only going to push him further away, don't you think? Isabella said softly, trying to reason with her. You're right, Isabella. You always think things through. Davina sighed, realizing maybe she'd overdone it. But what now? It's too late anyway. Theodore must have gone to her already. What am I supposed to do? Davina couldn't hide the frustration in her voice, visibly anxious. Isabella cursed her silently, can't believe how clueless she still was. But on the surface, she kept her tone gentle and supportive, like the loyal confidant she was supposed to be. Aunt Davina, don't worry too much, okay? You're his mother at the end of the day. Blood ties don't just vanish. If you just calm down a bit and ease up on your approach, Theodore won't hold it against you. You really were doing it for his own good. Once he cools off, he'll get it, Isabella said calmly. Davina, who had basically lost her grip on everything, suddenly felt steadied by Isabella's rational words. Then tell me, Isabella, what should I do next? How do I make him see the truth, wake him up and pull him out of her trap? Davina looked at her desperately. First off, stop fighting him on this. You've got to rebuild some trust and keep things chill. That way he might actually listen, Isabella said firmly, with a slow pace. She had to keep things subtle. Say too much, and Davina might start getting suspicious of her motives. That'd backfire real quick. She couldn't afford to lose trust now, not when she was this close. The only worry was that she might be being too vague, and Davina wouldn't catch what she was trying to hint at. Are you sure this'll work? Letting him go to her like that feels like handing him over. The longer he stays with that girl, the more wrapped around her finger he's going to be, Davina said doubtfully, frowning. Isabella felt a wave of irritation. Of course Davina would say that, like she didn't know it already. The thing is, they were stuck. Their position was weak, and this was their best shot at damage control. They weren't exactly spoiled for options now, were they? And honestly, whose fault was that? Aunt Davina, we really don't have a better option right now. Pushing Theodore to cut ties with Victoria might just make him rebel harder. You force him too much, it'll only backfire. Isabella explained patiently. Davina could only nod at that, though she started muttering bitterly about Victoria again, unable to stop herself. Oh, that nosy maid who ran off to spill the beans. Get her out. We don't need a traitor under our roof, Davina snapped suddenly, having remembered the informer, Mrs. Hart. She needed someone to blame, someone easier to control than her son or that girl. Victoria might be out of reach, Theodore even more so. But a maid? That she could deal with. Aunt Davina, wait. Please don't act rashly. She's not someone we can just let go right now. Isabella quickly stepped in. Why not? Isabella, you want me to let Theodore do whatever he wants. Fine, but now you're telling me I can't even deal with a servant in my own house? Seriously? Davina shot back, confused and visibly annoyed. Isabella had long been fed up with Mrs. Hart. Back when she came to see Theodore, that woman always threw her attitude around like she owned the place. She was just the help, but acted like she was actually part of the Chambers family. Still, she had taken care of Theodore for years. Isabella couldn't make a move against her lightly, or Theodore would surely take it the wrong way. Pissing him off just to get some petty revenge, so not worth it. Davina couldn't just fire her either. That only pushed Theodore further away. So Isabella gently advised her, Aunt Davina, even if you let her go, Theodore could just bring her back. What really matters is keeping your relationship with him steady. Don't let a servant come between you two. And I'm just supposed to let this go? This whole visit has completely ruined my mood. Davina fumed, her frustration clear. Aunt Davina, please calm down. Don't let anger hurt your health, Isabella said softly, her voice calm and comforting. With Isabella's quiet coaxing, Davina finally cooled down a little, holding back her anger for now. Meanwhile, after storming out, Theodore drove straight to Victoria's dorm. Since she couldn't go back to her family right now, she was temporarily staying at the facility dorm near the restoration lab. As he pulled up, he just happened to see her step out of the building. Victoria, Theodore called out, hurrying toward her. Theodore, what are you doing here? Victoria stopped in surprise, staring at him. She had just packed up and was about to head over to the lab to see if she could lend a hand, completely not expecting to run into him. Wasn't he supposed to still be at the office? I found out everything. Theodore looked straight at her. Victoria instantly realized what he meant. If that's the case, we should probably stop seeing each other. She didn't want to tell him what his mother had done to her. There was hardly anything left between them now anyway. If it weren't for the investigation, she probably wouldn't have crossed paths with him again. Victoria, do you really still not believe how I feel about you? Theodore thought she was backing off because she doubted him. The hurt in his eyes was obvious. His gaze was so intense and sincere. How could she not feel it? Theodore, we're adults. Being together isn't just about feelings. We have to think about whether we're actually right for each other, Victoria said, eyes avoiding his. What's not right? Are you saying you and I don't match? In what way? He wasn't about to give up just because of one sentence. Your family would never accept me. The only person who ever showed me kindness was your grandmother, and now she's gone. All that's left are people who can't stand me. You really don't get it. There's no going back for me, she said, meeting his eyes squarely. She had her own dignity and pride. The Chambers family looked down on her. Why on earth should she keep putting herself in that situation, just to be humiliated? Being with Theodore would only bring endless drama and unwanted pain, not just for her, but also for anyone close to her. Then I'll go with you. I'll leave it all behind, Theodore said after a long pause, voice firm and steady. Victoria froze, thinking she must have misheard. Did he just say he was willing to leave? With her? What did you say? She asked instinctively. If you won't go back to my home, then I'll leave with you. His voice was even more serious this time, his determination crystal clear. Theodore, quit messing around. Victoria's first reaction was sheer disbelief. He had to be joking. There was no way he was serious. I'm not kidding. I had a fight with her before I left. She said if I went to find you, I shouldn't bother coming back. Theodore gave a soft laugh. Now I'm officially homeless. Looks like you're stuck with me. Victoria was speechless. In that moment, she felt like she was looking at the same Theodore from their school days, always finding ways to guilt-trip her just like this. Faced with this side of him, Victoria couldn't bring herself to say no. But I stay in the dorms, remember? I don't have space to take you in, she replied quietly. The Restoration Center's dorms weren't open to outsiders, and there was no way she could let Theodore stay with her. Each room was for one person only. Don't worry about a place to stay. I've got other apartments. Theodore caught on to her wavering and quickly pushed his advantage. With the Chambers family's wealth, it'd be laughable if he didn't have places to live. If Victoria still couldn't see through his motives by now, she had to be blind. Then go live in one of your other places. I'm good with the dorm, she said firmly. I'm not okay letting you stay out there alone. There's no security around that area, and it's too risky. Theodore's tone shifted, serious now. I can't just sit back and do nothing if something happens. If you insist on staying there, I'll have someone watch over you around the clock. The way he said it, there was no room for discussion. Victoria knew he meant exactly what he said. If he really sent people to guard her, how would she even live there in peace? Her co-workers would have started gossiping the second they noticed. So eventually, Victoria gave in and agreed to stay at one of Theodore's apartments for the time being. No one was using it, and it was conveniently close to the Restoration Center too. He initially wanted her to stay in a villa with tighter security, but Victoria shot that down. It was too far. She was also worried someone from the Chambers family might come looking for her, and honestly, she didn't want to just sit around doing nothing. She made it clear to Theodore that she planned to keep working at the Restoration Center like usual. The killer still hadn't been caught. She couldn't just hide away forever. Theodore agreed, but only on one condition. He'd drive her to and from work every day. Victoria knew he meant it, and if she didn't agree, he wouldn't let her go back to work. So she nodded. That finally seemed to satisfy him. All right then, go pack now. I'll take you over there. If you're not into it, we can check out another place, Theodore said, casually showing off his wealth. Victoria, she'd just finished settling in, and now she had to move again. Thankfully, she didn't have a lot to pack, just some clothes and a few books. She got herself together pretty quickly and came back downstairs, hopping into Theodore's car. The two of them headed off toward his apartment. It was a luxury complex, really nice surroundings. Victoria had to admit she liked it, though she wasn't one to care much about that stuff. Despite being a regular apartment, it was pretty spacious, with clean, straightforward decor that felt easy on the eyes. Seeing that she was satisfied, Theodore finally looked relieved. Hungry? Put your things down first. Let's go grab a bite, Theodore said gently. Victoria dropped her stuff in the guest room. Looking around the pretty bare apartment, she figured no one had lived here before. So yeah, no food for sure. All right, she nodded. There were restaurants, supermarkets, pretty much everything downstairs. Seemed like a convenient spot to live. After a quick dinner, Victoria thought for a moment and said, "Let's grab some groceries. It's better if we cook ourselves. Can't eat out all the time." She was never a fan of eating out much, too noisy, too chaotic. Plus, she always felt home-cooked meals were just healthier. That was something the Ellis family instilled in her. None of them liked dining out much anyway. Thinking of her family made her a little down again. "Sure, let's swing by the market," Theodore chimed in, breaking her gloomy train of thought. They stepped into the supermarket. It was already past dinner time, so not many people around. Seeing the place wasn't crowded, both of them quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Victoria walked ahead, browsing for ingredients, while Theodore followed behind with the cart. The whole thing looked like one of those scenes where a couple does grocery shopping after work. Theodore actually enjoyed the vibe, felt nice. The last time they'd done this together, he was injured right after getting hurt saving her. It had been ages. He figured they should do this kind of stuff more often. Watching her from the back, he couldn't help but smile to himself. But Victoria was way too focused on the vegetables, didn't even glance his way. That stung a little. So he took a few quick steps to catch up and ended up right next to her. Victoria, still in shopping mode, instinctively turned to drop something in the cart and froze when it wasn't where it should be. Theodore saw her scanning around for him and smirked, shaking his head. Then he calmly reached out and poked her shoulder. She flinched, startled, then turned to see him grinning like an idiot, which made her glare at him, kind of annoyed. "This should be enough for a while. Let's not stock too many greens. They go bad fast. We can always swing by if we need more," he quickly said, trying to shift the topic. Victoria glanced at the cart. "Okay, yeah, they had quite a bit already." Guess she didn't realize how much she picked up. "All right, let's check out." They wheeled the cart to the register. With both of them being total eye-catchers, of course they attracted tons of looks. Victoria wasn't great with being stared at. The second they paid, she grabbed Theodore and made a beeline for the exit. He didn't seem fazed at all, totally used to it. But when he looked down at her hand, still holding on to his, he couldn't hide how happy that made him. Back at the apartment, they started sorting the groceries, Victoria doing the organizing, Theodore helping by handing stuff over when needed. She had a bit of a perfectionist streak. Everything had to be neat and in the right place. Theodore didn't seem bothered, just stayed by her side the whole time. "I can handle it myself," she said as she took the food from him again. "I've got nothing else to do anyway," he shrugged. Watching her move around so focused, a light sheen of sweat starting to form on her forehead, Theodore frowned slightly. He was already wondering if he should bring in Mrs. Hart, or maybe just hire a part-time helper or something. "What do you want for breakfast tomorrow?" Victoria finally finished tidying up and relaxed, a small smile appearing on her face. Theodore couldn't look away from that bright smile of hers. He honestly couldn't remember the last time she smiled like that, so open and carefree. Feeling his intense gaze, Victoria grew a little flustered. Theodore finally snapped out of it, eyes softening as he looked at her calm expression again, some disappointment creeping into his heart. "I'm not picky. Whatever you make, I'll eat it," he said gently, his tone low and sincere. "It's getting late. I'm gonna head in and get some sleep." Victoria avoided his gaze, turning quickly to escape. Back in her room, she shut the door fast and leaned against it, trying to get her racing heart under control. What was wrong with her? It was just a look, just a warm voice. Why was she all shaken up? Clutching her chest, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. It took her a while to calm herself down. Though no one had lived here before, Theodore had made sure someone came to clean up before they moved in, so everything was in good shape. Victoria quickly organized her things and settled in. The next morning, sunlight slipped through the thick curtains, casting a soft glow on Victoria's quilt. She turned off her alarm, got up in one smooth motion, and started her morning routine. After brushing her teeth and washing up, she pulled open the curtains and windows, letting in the gentle morning sun and fresh air. "Morning," she said, just as she stepped out and ran into Theodore, who was coming out of his room too. After a casual greeting, Victoria headed into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast, scrambled eggs, toast, and a side of crispy bacon. Theodore leaned against the doorway, watching her move with quiet efficiency. He couldn't cook to save his life, and stepping in would probably just get in the way. It didn't take long. Victoria plated the food with practiced ease, and Theodore stepped in at the end, carrying both plates over to the dining table. They sat across from each other, eating quietly. It was such a cozy moment that Theodore didn't want it to end. He decided not to let Mrs. Hart come over anymore. The apartment wasn't like the big house, too crowded with extra people around. It'd be better to just have someone come clean occasionally. After breakfast, he drove Victoria to the mortuary and then went to the office. All day, he kept glancing at the time, thinking about picking her up later. The clock felt like it was moving extra slow. Even Marcus noticed something was off. He kept sneaking puzzled looks but didn't say anything. With 2 hours still left before Victoria got off work, Theodore couldn't wait anymore and headed out to pick her up. Seeing him leave early again, Marcus was totally confused. "Assistant Brooks, what's Theodore been so busy with lately?" Sebastian happened to catch sight of Theodore walking off quickly and stopped Marcus to ask, his eyes narrowing. He had noticed Theodore taking off early way too often lately. That just wasn't like him. "Mr. Chambers, I don't have access to his personal schedule. You could ask him directly. I've got something I need to take care of. Excuse me," Marcus said and turned to leave. Those relatives of their boss were never easy to deal with. They barely did any real work, but stayed busy snooping around, like they forgot who was actually making the money they were spending. "Pfft. Thinks he's someone special now, huh?" Sebastian muttered angrily at Marcus's departing back. If Theodore wasn't still in control of Chambers' group, he would have kicked that cocky little assistant out ages ago. Just a damn assistant. Where'd he get the attitude from? Acting like he's above everyone else, just because he's got Theodore backing him. Ridiculous. Sebastian was part of the Chambers family too, for God's sake. An elder to Theodore. Now even the employees dared to disrespect him? It all boiled down to Theodore spoiling these people too much. None of them knew their place anymore. But it was only a matter of time. Sebastian's eyes narrowed coldly. "One day soon, I'll get the dirt on you, Theodore. And when I do, I'll make sure you're out of that president's seat for good." His fingers twitched. He spun around, pulled out his phone, and made a call. On the other side of town, Theodore had already been waiting in front of the Mortuary Restoration Institute for quite a while. Victoria wasn't off work yet, so he stayed in the car, patiently waiting. Over an hour passed before Victoria finally stepped out. Spotting Theodore's car, she said a quick goodbye to Chloe and headed in his direction. "Let's go," she said as she got in, her tone quick and low. She didn't want to linger in front of her workplace. If her coworkers saw her again, they'd talk her ear off tomorrow for sure. "You really don't have to come get me every day," she murmured. "It'll affect your work, and we haven't even made any progress yet. The culprit probably isn't even aware we're looking, so it should be fine, right?" Theodore frowned. "My work's not more important than you." "What do you mean, should be fine?" His voice grew stern. "Victoria, do you think you've got extra lives stashed somewhere?" He wasn't about to risk it when it came to her safety. If anything ever happened to her because he let his guard down, he'd never forgive himself. Not even the tiniest chance was acceptable. "But if you keep showing up like this, people are going to get the wrong idea," she mumbled, fiddling with her seatbelt. Theodore couldn't help chuckling. "So that's what you're worried about? Let them think whatever they want. We're both single, not like it's some scandal. Besides," he glanced at her, voice dropping slightly, "it's not exactly a misunderstanding. Victoria," she cleared her throat and quickly changed the topic. "How's Ryan doing? Any news from him?" "Nothing yet," Theodore said, sounding confident. "Don't worry. Once he finds something, he'll be banging down the door to tell me. And knowing Ryan's personality, he'd make a whole performance out of it." Just like Theodore guessed, Ryan was holed up in his room, completely immersed in tracking down the source of that video. He hadn't eaten or slept properly in days. To avoid distractions, he locked himself in, refusing to answer anyone. "Ryan, what are you up to again? Planning a hunger strike now?" Mr. Stewart shouted from outside the door, frustration boiling over. "If something's wrong, talk to us," Mrs. Stewart added, her voice laced with worry. "You'll make yourself sick locking yourself in like this and not eating." She'd never seen her son this out of it before. "Worry about what? Kid probably got himself into more trouble again," Mr. Stewart snapped, clearly exasperated. "Sebastian, so you two came all the way here just to tell me this?" Davina looked at them with a half smile, her words laced with sarcasm. Don't forget, Theodore was juggling school and work back in college and still nailed everything. The old lady and the rest of the family all thought highly of him. I've never once had to worry about his work. Besides, how he organizes his job isn't really something we can comment on, is it? On the surface, she was praising Theodore's capabilities, but underneath, her jab couldn't be more obvious. It was especially aimed at Sebastian. He also worked at Chambers Group, and worse, he was under Theodore's management. Back when Theodore just took over the company, Sebastian did everything he could to trip him up. But in the end, his petty tricks didn't mean a thing. Sebastian and Amelia heard the sarcasm crystal clear, and both of their faces turned red with embarrassment. Davina, of course we're not questioning Theodore's ability. Amelia jumped in quickly, sensing her husband was being openly mocked. He's young, yes, but maybe hasn't seen as much as us older folks. We're just worried personal stuff might mess with his focus at work. That's enough. I trust Theodore to handle things just fine. Davina's tone turned cold. Davina, I know he's on point with work, no doubt, Amelia added, pausing slightly. But, emotionally speaking, she trailed off like she didn't really want to finish. Hearing them bring up Theodore's love life, Davina's mind went straight to Victoria. Just spit it out. Quit dancing around the point, she snapped, clearly running out of patience. All right, Sebastian leaned forward, clearly hoping for a dramatic reaction. Lately, I noticed Theodore's been showing up late and leaving early, which felt kinda off. So I paid a little more attention. And guess what I found? He paused, waiting for impact. Davina looked thoroughly unimpressed, so he awkwardly continued. Turns out he's been driving Victoria around. They're living together now, in one of Theodore's apartments. He finished with a smug look, clearly expecting an explosion. Amelia shot Davina a hopeful glance too. But to their surprise, Davina showed no reaction, complete poker face. The two exchanged a confused look. That's not the reaction they were hoping for. With how Davina usually was, she should have flipped out. But Davina just sat back, watching their little back and forth unfold with a hint of amusement. These two really thought she was that easy to manipulate? Showing up here trying to stir the pot and get a rise out of her? They clearly had no idea who they were dealing with. It wasn't like she didn't know about Theodore and Victoria's living arrangement. Though it rubbed her the wrong way, she remembered what Isabella told her and held back from confronting them. So, you've been tailing Theodore and digging into his properties? Davina's voice was calm, but sharp. Both Sebastian and Amelia froze, caught completely off guard. They hadn't thought she'd pick up on that part, let alone call them out for it so calmly. They were expecting a tantrum, not a logic bomb. I mean, Davina, I really didn't do it on purpose. As Theodore's uncle, I care about him. I just got a little too worked up, that's all. I never intended to spy on him or anything, Sebastian quickly explained, trying to play it down. Sure, he always wanted to dig up something on Theodore quietly, but he was no fool. If that kid found out he'd been quietly digging into his private life, he definitely wouldn't just let it slide, even if Sebastian was his uncle. Try that again and see what happens, Davina said coldly with a warning edge in her voice. As the oldest sister-in-law in the Chambers family, after old Mrs. Chambers passed away, she had every right to speak up like this. Sebastian shut up right after that. He knew better than to push her buttons, but Amelia clearly wasn't ready to back down so easily. Davina, but didn't Theodore already divorce Victoria? And you just said he's about to marry Isabella soon. Then why is he still tangled up with Victoria? Is he seriously thinking about getting back with her? Don't take it the wrong way. I'm just worried about him, Amelia said, feigning concern with that ever-so-sweet tone. What she said happened to be Davina's weakest spot, too. If Theodore was dead set on getting back with Victoria, she honestly couldn't do much to stop it. If you know you're being nosy, maybe just zip it, Davina snapped, clearly annoyed. She didn't even bother to look at Amelia's twisted expression after that. Instead, she stood up and said flatly, "All right, I'm tired. You two should go home now." Seeing Davina's face darken, Sebastian and Amelia had no choice but to scurry out like they were escaping a fire. Sure, they didn't really want to leave, but if they stuck around any longer, Davina just might have physically thrown them out. This is all your fault. Weren't you the one who said we'd come see a joke? The only joke we saw was ourselves. Came here just to get humiliated. Amelia grumbled the moment they were outside, letting her frustration out on Sebastian. She'd had enough. Married to this man, she constantly felt like she got the short end of the stick. It didn't matter how hard she tried, he just didn't have what it took. Outsiders always thought she'd lucked out, marrying into the Chambers family. They had no idea. Sebastian had nothing but his last name. He couldn't even compare to his own nephew. He held some figurehead title at the company, but he was just doing busy work under his own nephew, taking orders and watching his face for cues. And of course, she had to suffer along too, always bowing her head around the main branch and eating humble pie every single day. I really didn't think she'd be this calm, not even a single outburst, Sebastian muttered, clearly a bit deflated. They were hoping to stir up drama and leave Theodore in the hot seat. Instead, Davina refused to bite the bait, and all they got for their trouble was a lecture. What a backfire. But don't let it get to you too much. I think she's just pretending to be chill. Inside, she's probably fuming. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time before things explode, Sebastian added quickly, trying to save face when he noticed his wife barely looking at him. Really? Amelia gave him a doubtful look. Seeing her finally soften a bit, Sebastian let out a bit of a breath. He doubled down with more confidence. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Just wait and see. It's not like I've got the time to care, Amelia said out loud, but deep down she really hoped he was right. If she couldn't live comfortably, she sure didn't want to see that smug main branch stay on top either. Honestly, what Sebastian said really got to Davina, even if she didn't show it at the time. She held it together while he and Amelia were around, but once they left, her head started spinning. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. In the end, she couldn't help herself. She pulled out her phone and called Isabella. Isabella, are you busy lately? I've just been feeling really unsettled. Thought about it and figured you're the only one I can talk to, Davina said with a sigh. Isabella, though rolling her eyes quietly, answered in the sweetest voice. Mrs. Chambers, it's honestly my honor if I can help ease your mind. Whatever's bothering you, feel free to share with me. Hearing Isabella say that made Davina feel a whole lot better. She was growing even more fond of her. Of course, the more she warmed up to Isabella, the colder she felt toward Victoria. Thinking back to what Sebastian and Amelia brought up, Davina started unloading her frustration. Isabella, I don't understand what's gotten into Theodore. He's completely hung up on Victoria. They've moved in together. He drives her to and from work daily. I've been watching them, and he doesn't look tired of her one bit. What are we supposed to do? You told me to be patient and not push too hard before, but can I really just sit back like this? If he ends up remarrying her, what then? Davina spoke bluntly, not realizing how deeply her words were cutting into Isabella. Isabella felt like a knife had twisted in her chest. Hearing how Theodore was treating Victoria, it stung. That jealousy and bitterness flared up all at once. Davina was anxious, sure, but so was Isabella. Still, she knew she had to play it smart now. She originally thought that if she gave Theodore some space, disappeared from his world for a while, he'd start missing her. Then when he came back around, she'd show him how vulnerable and lost she was, and he'd feel sorry, maybe even guilty enough to stay. After that, all she'd need was a little strategy, and she'd have him back. She refused to believe that if she pulled out all the stops, she still couldn't keep a man. But she'd waited so long, and Theodore didn't even bat an eyelid. It was like she didn't exist anymore. That creeping sense of panic had been growing in her ever since. And now, hearing Davina confirm that he was practically glued to Victoria, living together, chauffeuring her around, possibly close to getting back together, Isabella's heart sank. She couldn't afford to just sit around and wait for a miracle any longer. If Theodore wasn't coming to her, then she'd make sure he had to. Even if it meant pretending to give up, she needed to make her move and set up her own chances. Don't worry, Mrs. Chambers, I'll come up with something, Isabella said reassuringly. Of course, she already had a plan, but she wasn't about to spill everything to Davina. Her image in Davina's eyes still mattered. Some tactics just couldn't be exposed. If Davina found out now, even if she trusted her today, she'd doubt her eventually. So instead, Isabella focused on keeping Davina calm, making sure she wouldn't do anything reckless and mess up everything she had in mind. After managing to pacify her, Isabella hung up and headed to the bathroom in her newly rented apartment. She turned on the cold water and stepped into the shower. Ever since she'd moved, just in case Julian popped up, Isabella had kept things low-key. She needed quiet to get her game together. Isabella was ruthless, not just to others, but to herself too. She dunked herself in freezing water until she gave herself a fever, but instead of calling Theodore, she just grabbed a cab to the hospital on her own. As soon as she reached the entrance, her vision spun and everything went black. When Theodore got the call, he had just met up with Victoria. "Hello, are you the patient's emergency contact? She collapsed and has been admitted to the hospital. Your number was the first on her phone, so we called you right away. Would you be able to come in?" The voice on the other end caught him off guard. He glanced down at his screen again. "Isabella? She's sick? Hello, are you still there?" The caller sounded confused. "Yeah, I'll be there in a bit," Theodore muttered after snapping out of it. Victoria, noticing the shift in his face, asked softly, "Everything okay?" She didn't press about the caller, though. "Something came up at work. I need to head back and handle it," he lied after a brief pause. The truth was Isabella had fainted and was now all alone in the hospital. He couldn't just ignore that. But telling Victoria the real reason? He wasn't ready to deal with whatever she might read into it. "Is it serious? If so, go. I can head home on my own, no problem," Victoria offered, completely trusting his word. If it really called him back to the office, then it had to be big. She didn't want to get in the way. Seeing her so understanding and thoughtful warmed Theodore's heart and made him feel just a bit guilty. "It's okay. I'll drop you off and then go," Theodore said, leaning down to buckle her seatbelt for her. "Buckle up." As his familiar scent filled the car, Victoria's cheeks flushed on reflex. Theodore, noticing the soft blush, felt something stir inside him, but he kept himself in check. He drove her to the door, still not at ease, and gave her a few more reminders. "Wait for me at home, all right? I'll be back soon. Don't open the door for anyone until I return." He couldn't help but nag a bit, worried about leaving her alone. "I'll be fine, promise. Just go take care of your stuff." She didn't want to hold him up more than she already had. "All right." He couldn't resist leaning down and planting a quick kiss on her lips. Catching her dazed look, he stared at her for a second longer before finally tearing himself away. If he stayed any longer, he wasn't sure he'd be able to leave. "Theodore!" Victoria came back to her senses and called out, flustered and embarrassed. "Seriously?" He snuck a kiss just like that? Right as the elevator closed, Theodore heard her startled, indignant voice. He touched his lips, still tingling from the kiss, and couldn't help but smirk. Inside, Victoria closed the door and leaned against it. Her slender fingers brushed over her lips like she couldn't believe what just happened. But soon, her smile faded into confusion. What even were they now? Meanwhile, Theodore rushed to the hospital. After checking in with the nurses and getting Isabella's room number, he made his way there. She was still unconscious, and a nurse was just switching out her IV. "The doctor, what's going on with her? Isn't it just a fever? Why hasn't she come around yet?" Theodore stood next to the hospital bed, staring at Isabella's pale face, his brows drawn tight. He'd originally just planned to swing by, make sure she was all right, and head home. Victoria was waiting for him. But now, looking at Isabella like this, he couldn't just walk away. "Judging by her symptoms, it's just a fever," the doctor replied as he adjusted the IV drip. "She's been treated and the fever's gone down. As for the fainting, there could be a number of reasons. We need more examination to know for sure." "When will she wake up?" Theodore pressed, his tone a little tense. "Can't say for certain," the doctor admitted. "Technically, with the fever subsiding, she should be awake by now. It's a bit odd." Once the doctor left, Theodore stayed by the bedside watching her. Isabella looked weak, her damp hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks. Her complexion was flushed with a sickly pink, and her arm hooked up to the IV made her look even more fragile. He felt torn. He couldn't force himself to leave her like this. But Victoria was still at home waiting. His thoughts were a mess. What he didn't know was, Isabella hadn't fainted at all. She valued her life too much for that. The moment she felt a bit feverish, she immediately called a cab to the hospital, only pretending to collapse at the entrance, so no shady folks took advantage of her while she was alone and vulnerable. From the stretcher to the treatment all the way to the doctor calling Theodore, she'd been conscious the entire time. She laid there pretending just for this moment to make sure Theodore would come. The second she heard his voice in the room, she finally let herself relax. So he did come. He still cared. Her little gamble worked. According to Davina, Theodore was supposed to be picking Victoria up around this time, which meant he chose to come here instead of being with Victoria. That thought made her both smug and giddy. As long as she still had a place in his heart, she believed she could win him back from Victoria. She'd overheard the doctor too, and it made her a little uneasy. If she kept pretending too long, he might catch on. Besides, with him standing so close, she didn't want to risk messing up. Still, waking up too soon would ruin the mood. He might leave right after. She'd gone through all this trouble to get him here. She wasn't letting him go that quickly. Tonight, she was going to keep Theodore by her side. She wanted Victoria to wait and worry, to have that taste of hope turning into disappointment. Better yet, she wanted that feeling to stick every time Victoria was with Theodore. She lay still a little longer, until she felt him start to shift, like he might give up waiting. Then, just in time, she let her lashes flutter and opened her eyes like she was slowly coming to. Cough! Cough! She let out 2 soft coughs to get Theodore's attention. Isabella, you're awake. How are you feeling? Relief flashed in Theodore's eyes as he leaned in. Her eyes were unfocused at first, but the moment she saw him, they lit up with surprise. She struggled to sit up. He quickly reached out to stop her. Don't. You just woke up. Take it easy, okay? Theodore, where am I? Wait, are you really here? Am I dreaming or something? Isabella clung tightly to Theodore's hand, looking completely dazed like she couldn't believe her eyes. You fainted from a fever. This is a hospital room. Don't you remember? They contacted me using your phone, Theodore explained calmly, letting her hold on for now, considering how weak she looked. Isabella gave a feeble smile. So it's real, not a dream. Getting sick has its perks. I get to see you. He paused for half a second, eyes flickering, then gently pulled his hand back. Isabella, don't overthink it. Focus on getting better. Don't do anything reckless. That last line of hers made him nervous, like she would have done something stupid just to see him. The absence of his hand hit her harder than she'd expected. Her heart sank a little. She had just wanted to test the waters, never thought he'd pull away so decisively. No chance, not even a sliver. Theodore, seriously? You think I'd go that far? Is that really the kind of person you think I am? She forced a bitter chuckle. Theodore pressed his lips together, clearly uncomfortable. He even found himself questioning if her collapse was a coincidence or something else entirely. Sorry. Her reaction made him feel a pang of guilt. She was the one lying in a hospital bed, and yet here he was, doubting her. It felt pretty heartless. I don't blame you, Isabella replied gently. I just don't want things to stay this awkward between us. I always thought we were still friends, aren't we? When he saw that hopeful look in her eyes, he nodded almost instinctively. He thought she had already moved on, so he didn't push her away. After all, during his darkest days, she was the one who was always there, offering silent support. He owed her, not just gratitude, but guilt too. Isabella had no idea what he was thinking, but his response made her really happy inside. Being just friends was fine for now. As long as he still kept in touch, she believed she had a shot at turning things around. As for Victoria, let her enjoy the spotlight while it lasts, because it wouldn't last long. Since you're stable now, I should get going. Try to rest. I'll drop by again tomorrow. Theodore checked the time, starting to get anxious. Victoria was still waiting at home. Theodore, wait, I think I was out for quite a while. Did the doctor mention anything to you? Isabella asked, like she'd only just remembered. They said your fever's gone, and there shouldn't be any serious issues. But to be safe, they suggested doing more tests, Theodore answered, glancing at her. Are you feeling off anywhere? Isabella shook her head. No, I'm okay. Could you call the doctor before you leave, though? I just have a couple questions. All right. He gave her a long look, then turned and stepped out of the room. After finding a doctor, Theodore didn't leave right away. He dialed Victoria's number from outside the room, telling her he'd probably be home late tonight and she shouldn't wait up. Victoria, thinking it was just another tough day at work, didn't ask much. She told him to drive safe and hung up. But after the call ended, she couldn't help but frown. Something felt off in Theodore's voice on the phone. Victoria couldn't quite figure out what she was hearing, but it didn't sound like he was at the office. She shook her head, brushing off the odd feeling. Looking at the table full of dishes she'd carefully made, a quiet disappointment crept into her chest. Meanwhile, at the hospital, right after Theodore ended the call with Victoria, the doctor stepped out of the room. "Doctor, how is she?" he asked, walking over. Shutting the door behind him, the doctor looked hesitant. "Mr. Chambers, the patient asked me not to tell anyone." Theodore's worry deepened, so Isabella really had been hiding things from him. "It's fine, just tell me," he said firmly. "I won't hold it against you." The doctor sighed. This was the head of Chambers' group, not someone he could afford to offend. Besides, under these circumstances, hiding the truth from family didn't sit right with him. "Miss Waters fainted. Yes, she had a fever, but that wasn't the main cause. It was chronic lack of sleep, severe nervous exhaustion, plus a major scare not long ago. All of that led to her collapsing. She might also start sleepwalking, so someone really needs to stay with her at night to prevent any accidents." The doctor carefully explained Isabella's situation in full detail. Theodore frowned as he listened. So it's gotten this bad, and yet she still chose to keep it from him. After thanking the doctor, Theodore headed back into the room. Seeing Isabella's pale, fragile face, his heart clenched. The after effects from the elevator incident clearly hadn't passed. According to the doctor, she'd been having constant nightmares, always reliving that accident. She wouldn't even take elevators anymore. And yet, she'd kept all of this to herself. He only found out because the doctor called him after she collapsed. If this were the past, she would have reached out to him first, asked for comfort, leaned on him. But now, things had clearly changed. Maybe, just maybe, she meant what she said before, that she'd really moved on, just wanted to be his friend. "Theo, you're still here?" I thought. Isabella's eyes lit up when she saw him walk in. "I'm fine, really. You don't have to stay with me. Victoria's probably waiting for you, right? You shouldn't keep her waiting. Go home," she said, quickly trying to smile and sound sincere. The sudden shift in expression didn't go unnoticed by Theodore. His chest tightened a little. "Why didn't you let the doctor tell me what's really going on?" he asked, frowning. "You know," Isabella looked flustered and tried to sit up. "But I told him not to." Theodore stepped forward to stop her. "Don't move, you're still recovering. So you specifically told him not to say anything? You knew it wasn't just a fever. Why hide it from me?" "I wasn't trying to lie to you," she said softly, head bowed. "I just didn't want you to worry." She let out a weak sigh. "Guess I didn't do a good job hiding it after all." Theodore pressed his lips together for a moment. "Next time, don't keep things from me, all right?" Isabella nodded obediently. Her eyes softened as she looked at him. "Theo, thank you. I feel so much calmer and safer with you around, like nothing can scare me anymore." But the disappointment came crashing in. His eyes held no trace of tenderness, only the kind of distant concern you'd have for a regular friend. Nothing more. She forced herself not to lose faith. This phase was temporary. One day she'd win him back. For now, taking a step back was just part of the plan. "You don't really have to stay here with me," she said gently, trying to sound sensible. "I'm fine. I'll be discharged tomorrow anyway." "You think I'm just going to leave you alone here?" Theodore frowned slightly. The doctor's words echoed in his mind. Sleepwalking, emotional instability. It didn't sit right with him. Yeah, sure, there were nurses around, but with so many people coming and going, what if something did slip through the cracks? Seeing his concern stirred a glimmer of joy in Isabella's chest. Still, she kept to the plan. Fighting back the urge to keep him there, she gave a small smile. "I've asked my assistant to come stay with me. Don't worry, I'll be fine." She spoke firmly, but deep down she was hoping he'd push back, insist on staying, show even a bit of hesitation. But that hope? Yeah, it faded quick. Theodore glanced at the time, already past 9 p.m. Damn, how did it get so late? Victoria must be getting anxious waiting. At the thought of her, his heart softened, his expression unconsciously tender. Isabella caught that tiny shift in his face, and her own heart clenched tight. She could tell instantly he was thinking about Victoria. That familiar wave of envy washed over her again. When he looked back at her, she quickly masked everything behind an innocent smile. "Okay, I'll head out then. If anything comes up, call me right away," he said. Since her assistant was on the way, there wasn't much reason to stay. Truth was, his mind was already long gone, racing back to Victoria. Just as he turned toward the door, Isabella called out softly, "Theo." He paused, one hand already on the doorknob. "Yeah?" She hesitated, then forced a smile. "Nothing, really. I just want you to be happy. That's all that matters to me." That brought a gentler look to Theodore's eyes as he glanced back at her. Once he was gone, Isabella's expression darkened. The thought of him going home to Victoria made her stomach twist and churn. It felt like 1,000 ants crawling under her skin. She threw off the blanket and walked to the window, standing quietly for a bit. Sure enough, she caught a glimpse of his retreating figure, moving fast, disappearing down the walkway. He didn't even hesitate. Still standing at the window, she looked so fragile it was like the slightest breeze might tip her over. Her fists tightened unconsciously, nails digging into her palms, leaving faint crescents behind. Meanwhile, Theodore was practically jogging home. Thinking of Victoria, he couldn't help but pick up the pace, made the trip back at least 10 minutes faster than usual. Knowing she might already be asleep by now, he gently turned the doorknob, careful not to wake her. The lights in the living room were still on. A full dinner sat on the table, untouched and cold. No one was at the table. Victoria had fallen asleep, curled up on the couch. Her brows were faintly furrowed, like even in sleep she couldn't completely relax. Seeing this, Theodore felt both warmth and guilt stirring in his chest. He moved quietly, trying to carry her back to the bedroom. Just as he reached down, Victoria suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. "You're back," she murmured. The pull brought them closer together. Theodore braced his hands on either side of her, his eyes locked on her face, now just inches away. His heart gave a flutter. But then he realized she wasn't really awake. That was just a half-asleep mumble. He looked at her sleeping face and let out a soft sigh. Even in her dreams, she managed to tease him, fully unaware and peacefully asleep. Typical. Carefully, he lifted her into his arms, letting her rest against his chest. "Theo, you're back?" Victoria's voice was groggy as her eyes fluttered open. She blinked a few times, trying to make sense of the scene. Was she dreaming? Wait, why did it feel like she was floating? "Oh no. Yeah, I'm home. Tired from waiting, huh?" he said gently. As her senses cleared, she realized this wasn't a dream. Theodore was really holding her. And not just holding, he was doing a full-on princess carry. His familiar scent wrapped around her, and the tender look in his eyes made her suddenly self-conscious. Worse, her mind randomly flashed back to that quick kiss he'd given her earlier that afternoon. Her cheeks instantly flushed. "Put me down," she said, shooting him an embarrassed glance. Theodore, who a moment ago had been feeling sorry for making her wait, now found himself getting all kinds of thoughts just from one look from her. Still, he kept himself in check and asked softly, "Did you eat? Are you hungry? Want me to heat something up?" She shook her head. "It's late. I don't feel like eating. What about you?" He smiled. "If you're not hungry, then you should rest." Then he just went ahead and carried her toward the bedroom. Panic kicked in. "Put me down. I can walk." She was caught off guard, her heartbeat racing like crazy. Her mind spiraled. What was going on with him? Was he seriously trying to make a move? But they were divorced. Theodore pretended not to understand. "Relax. It's just a few steps. Don't worry, I can still manage." She quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Oh, he totally did that on purpose. Twisted her words, acted oblivious. Definitely on purpose. But he didn't let go. And truth be told, if she got too defensive now, it'd just make things weirder. If he really did plan something, well, what on earth should she do? The thought tangled her up inside. Before she could sort herself out, Theodore had already stepped into the bedroom. He carried her over to the bed and paused, reluctant to let go. Holding her like this, soft, warm, close, was the last thing he wanted to stop. But he knew if he didn't put her down now, she'd definitely protest. So with a sigh, he reluctantly leaned forward and gently laid her down on the bed. Victoria squeezed her eyes shut, clearly flustered. "What's going on in that little head of yours?" Theodore glanced at her expression and chuckled softly, clearly wanting to mess with her a bit. Victoria's eyes flew open right away, shooting him a glare laced with embarrassment and annoyance. Unbelievable, this guy had the nerve to tease her like that. She pushed him lightly. "Out! I'm trying to sleep." "Yeah? Funny. You don't look like you really want me to leave." Theodore raised an eyebrow, pretending to be puzzled. "Huh?" Victoria followed his gaze and finally noticed her hair was tangled up in his shirt button. In that moment, her cheeks flushed. She instinctively reached up, trying to free it. The strands were stuck tight, and no matter how she tried, they wouldn't come loose. Frustration flared in her eyes. "Don't rush. Take your time. We're in no hurry," Theodore said with utter calm, watching her closely, savoring this unplanned closeness. Victoria shot him a side eye. "Got any scissors? This knot's ridiculous. Might as well cut it off." He shook his head. This place wasn't really lived in before. Aside from some basics, there's literally nothing here. Victoria took a breath, then gritted her teeth, clearly ready to just yank it off. Theodore quickly stopped her and without blinking tore the button off his shirt. The button came off easily and her hair slipped free with it. But now, the top part of his shirt lay open, exposing a stretch of his toned chest. He leaned closer, and from where Victoria lay, she could see the curve of tight abs through the shirt's open collar. She glanced before she could stop herself, then quickly looked away, her face instantly flushing deep red. "Problem solved," Theodore said as he held the button up to show her, only to catch her flustered expression. It hadn't even crossed his mind before, but now, noticing her reaction and the state of his shirt, things clicked. With a slight grin, he teased, "You've already had a good look. Blushing now doesn't help." "I wasn't blushing," Victoria fired back, feigning calm. "Oh, then why won't you even glance my way?" He leaned into the teasing. Sure enough, she fell right into his little trap, snapping her head up to look at him. "Who says I wasn't looking?" Their eyes met, and something unspoken flowed between them. The air shifted, warmer, heavier. Theodore lowered his head slowly, closing the space between them, and when Victoria didn't pull away, he gently captured her lips in a kiss. They sank into each other, drawn in completely, letting the kiss deepen, stretch longer. By the time they pulled away, both were breathing heavier, skin warm with growing heat. Without a second thought, Theodore shrugged off the loose shirt, revealing a sculpted torso. Beneath him, Victoria's gaze had turned glassy and soft, cheeks rosy, and her breaths shallow and quick. Theodore ran a hand along his jaw, throat parched, swallowing hard as his Adam's apple bobbed. His hands cupped her face gently, dropping light kisses on her forehead, eyelids, nose, lips, chin, until he traced lower to her neck and collarbones. A quiet gasp slipped from Victoria's lips, her body shifting slightly, responding instinctively. And in that moment, it all snapped. The rest of Theodore's self-control went up in flames. It flared in his chest, wild and scorching, setting off a heat he couldn't ignore anymore. Theodore was breathing heavily, but he forced himself to calm down. His voice was a little hoarse when he asked, "Vic, is this okay?" "Huh?" Victoria was still lost in the rush of emotions he'd stirred, her thoughts a muddled haze. She didn't really catch what he said. It wasn't until she felt a sudden chill across her skin that her mind snapped back into focus. Jolted awake, she quickly pushed him away with whatever self-control she had left. "No, we can't do this." Getting pushed back stung a little, not gonna lie. But Theodore didn't want to pressure her. He'd wait until she willingly accepted him again. Until then, he wasn't going to force a thing. "Get some rest," he said quietly, pulling on his shirt before walking out of her room. Victoria watched his back as he left, a mix of regret and frustration bubbling up inside her. What the hell was she doing just now? How did she almost lose control like that? She gave her cheeks a light slap, trying to shake off the heat lingering on her face. The image of Theodore leaving alone, his figure somehow looking lonely, made her want to call him back. But she knew, things between them weren't clear anymore. She couldn't just act like nothing happened. She reminded herself Theodore was staying with her just to make sure she was safe. That's it. She couldn't afford to fall for this again. Because if he walked away one day, really walked away, she didn't know if she'd be able to handle it. She repeated it to herself like a silent mantra. Keep your distance. Don't give him the wrong idea. Meanwhile, Theodore had no clue that Victoria had already thrown up about a dozen emotional walls between them. Back in his room, he took a long, cold shower, trying to cool down, body and mind. Beneath the sting of rejection, he realized, more than ever, that Victoria still didn't fully trust him. Maybe it was the past, the stuff he'd done that scarred her so deep, and now she was too scared to take a step forward. That realization hit harder than expected, and the guilt that followed wasn't any easier. But he wasn't the type to give up. Hurt or not, he'd wait. He'd make her believe him again, slowly, with real actions and time. Next morning, as usual, Theodore drove her to work. But after everything last night, the air between them was thick with weird tension. In the elevator, just the two of them, Victoria stood as far from him as physically possible. The empty space between them felt like a chasm. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing how she was deliberately keeping her distance, he changed his mind. If he brought up last night, he was afraid she'd pull away even more. Once they reached the mortuary, Victoria got out and headed straight in after a brief nod at Theodore. Inside, she had barely walked into the office when the usual group of gossip-hungry coworkers were already in full swing. Damn, straight-up scandal first thing in the morning? Rich folks really live in another world. I know, right? Gotta say, being gorgeous means nothing. See how that award-winning actress still got cheated on? Come on, her fiancé is the guy running the Chambers family. A man like that can have literally any woman he wants. Victoria walked to her desk like she normally did, their gossip just background noise at first. She wasn't one to take their chatter seriously. After all, she was used to their overly dramatic style by now. It wasn't until she heard words like Best Actress, Fiancé, and Head of the Chambers family that Victoria actually started paying attention to what they were saying. Best Actress, Head of the Chambers family. Weren't they talking about Isabella and Theodore? Victoria and Theodore had kept their marriage under wraps from the public. Only their close circle knew the truth. Online, people kept speculating Theodore was engaged to Isabella, and every now and then, rumors about their supposed closeness would pop up. To be fair, it wasn't totally baseless. Plenty of folks had been hoping for Isabella to replace Victoria and become Theodore's wife. And now that they were divorced, the Chambers family was probably over the moon, counting down the days until Theodore finally brought Isabella home. That thought alone made Victoria feel off. But wait, betray. What's that about? Hey, doesn't that silhouette look kinda familiar? Someone squinted at a zoomed-in photo on their screen. Kinda does, another chimed in, leaning over to get a better look. Ha, you guys are acting like it's someone from around here, someone else joked. Everyone laughed. It was obvious no one took it seriously. I mean, come on. They were either dealing with coworkers, corpses, or grieving families all day. It's not like they were brushing shoulders with celebrities in real life. Shh, the boss is coming, someone hissed. The room fell dead silent. Phones were stashed in record time, and everyone threw on their "I've been working diligently" faces. You could literally hear a pin drop in the mortuary department. Sure enough, their boss walked in the next second. He headed straight for Victoria's desk without stopping. "Victoria, come with me to my office." With a mind still spinning with questions, she had no choice but to follow him. Once he left, everyone relaxed at once. "Geez, he went for Victoria right away. Must be something urgent," someone whispered. "Wouldn't be surprised. She's clearly the favorite," another said, half sarcastic, half envious. Oblivious to the chatter outside, Victoria sat in the office already. "Boss, is this about an assignment?" she asked directly. Her straightforwardness didn't faze him. He was used to it by now. "We've just picked up a new case. The restoration needs some really precise handling, and honestly, no one here can pull it off except you. So I had to come to you," he said politely. Victoria's skills spoke for themselves. Even as the director, he had to show her respect, for more than just professional courtesy. The way he treated her had understandably stirred up some gossip among the staff. "Sure. Has the body been sent over yet? I'll go take a look." She was quick and professional. "Hang on, the police are still running a few checks. They'll send it later. I just wanted to give you a heads up so you can be ready." This one was on a tight schedule. The director didn't want anything to throw Victoria off track, so he figured he'd loop her in early. When Victoria got back to the office, it was already quiet. Sure, her coworkers loved a bit of gossip, but they still knew when to zip it, especially with the boss around. She quickly checked in with her manager about the task she was handed and clarified what needed fixing. But since she couldn't start right away, she just began pulling some reference materials to get ready. During a short break, Victoria couldn't help but think back to what her coworkers had been giggling about. She opened her phone. Right at the top of the trending list was, "Best Actress Hospitalized. Fiancé Sneaks Off with Mystery Woman." She tapped on the headline. The gossip blog had a whole drama spilled out. The gist? Isabella had been hospitalized. Theodore supposedly visited her, then not long after, went to a private apartment to spend the night with another woman. The post heavily sympathized with Isabella, making her sound like the poor abandoned fiancé, while harshly going after the homewrecker. As for Theodore, barely a bad word. Clearly they weren't brave enough to take direct shots at him. The post was loaded with a collage of 9 photos, a mix of old shots of Theodore and Isabella together, pictures of Theodore recently picking up Victoria, and others of him visiting Isabella at the hospital. They had played it safe, only Isabella's face was visible. Theodore and the other woman's were taken from behind. Victoria looked at the date mentioned for Isabella's hospitalization. Wait, wasn't that just yesterday afternoon? Then she checked the outfit Theodore was wearing in the hospital photo. Same clothes he wore yesterday. So when he told her he had something urgent yesterday, it wasn't about work. He went to see Isabella? Why lie? Just thinking about his behavior yesterday made Victoria feel sick to her stomach. What did she even mean to him? The words sneaking her into his love nest on her screen felt like a slap. The way she had nearly fallen apart yesterday, almost letting things get out of hand with Theodore, she felt like a complete joke. Yeah, their living arrangement had a reason behind it, but from everyone's point of view, she did look like the woman being hidden away in his apartment. At the same time, she was relieved. Thank God she hadn't crossed that line. Who knows how disgusted she'd feel now if they had. And thank heavens the photos didn't catch her face. If they had, there'd be no peace right now. No wonder her coworkers thought the figure in the photo looked familiar. Another stroke of luck they hadn't pieced it together yet. But Victoria was done. No matter how well-intentioned the arrangement had been, having a man and woman living together like that, it was just asking for trouble, and last night had been too close for comfort. She was grateful Theodore had gone out of his way to help her dig up the truth, and she'd find some other way to repay that, but giving up her dignity, that wasn't on the table. So when Theodore came to pick her up that evening, she barely said a word to him. "Something wrong? You seem off today," he asked, catching on. "I'm fine," she replied coolly. "Theodore, could you pull over for a sec? There's something I need to say." Theodore froze for a second. Why so serious all of a sudden? A bad feeling crept in. "The higher-ups gave me a new task. Deadline's tight, so I think it's just easier to stay at the dorm for now," Victoria said calmly, not bringing up him visiting Isabella. After all, there really wasn't anything between them anymore. She had no right to care who he saw. Her reason sounded legit. Theodore had no way to shoot it down. Still, he couldn't shake off the weird feeling in his gut. Something felt off. It was like she was hiding something on purpose. "But your safety comes first. You're not the only restoration specialist we have. Just turn the task down and let someone else handle it, at least for now," Theodore blurted out. "This is my responsibility, Theodore," Victoria snapped, clearly holding back her irritation. "I'm not asking you to understand, but I'd at least appreciate a bit of respect. I'm not dumping this on anyone else. It's settled." Theodore frowned. Can't you tell what's more important here? He really didn't get it. In his mind, risking her safety over a job was just senseless. That thought made his tone harsher. Victoria wasn't having it. Enough, Theodore. Worry about your own business. My business? What do you mean? He was completely lost. But Victoria wasn't interested in explaining. Look, thanks for everything, but given the situation, I think it's better if we keep our distance. With that, she got out of the car without waiting. Theodore instinctively followed, catching up to block her path. At least tell me what's going on. He knew Victoria wouldn't back off like this out of nowhere. Something had definitely happened. He just didn't know what yet. If you'd just be straight with me, I wouldn't let you walk away like this, Theodore insisted. Maybe ask yourself why, Victoria said coldly, then turned and walked off, leaving him standing there, staring at her back, full of confusion. The next day, his confusion finally got some clarity when he overheard coworkers chatting in the office. Did you guys hear? Isabella got hospitalized. Fever hit her hard. She took a cab on her own, then passed out right at the hospital entrance. She's an A-list actress. How did it get that bad? Word is she's engaged to our boss, and those rumors online about someone keeping a mistress and betraying Isabella, don't they point to? The woman trailed off, not daring to say the name. No way. That person really doesn't seem like the type. Men are all the same, sweet to everyone, and in the end, it's always the girl who gets hurt. Just as the gossip heated up, Marcus, right next to Theodore, gave a couple of sharp coughs. Aren't you guys supposed to be working? What's with the tea party? Seriously, spreading rumors right here in the office? About the boss, no less? Did they all have a death wish? If this gossip kept going, Marcus figured he might as well prepare his own resignation letter. The moment the employees heard his voice, they all froze dead in their tracks. The moment they spotted Theodore standing next to Marcus, face cold as stone, the color drained from their faces. They were just chilling for a bit in the break room, and someone casually brought up some office gossip. It was all fun and games, until the guy they were talking about literally walked by and caught the whole thing with his own ears. Even though Mr. Chambers didn't usually give staff a hard time, in a situation like this, yeah, he'd definitely be pissed. Great, just great. They were 100% getting fired. Where did you hear all this from? Theodore's voice was calm, but the glare he gave them said more than enough. His face was a blank slate. You couldn't tell if he was furious or just silently judging them all to hell. The few people who'd been chatting froze instantly, looking terrified. No one dared to say a word. They were too busy trying to guess what he was thinking. When nobody answered, Theodore glanced at Marcus. You heard the boss. Where did this come from? Marcus asked again, already feeling the pressure. He was clearly the messenger, and today was not his lucky day. It's all over the internet, someone murmured, barely audible. Theodore gave them a long, silent look before stalking off without another word. After a pause, Marcus sighed and said flatly, Go settle your final paychecks with finance. Don't bother showing up tomorrow. The earlier excitement from gossiping quickly vanished from their faces. Now they just looked crushed. So it really was happening. Fired. And from Chambers Group no less, one of the hardest companies to even get your foot into. They had fought tooth and nail just to land this job. Now one slip-up, one bit of gossip, and it was all gone. All they could think about now was regret. Why did they have to start chatting about rumors during work? And of all the people they could have gossiped about, it had to be Mr. Chambers? Back in his office, Theodore opened the browser, and sure enough, the trending topic was still pinned at the top. The comments were pouring in non-stop, most of them harsh, attacking Victoria. None of these people even knew who she really was, or whether any of it was true. Yet they were dumping their judgments like it meant nothing. The rare sane comments were completely drowned out by the sea of noise. Normally, Theodore had zero interest in celebrity drama, and these days, with picking up and dropping off Victoria, his schedule was even tighter. There wasn't time for social media. But now he was thinking, was this why Victoria was acting so off lately? All those baseless stories online, they had to be getting to her. His brows pinched together. He sent the posts over to Marcus, telling him to shut that mess down. Those trashy outlets needed to learn a lesson. Marcus saw the screenshots and silently lit a candle for the journalists. Poking the bear? Bad idea. Losing a job would have been the least of their worries. They might end up in court or worse. While Marcus jumped to handle the fallout, Theodore wasn't feeling any relief. Victoria already figured out that he hadn't been working that day. He had gone to the hospital to see Isabella. That probably explained why she was upset. If she had just been jealous, he might not have taken it so seriously. But her reaction wasn't just jealousy. He could tell. Something else was bothering her. And honestly, he had lied to her that day. That was probably why she was mad. That thought stung. He was pissed at himself. Back then, he didn't tell Victoria the truth because he didn't want to stir up more trouble. But turns out, hiding it just made things worse. Now, not only did the secret get out, it backfired and complicated everything a whole lot more. Victoria had already lost trust in him. This just smashed whatever was left. After going over it a million times in his head, Theodore decided he had to talk to her face to face. There was no other way. At the mortuary. "Victoria, your package is here." A coworker walked in with a few parcels, casually handing Victoria hers. Victoria looked genuinely puzzled. "I didn't order anything." She rarely bought stuff, let alone online. "Huh? But it's got your name on it. Maybe someone sent you a gift?" The coworker handed her the box, still confused. Victoria took the package, frowning slightly. It wasn't small, kinda heavy too. No clue what it could be. For some reason, a bad feeling crept in, like something nasty was inside. Just as she was hesitating, Lila suddenly snatched the box from her hands. "Here, I'll open it for you." It happened so fast, Victoria couldn't stop her. Lila had seen her reaction and immediately got suspicious. Something about the way Victoria was acting felt off. Like she knew what was inside, but was pretending not to. Definitely fishy. She couldn't wait to expose her, rip the packaging open in seconds. "What did you buy, huh?" Lila mumbled as she flipped the lid open. "Ah!" The moment she looked inside, she screamed and flung the box away. The contents spilled across the floor. What made her scream? A bloody dead rat. The thing landed on a coworker's desk, causing another round of panicked shrieks. Victoria flinched too, but instead of freaking out, the chaos around her made her eerily calm. Since this whole mess started because of her, she took a deep breath and dealt with the disgusting thing. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Lila shrieked, totally losing it. She looked a complete mess, hair all over the place, face pale, eyes crazy wide, like a lunatic. "Do what on purpose? I told you I didn't order anything. You're the one who insisted on opening it, so who's to blame?" Victoria shot back, annoyed. She wasn't stupid. She got exactly what Lila was trying to pull. Thought she'd get a chance to embarrass her? Ended up scaring herself half to death instead. Serves her right. "You totally faked not knowing. Made everyone curious on purpose. If you hadn't acted so shady, I wouldn't have bothered opening it." Lila kept yelling like she was the victim. Victoria could barely believe her ears. So what, Lila snatches someone else's package, opens it without asking, and somehow it's still Victoria's fault. What kind of twisted logic was that? Not worth arguing with. Just then, a braver coworker, finally recovering from the shock, glanced down and froze. She bent over and picked up a photo that had fallen out and blinked in surprise. "Wait a sec. This is Victoria, right? Who's the person next to her? Looks kind of familiar too." Photos were scattered all across the floor. Hearing this, other coworkers started picking them up too. "Wait, that really looks like Victoria, doesn't it?" Someone muttered, looking closely at the photo. "Those pictures, aren't they the same ones that went viral online? So the woman that actress Isabella's fiancé is hiding is actually..." Another person recognized the silhouette in one of the pictures. It matched those trending all over the web. The ones who picked up the photos quickly pieced things together and started glancing over at Victoria, their expressions filled with suspicion, confusion, and a hint of gossipy excitement. Lila, now fully recovered from the shock of the earlier incident, hurried over, practically bouncing around as she peered over people's shoulders to see the photos. "Wow, Victoria, didn't peg you for this kind of person. Always putting on that cold, aloof act, but behind everybody's back, you're busy stealing someone's fiancé," she sneered, eyes gleaming with the perfect opportunity for revenge. She'd always had it out for Victoria, and now, with that dead rat incident fresh in everyone's minds, this was just fuel to the fire. She believed she had Victoria cornered and had no intention of letting go. "It's just a few stupid pictures. That's not proof of anything. Victoria shot back after a brief pause, staring at the mess of photos scattered on the floor. You really think you can spin this into a whole drama? FYI, I could sue you for defamation, you know? Lila faltered for half a second, but quickly snapped back, pretending to be unbothered. Oh, please, spare me the threats. I didn't make this up. The whole internet is saying it. Go on and try suing every netizen out there if you're that brave. Let's see how far you get. Clearly, Leela wasn't here for a reasonable conversation. She was too deep in her own accusations to care about facts. Victoria didn't even bother wasting energy arguing with someone so irrational. Seeing Victoria stay silent only pumped Lila up more. In her mind, that meant she'd hit the bullseye. Victoria had no comeback, so clearly she was guilty. The smug look on her face just screamed triumph. What? Nothing to say? Got caught, didn't you? All flustered now, Leela said, her voice now borderline mocking, totally oblivious to how petty and unpleasant she sounded. What's going on here? The head of the department walked over, eyes wide in disbelief. Photos scattered everywhere was one thing, but a dead rat? That was a new level. Chloe quickly stepped up beside Victoria, showing her support. She'd already sensed things getting out of hand earlier, so she had run to get their boss. Thankfully, the guy was pretty fair and had stood up for Victoria before. With him here, those gossipy coworkers would likely tone it down. You're just in time, sir. Lila jumped in, all self-righteous, clearly thinking she had Victoria on the ropes. Can you believe someone like this actually works in our restoration office? It's embarrassing for the whole department. The leader frowned, confused. What are you even talking about? Take a look at these photos, Lila said, practically marching up to him with them. That's Victoria, no doubt about it. She went out and got involved with someone else's fiancé, and now she's getting revenge packages sent to her, with rats and all, and dragging the whole department down with her. We cannot let someone with this kind of character stay here. The exaggerated tone, like she was performing some kind of moral crusade, was laughable. She shoved the photos toward the boss, stepping way too close for comfort, prompting him to subtly lean back to put some distance between them. But Lila had already shoved the photos in front of the director. There was no way he could ignore them now. Most of them showed Victoria with Theodore. While many were just shots from behind, a few clearly showed their faces or profiles. The director glanced at Victoria almost instinctively. It was unmistakably her in the pictures, but based on everything he knew, she didn't seem like the kind of person who'd do something like that. Victoria, do you have anything to say? He asked directly, not even looking at Lila. Why even bother asking her, sir? Lila jumped in before Victoria could answer. Even if she did all these things, do you think she'd admit it? We've got proof. It's not like these could be fake, right? The director frowned and shot her a cold glare. Proof? These could easily be doctored pics, and gossip travels fast. What, do you want to see your coworker go down that badly? Lila was known for stirring the pot, always playing up the drama just for her own amusement. Called out like that, Lila shrank back a bit, but her expression was still defiant. In her head, her thoughts were spinning with jealousy and spite. That Victoria really must be something, tricking one person after another. Even the director's taking her side now. Who knows what kind of tricks she's been pulling? Seeing the director defend her, even after looking at the supposed evidence, Victoria felt a small swell of gratitude. His calm trust, at a moment like this, hit her deeply. Sir, I swear, everything online is made up. I've never done anything like they're saying, she said seriously. The director gave a nod, though his brows stayed tense. Yeah, that package was clearly sent to target you, so we better call the cops. And in the meantime, be extra careful. Whoever's behind this is already off the deep end. No telling what they'd try next. Victoria understood that completely. But the scariest part was, she had no idea who the person was. How was she even supposed to guard against them? She couldn't exactly go into hiding. Even if she did, there was no guarantee she'd be safe. They'd already dared to send a dead rat straight to their workplace. Director, we can't just move on from this. Lila jumped back in, her tone sharp. Whether she did it or not, this has already affected the whole department. Even if you don't hold her accountable, others here are worried about getting caught in the crossfire. She was betting that once the safety of the whole restoration office was called into question, the director couldn't keep shielding Victoria, and even if he tried, the others wouldn't stay quiet. Sure enough, the second she mentioned everyone's safety, people who'd only been silently watching until now began to speak up. "She's right, sir. This whole thing freaked us out, and we don't know if something worse might happen. It's become really hard to focus on our work," someone said nervously. Others quickly echoed the concern. Their voices left the director torn, a conflicted expression settling on his face. "Sir," Victoria said quietly but firmly, "maybe I should take a short leave. Once the police figure out who's behind this, I'll come back." She didn't want the director caught in the middle of all this mess, and this was the only way she could ease things for now. Because it involved the safety of others at the restoration center, the supervisor couldn't just ignore it and finally approved Victoria's leave request. After he left, Lila sneered smugly, "Aren't you supposed to be some kind of mastermind? Thought you had every guy wrapped around your finger. What happened now?" "Instead of always being salty about others, maybe try leveling yourself up a bit," Chloe snapped, clearly annoyed. Chloe didn't bother sugarcoating it, not cutting Lila a shred of slack. Not that someone like Lila deserved any. Lila was so mad, her nose practically twisted in rage. Chloe pulled a face at her, which only made Lila angrier. She actually looked like she wanted to smack her. But before she could get close, Chloe bent down and out of nowhere picked up a dead rat with a pair of tweezers, holding it by the tail as she walked towards her. Just as Lila was charging in, the rat almost hit her in the face. She screamed like crazy, turning pale on the spot and nearly blacking out. Chloe flinched too, startled by the scream, and her hand shook. The rat swayed right in front of Lila's face again. Already terrified, Lila couldn't take it anymore and actually fainted, eyes rolling back. No one caught her. All anyone heard was a loud thud as she hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. Everyone just stood there, stunned into silence. No one dared to step in. Chloe had been pretty satisfied seeing her scared like that, but once Lila passed out, panic kicked in. Glancing nervously back at Victoria, Chloe looked worried. Victoria stepped forward and checked Lila's breathing. "She's fine, just passed out from fear," she said calmly, then knelt down and pressed on Lila's philtrum. A few seconds later, Lila stirred and opened her eyes, only to see Chloe still standing nearby, with that rat just inches away. Instantly, her eyes almost rolled back again. But too scared Chloe might shove the rat at her again, she forced herself to stay conscious and shuffled back, trying to put distance between herself and the two. "Looks like she's all right," Victoria said, seeing her eyes clear, though fear still lingered. That calmed her a bit. If something really had happened to Lila, Chloe would have been in serious trouble. Chloe let out a sigh of relief too. Quickly pulling the rat away, she hadn't thought Lila would be that much of a coward. Once the rat was out of sight, Lila pulled herself off the floor and rushed past them, tears brimming. Her direction made it clear she was headed to Tattle. Chloe grew anxious, shooting a nervous look at Victoria. Victoria patted her head to comfort her. The supervisor already wasn't too fond of Lila. Barging into his office like that probably wouldn't end well for her. Just then he stepped out, clearly irritated by the commotion. Lila nearly bumped into him. He dodged last second and barked, charging around like a headless chicken. "What do you think this is? An amusement park?" Already rattled and now being scolded, Lila looked like she could crumble on the spot. "Boss, I swear I didn't mean anything by it. It's Victoria. She's been holding a grudge against me and ganged up on me with her apprentice. I just said a few honest words out of concern for our coworkers' well-being, and they actually thought scaring me with a dead rat was funny," Lila complained, clearly upset. She fully expected the boss to stand up for her and give Victoria and Chloe a serious warning. But the boss raised an eyebrow casually. "Sounds more like you're just too easily spooked. Maybe it's time to toughen up a bit. This job isn't like working in a normal office. We deal with bodies every day. If just one dead rat throws you off this bad, I'm not sure you're cut out for this line of work. They probably just wanted to help desensitize you a little." The first part of his words could almost be taken as defending Victoria, but the end? It sounded like he was suggesting Lila might not belong here at all. Leela had opened her mouth to argue, but when she caught the serious tone at the end, she quickly backtracked. "No, that's not it, sir. I'm fine, really." She plastered on a smile. "Look, I've been working here quite a while already. Of course I can handle it." "Oh yeah, but didn't you just say you were totally freaked out?" he asked, frowning slightly. "It's fine now, honestly. Thinking about it, it was just a dead rat. Kind of gross, but manageable," she said, forcing herself to stay calm. The boss, however, wasn't about to let it slide that easily. He'd had enough of Lila's drama and gossiping, and while he couldn't fire her just for that, he figured it was time for a little pushback to make her more cautious in the future. "You still look pretty shaken to me. Why don't you take a few days off and get some rest?" he said, tone neutral but firm. Lila's eyes widened. Was he seriously telling her to go home? Was this just a nice way of firing her? "Boss, she started nervously. "It's settled," he cut her off. "You're clearly not in the right headspace to work today. Head home." And with that, he turned around and walked straight into his office, not even mentioning Victoria or Chloe, like he had no intention of holding either of them accountable. Leela could feel all the weird looks around her. People were clearly talking, and humiliation burned in her chest. Furious and embarrassed, she stormed out of the facility. With Leela being sent home, the immediate drama finally calmed down, and no one dared to stir things up further. For now. But things were far from over online. Previously, it was just random gossip accounts stirring trouble until Theodore asked Marcus to handle it. The posts were taken down, and the original posters faced legal action. No one wanted to mess with Theodore again after that. This time, though, it was different. The online waves were kicked off by Isabella's fan base after someone managed to post clear photos of Victoria and Theodore facing the camera. Before that, gossip sites had only posted vague shots from behind. But now, someone claiming to be Isabella herself had somehow dug up frontal images and posted them everywhere, urging netizens to dox Victoria. The internet went wild, saying Victoria had stolen Isabella's fiancé, lavishing sympathy on Isabella. Her fans wrote dramatic posts painting her as the wronged woman, and a tidal wave of hate crashed down on Victoria. Some people even uncovered her personal information and bombarded the Mortuary Restoration Institute's official page, demanding they fire her. The mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes must have been feeling pretty smug. What they didn't realize was, Victoria had already filed a police report, and the cops were actively hunting for the person behind all this. The official account of the Mortuary Restoration Center put out a statement asking people to stay rational and not believe everything they saw online. Unfortunately, it didn't help. If anything, it made things worse. Some even accused the center of protecting Victoria and tried to stir things up on purpose. A few people actually showed up to cause trouble at the workplace, demanding that Victoria be fired. Eventually, they had to call the police to get the situation under control. Ever since she moved in with Theodore, Henry hadn't contacted her. He'd been busy with work himself and hadn't really kept up with what was going on. It was only when the internet blew up with the news that he overheard others talking and realized something was up. As soon as Henry learned Victoria was in trouble, he gave her a call to see if she needed anything. "Vicky, I heard things are blowing up online, and someone even said they were going to your workplace. That's really dangerous. Are you still staying at your old place? Is it safe?" he asked, clearly worried. Since people online managed to get pictures of her and found out where she worked, figuring out where she lived probably wouldn't be hard for them. "I'm at the dorm behind the center for now. I've already called the police. Now that they're involved, those people should quiet down a bit. It should be okay," Victoria replied, trying to sound calm despite the anxiety gnawing at her. She'd been forced to take a break from work and had no choice but to stay in the dorm. For the time being, she didn't dare stay anywhere else. The online harassment was getting out of hand, and to say she wasn't scared at all would be lying to herself. They had already mailed a dead rat to the facility. Who knew what they'd try next? The police still hadn't gotten back with new updates, and she could only try to reassure herself that nothing worse would happen. "Vicky, you can't stay there like this. I'm really worried about you. Those people already found the center. Finding the dorm is just one step away, Henry said, his tone full of concern. He wasn't trying to freak her out. He was just stating facts. The dorm was so close to her workplace, and if they'd gone that far, there was a good chance they already knew where she was staying. Victoria knew he was right. But aside from the dorm, she wasn't sure where else to go. Hotels weren't exactly hard to track either, and she really didn't want to ask Theodore for help. How about this? Henry offered. Why don't you come stay at my place for now? As long as you're careful when you come over, I don't think anyone will find out. Victoria hesitated. It felt a little inappropriate, and her instinct was to turn him down. But before she could even say no, Henry cut in. Settled. I'm coming to get you now. And with that, he hung up. No room for protest. Staring at the screen, Victoria let out a soft sigh. Henry had a point. Dealing with the danger came first. Plus, he didn't live alone. His adoptive parents were also in the house. She'd stayed there before and got along well with them, so awkwardness wasn't really an issue. After hanging up, Henry left right away and quickly made it to the dorm. Once he was sure no one suspicious was lurking around, he gave her a call to come down. Victoria had already packed her things and got straight into Henry's car with her bags in hand. Does Theodore know about all that stuff online? Henry couldn't help asking. He really didn't get it. Theodore could have easily stopped all those nasty rumors from spreading. How could he just sit back and let Victoria get dragged like that? If Theodore had stepped in even a little, things wouldn't have blown up like this. Victoria shook her head warily. No idea. I don't really want to talk about him right now. Henry was a bit surprised. Normally, hearing her say that should have made him happy, but instead, his heart just ached for her. She must have been really hurt reading all that hate online. And Theodore? Who knew where he was or who he was with? Since Victoria didn't want to go there, Henry didn't bring it up again. He'd already let his foster parents know Victoria would be staying with them for a bit, so when they saw her, they weren't shocked at all. Victoria, it's been so long since I last saw you, Catherine said as she grabbed her hand lovingly. You've lost weight, haven't you? While you're staying here, don't be shy, all right? Just treat this like home. Thanks, Aunt Catherine. I really appreciate you letting me stay, Victoria replied politely. But Catherine made a mock frown. Oh, come on now. Don't mention thanks or bother. Say that again and I'll really get mad. When Victoria stopped being polite, Catherine beamed. Come on, let's sit and chat for a bit. Let the guys handle the kitchen. She pulled Victoria over to the couch while sending the two men off to cook. Victoria sat down, but couldn't stop herself from glancing toward the kitchen. Internally, she was a bit worried. Could those two seriously cook? One of them's even half Italian. Were they planning on whipping up some pasta or something? Hopefully they wouldn't end up setting the place on fire. Catherine noticed her worried look and giggled. Don't worry, they actually know their way around the kitchen. They've both cooked plenty of times. The kitchen's safe. Victoria looked away, a little embarrassed at being read so easily. That little awkward look on her face made Catherine feel all warm inside. She couldn't help but think, if only she had such a lovely daughter. Henry was great, of course, but he was a boy. There were things she couldn't exactly talk to him about, so having Victoria over was not a bother at all. Honestly, she hoped she'd stay even longer. And hey, if she ended up as her daughter-in-law, even better. Surprised Henry can cook, huh? Catherine asked, catching on to Victoria's expression. Victoria nodded. She'd never heard him mention that before, so it genuinely caught her off guard. Usually people from families like theirs didn't cook much themselves. Theodore couldn't cook to save his life, and Victoria herself was only average in the kitchen. Just thinking of Theodore made her zone out for a second. Not only does Henry cook, Catherine added, seizing the chance to brag, he's actually pretty good at it. You'll see in a bit. She definitely hadn't given up on the idea of Victoria becoming part of their family. Then she started telling stories about Henry, some sweet, some embarrassingly funny from his childhood. And the two of them ended up talking quite comfortably. What are you talking about? Sounds like you're having fun, Henry asked casually as he walked over. Dinner's gonna take a bit longer, have some fruit first. He placed the fruit platter on the table. All kinds of fruit were cut neatly and arranged in the dish, looking super appetizing. "We're just chatting about when you were little," Catherine said honestly. Henry paused, looked at Victoria and said, "Don't believe a word she says. I don't even remember that stuff. She must have made it up." Catherine shot Victoria a wink from behind him. Victoria tried not to laugh and just nodded. That's when Henry finally relaxed and headed back to the kitchen. As soon as he left, the two women exchanged knowing smiles. A while later, Henry came to call them for dinner, breaking up their little gossip session as Catherine reluctantly stood up. "Victoria, you've got to stop by more often if you can. Feels like I'm stuck here with these two boring guys all day. I'm seriously dying of boredom," Catherine said at the dinner table as she threw a glance at her son and the other mixed-race guy. Both Henry and the other man gave her a helpless look. Victoria could only smile and nod. She actually enjoyed chatting with Catherine. The woman was straightforward and easy to talk to. It made things feel comfortable and relaxed. "Oh my, listen to me just rambling on. Victoria, hurry and try the food Henry made," Catherine said warmly. Victoria didn't want to be rude, so she took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, this is really good." Henry looked a little shy hearing that, which was rare for him. Seeing his embarrassed look, Catherine sighed inwardly. It was obvious, her son had really fallen head over heels. But when she glanced at Victoria, who looked so calm and unbothered, she sighed again. Clearly, the girl still just saw him as a friend. It seemed like Henry's love life was going to be tough. If left to him alone, she doubted he'd be able to win the girl over. She figured she'd better step in at the right time. Catherine made a mental note. She'd do whatever it took to help Henry win Victoria's heart and make her a part of the family. Then, she could go shopping and chat with her all the time. Best future ever. After dinner, Catherine pulled her husband out for a walk and left the two young ones alone in the house. "I already asked someone I know to look into whoever started the rumors online. Don't stress about it, it'll blow over soon," Henry said, trying to lighten the awkward mood between them. "Thanks, Henry," Victoria responded sincerely. "We're friends, no need to be so formal. Helping you, well, that just makes me happy too." Henry's words were honest and from the heart. "I know, it's just, you've done so much for me already. I really don't know how to thank you properly, except to keep saying thank you," she half joked, but her voice had a hint of guilt. She already knew how Henry felt about her, and it made it even harder to figure out how she was supposed to respond to all his kindness. "Then don't." Henry's gaze was warm and deep as he looked at her. Victoria quickly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She was starting to second-guess whether coming here had been a good idea. Just as Victoria hesitated, debating whether she should talk this through and put an end to any more misunderstandings, Henry suddenly spoke first. "Bored already? Want to play something?" Henry picked up on the shift in Victoria's expression. She looked like she was about to say something, but before she could, he jumped in. "What game?" Victoria paused, derailed by his sudden question, and swallowed whatever she had almost blurted out. Seeing her retreat back into silence, Henry quietly let out a breath of relief. "Come with me." Henry led her toward the basement. At first, Victoria found it a bit odd, but the moment she stepped in, that subtle weirdness vanished. This wasn't just a basement, it looked like a straight-up arcade. The whole place had this relaxed, fun vibe that didn't really match Henry's usual style. "What is this place?" "I designed it myself. Cool, right?" Henry sounded genuinely excited as he shared what was clearly his private hideout. Gaming and design had always been his thing. He built this spot back when he was a kid. It became his go-to whenever life got too heavy or problems felt unsolvable. And today was the first time he'd let anyone else in. Meanwhile, Theodore was busy instructing Marcus to handle the online chaos while trying and failing to reach Victoria. He had no doubt she'd seen the news online, already figured out he'd lied to her that day, and had actually gone to meet Isabella. She was probably still furious. On top of that, the fallout had dragged her into the storm, getting her bashed online for something she didn't even do. Of course, she was hurting right now. So Theodore had Marcus help him get a verified account. Then he went public, announcing not only that he and Victoria had once been married, but that he was trying to win her back. It didn't stop there. He got every company under the Chambers Group umbrella to repost the announcement. In no time at all, his post was trending everywhere. Wait, what? So we've been blaming the wrong person this whole time? Hold up, they were married, and now he's chasing her again? That's some drama straight out of a movie. Victoria's basically living in a romance novel right now. Theodore just went full white knight for her. I'm on board with this ship. Is this for real, though? Couldn't it be a fake account? Seriously? Every single company under Chambers Group retweeted it. You think they'd all fake it? If Theodore came out and clarified everything himself, then all those past rumors gotta be bogus. But then, what's the deal with Isabella? There's definitely something shady going on. The moment the statement dropped, it blew up. Some people were in shock, others frantically switching sides and apologizing for the hate. A bunch were obsessed with the love story, and some started questioning the truth behind the drama and the attacks on Victoria. The comments were a full-on reflection of the internet's wild personality. Isabella, who had been smug watching Victoria get dragged, suddenly found the tables turning. With things heating up, she rushed to do some damage control. She posted saying that she had been recovering at the hospital these past few days and hadn't been keeping up with the drama online. She also emphasized that she and Theodore were just friends and asked for people not to read too much into it. Some folks bought it. Others raised eyebrows. After all, friendships between men and women that looked that close always stirred up suspicion. Of course, most of those comments got either drowned out or dismissed like background noise. Victoria had never touched a game before, so all of this was totally new to her. Henry didn't seem even a little disappointed, though. Actually, he was surprisingly patient, even kind of excited to walk her through it. She caught on fast. Just a few pointers from Henry, and she was already getting the hang of it. Turned out, gaming was actually kind of fun. Still, even though she learned quickly, Victoria realized pretty soon that she wasn't exactly a natural at it. This one's harder than it looks. She gave a fair assessment. You're already doing great, Henry said with a smile. He'd never really taught anyone how to play before, but he could tell Victoria picked things up fast. Gaming had a certain way of sucking people in. It helped Victoria put the real world on pause for a bit. She was so into it that she didn't even notice Theodore's online post or the storm it stirred. He called her during the game, but she didn't hear her phone ring. Only after she got tired and took a break did she see the multiple missed calls on her screen. What's wrong? Henry caught her slight change in expression and asked gently, Nothing. Victoria brushed it off, ignoring the missed calls and making no move to call Theodore back. Meanwhile, Theodore had been trying to reach her, even went by her dorm, but came up empty. In the end, he resorted to tracking her down. Once he found out she was at Henry's place, he went straight there. Theodore? It was Henry who opened the door when the doorbell rang. It was already late. His adoptive parents had turned in for the night. What do you want? Henry asked, his tone instantly hardening as he stared at the man in front of him. To him, Theodore was just someone who had hurt Victoria, a man who didn't deserve a second chance. Where's Victoria? Theodore didn't bother playing nice, cutting straight to the point. She doesn't want to see you. You should just leave. Henry's voice was cold, firm. Theodore gave a mocking laugh. And who are you to decide that for her? I'm her best friend, Henry shot back, eyes locked on Theodore. What about you? What role do you even play in her life anymore? What makes you think you can come here and take her with you? They were divorced. Whatever claims Theodore might have had before, now they were just two men on equal ground, except one had broken Victoria's heart. Theodore's expression turned even colder at the challenge. Whether I have that right isn't up to you. Get Victoria out here. The two men stood face to face at the door, tension thick in the air. Victoria heard the voices and came out to see what was going on. The moment she saw Theodore, she paused for a couple seconds. His gaze snapped to her the second she appeared, and when he saw that she seemed okay, some of the tension in his shoulders eased. Vicky, why'd you come out? Henry noticed Theodore's eyes shift and turned to follow his line of sight. When he saw Victoria, he stepped toward her. You don't need to worry about any of this. If you don't want to see him, it's totally fine. I've got this. But Victoria shook her head and walked past him. It's okay. I'll talk to him. She knew she couldn't keep running from this. Some things eventually needed to be faced. Henry stayed on edge, keeping a close watch on Theodore. Theodore ignored him completely and turned to Victoria. This is between us. I need to talk to you alone. I don't want anyone else around. You're pushing it, Theodore, Henry snapped, glaring at him. Vicky, you don't have to listen to him. Who knows what kind of stunt he's trying to pull? Theodore just let out a sarcastic chuckle at that. Henry, it's fine. I'll talk to him. You can go back first, okay? Don't worry, I'll be fine, Victoria said to Henry calmly. She knew Theodore wouldn't dare do anything to her. But Vic... Henry looked like he still wanted to argue, but under her calm, unwavering gaze, he sighed and backed off. All right, just call me if anything happens, he said, clearly reluctant. Victoria nodded, and only then did Henry finally step away, giving them some space. So what are you doing here? She asked coldly, staring straight at Theodore. Shouldn't he be at the hospital holding Isabella's hand right now? Just thinking about Isabella made Victoria inwardly sneer. That woman always seemed to be either sick or recovering. Honestly, she could win an award for the constant hospital drama. It was like every time she got admitted, she magically landed on the trending list. What really pissed Victoria off wasn't even the attention Isabella got, but how she always managed to drag her into it. This whole mess had blown up online, even spilling into her real life with harassment and threats. And Victoria refused to believe Isabella was clueless. Even if she was lying in a hospital bed doing nothing, her agent or assistant couldn't have failed to mention it. But clearly, she chose to stay silent and let the internet run wild with baseless rumors. You haven't seen the latest online posts, have you? Theodore asked, watching her reaction. No wonder she was this upset. No wonder she'd been ignoring his calls. What posts? If you're talking about the ones where they're throwing shade and trash talking, I'm not interested, Victoria shot back, her voice tinged with anger. And he had the nerve to bring that up? The whole online smear campaign had nearly torn her life apart. I already posted a statement to set things straight. Those rumors won't come back. You don't have to worry anymore, Theodore explained. Victoria stared at him, clearly stunned, then quickly pulled out her phone to check. His post was blowing up. It hadn't even dropped from trending yet. The buzz was insane. And when she actually read the content, her heart skipped a beat. Not only did he clarify their past as husband and wife, but he even straight up announced that he was trying to win her back. What the hell was that about? Was he seriously just trying to stop the gossip? Or did he mean what he said? She couldn't quite meet his eyes after that. So, do you believe me now? Theodore said, his tone helpless but hopeful. Why would you post something like that? Just clearing up the rumors would have been enough, she asked, flustered. It's the truth. Why not say it? He replied simply. Victoria's heartbeat sped up. So, are you really asking me to give you another chance? He asked, sounding calm on the outside, but honestly his nerves were all over the place. He knew Victoria was still skeptical. He was scared she'd say no. And what about Isabella? Victoria brought her up again, unable to hide her unease. What if Isabella ended up in the hospital again? Would he still go running back to her like before? Don't worry, I've already explained everything to her. Last time she fainted at the hospital and the staff called me. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd read too much into it, Theodore said quickly. Victoria looked straight at him. So, are you going to keep hiding stuff from me in the future? No, I won't. Theodore returned her gaze without hesitation. Only then did Victoria show a faint smile. I'm thinking about doing another press conference to clear everything up. What do you think? Theodore asked, clearly wanting her input. Is that really necessary? Didn't you already clear it up once? Victoria's first instinct was to turn it down. She wasn't into dramatic gestures. The thing is, online statements only go so far. A public press conference would make those gossip mongers think twice. Not many folks would openly go against the Chambers group, after all. He explained calmly. Plus, it would show just how seriously he took all this. Okay, let's do it your way. What do you need me to do? Her tone relaxed a bit after hearing him out. You just need to be there. I'll handle everything else, he said, gently taking her hand. Come home with me? Victoria nodded. Let me say something to Henry first. At that, Theodore's tone dipped just a little. Henry, huh? That's a bit cozy. Seeing his jealous expression, Victoria couldn't help but laugh. When did you become so childish? I just don't like hearing you call him that, okay? Theodore muttered, clearly annoyed. And what about you? Always going Isabella this, Isabella that, she shot back with a quick side eye. Theodore coughed awkwardly and wisely chose to drop it. Victoria didn't push further and went to find Henry to let him know she had to leave early. You're leaving already? Why not at least stay the night and go back tomorrow? My mom really likes you. She'll be upset if she wakes up and you're gone. Henry tried to persuade her. Thanks for today. I won't have time to say goodbye to your parents, so please pass along my thanks to your mom. Once everything's settled, I'll come back and apologize to her personally, Victoria said apologetically. It was indeed a bit abrupt to leave like this without even a word to Catherine. All right, I'll let her know. Just take care of yourself, Henry said. He knew he couldn't change her mind, but it didn't make it any easier to accept. It hit him then. No matter what he did, the moment Theodore showed up, she'd always choose him. Victoria truly appreciated everything Henry had done, but she couldn't give him what he wanted. So she pretended not to notice, hoping it would save them both some awkwardness. Just as she turned to leave, Henry called out one last time. Vic, what's so great about Theodore that you're willing to go through all this for him? She didn't turn around. Maybe he's not perfect, but to me, he's irreplaceable. Her voice was soft, not forceful, but every word carried weight, and Henry could hear how certain she was. At that moment, Theodore didn't need to prove anything. He had already won. Henry couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Theodore, for being the one Victoria loved with all her heart. Got it, he murmured, almost to himself. He could step aside and let Victoria go back to Theodore, since she clearly only had eyes for him. But if he ever caught Theodore treating her badly, he wouldn't hesitate to take her away. As he walked her to the door, he paused and added a few last words, promising to dig up whoever started those rumors about her. Theodore saw the two standing close at the doorway, and his mood instantly soured. Without a second thought, he strode over and grabbed Victoria's hand, pulling her away. Watching them walk off together, Henry felt this unshakable sense of emptiness creeping over him. Theodore, treat her right. If you ever hurt her, I swear I won't just stand by, Henry called after them. Theodore stopped, looked back over his shoulder with a cool expression, and said flatly, I don't need you to remind me. Then he turned back, laced his fingers tightly with Victoria's, and even lifted their joined hands for Henry to see. Yeah, real subtle. Victoria shot him an annoyed look, but he didn't seem to care. He just smiled down at her. From where Henry stood, all he could see were their hands tightly clasped. He couldn't make out their faces, but that small gesture already said enough. The sting in his chest was sharp and bitter. Unable to take it anymore, he turned around and walked back inside. Victoria glanced at Theodore, then back at the empty doorway. Henry was already gone. She knew he must have been hurt. That thought brought a wave of guilt crashing over her. Get in, Theodore said cheerfully, opening the passenger door like he hadn't just emotionally steamrolled someone. Clearly pleased with himself. Victoria sighed inwardly. Maybe this was for the best. If Henry could finally let go, maybe he'd stop getting hurt. Better one clean break than dragging it out. On the drive home, Theodore was in an unusually good mood. But when he tried to follow Victoria into her room, she slammed the door in his face. He reached up, rubbing the spot where the door almost whacked his nose, looking genuinely put out. Next morning, bright and early, Theodore was already waiting outside Victoria's door. The moment she opened it and saw him, she jumped in surprise. Theodore, caught off guard by her reaction, looked just as startled. "What are you doing standing out here at this hour?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "Don't forget, we're holding that press conference this afternoon. I'm taking you to pick out something to wear," he said, glancing at her pajamas. "It's just a press conference to clear up rumors. Why the wardrobe upgrade?" she asked, a little puzzled. She figured her regular clothes would do just fine. "It's your first time appearing in front of the press. "It's better to dress up a bit," he replied. He didn't want people picking her apart over something stupid like clothing. He didn't care about gossip aimed at him, but hearing Victoria being criticized, that was different. He could get those rumors wiped from the internet, sure, but no way could he shut every mouth in town. Victoria still thought it was a bit much, but since Theodore seemed so dead set on it, arguing felt pointless. It's just an outfit, not really worth making a fuss over. Theodore drove straight to the mall with Victoria. Time was tight. No way they could wait on a custom piece, so off the rack it was. They headed into a high-end women's boutique. As soon as the store clerk saw Theodore walk in with Victoria, her eyes lit up. She quickly made her way over. Before she could say anything, Theodore cut in. "Bring out everything that suits her. Let her take a look." Victoria had a strong eye for aesthetics thanks to her art background, so she could definitely choose for herself. But the store assistants here were legit pros, and time wasn't on their side. Best to let them filter first and save some hassle. Seeing his seriousness, the clerk didn't waste a second. She gave Victoria a quick once-over and efficiently picked out outfits that aligned with her style. Victoria usually didn't fuss with fashion. Basic shirts and jeans were more her vibe. Unless there was a fancy event, she'd never go for something this posh. Thankfully, the clerk had great taste. Everything she picked leaned toward an understated elegance that worked perfectly with Victoria's vibe. It didn't take long for Victoria to gravitate toward a white maxi dress, simple but with a designer's touch. "You've got great taste. This one's a limited edition by Cadence, only one in the world. It's inspired by the moon goddess, elegant and noble, just like you," the clerk gushed, praising endlessly. Her flattery made Victoria a little embarrassed. Theodore, on the other hand, looked quite pleased, even thinking the clerk had good judgment. He mentally noted to have someone give her a raise. "Go try it on," Theodore said gently, his eyes soft as he looked at her. Just then, an unpleasant voice cut through the air, instantly ruining the peaceful mood. "I want that dress," a sharp tone declared. "Wrap it up for me." Two young women walked in. The one on the left wore an icy blue dress. Her soft waves, elegant features, and cold expression made her look like a living snow queen. The one on the right strutted in with her chin raised and a full face of heavy makeup that practically masked her real face. She was dripping with luxe brands from head to toe, like a walking jewelry ad. Pretty much everyone in the store frowned at her look. It was just too much. "Did you not hear me? Are you deaf or something? I said wrap that dress up." Lydia Bond barked, clearly losing her patience when the clerk didn't move fast enough. "I'm really sorry, miss, but that dress was picked by another customer. It's a one-off limited piece. Why don't you take a look at some other options? I'm sure we'll find something you'll like," the clerk replied, still trying to be polite. "What? Are you saying I don't look good in that dress? Is that how your staff talks to customers? You trying to get fired? Call your manager out here," Lydia snapped, her heavily made-up eyes glaring fiercely. The clerk froze. Everyone who shopped here had power or money. Offending any of them wasn't an option. "What's going on here? Please calm down. Don't get yourself too worked up." The store manager rushed over as soon as she got the news. She glanced at the scared, flustered salesgirl and quickly focused on soothing the angry Lydia. Lydia gave her a sideways glance. "You the manager here?" "Yes, ma'am. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. We'll do everything we can to meet your expectations." The manager forced a polite smile. Lydia sneered. "At least you know how to talk." She then pointed straight at the limited edition white dress in Victoria's hands and said arrogantly, "I want that dress. Wrap it up for me now. I've already wasted too much of my time here. Do you have any idea how valuable my time is?" The manager followed her finger and looked at Victoria, visibly hesitant. "Well?" "What do you mean, well? Don't tell me you can't handle this either. Do you even want your store to stay open?" Lydia snapped, her tone full of irritation. Sizing up Victoria's simple outfit compared to Lydia's flashy designer wear and bling, the manager made a quick judgment. This wasn't even a contest. "Miss, look, she really likes the dress. How about you let her have it? I'll find something else that's perfect for you," she said, trying her best to sound considerate, but her eyes had already picked a side. The store clerk bit her lip and stepped up, quietly saying, "But this dress was picked out by this customer first. Isn't it unfair to just—" "Shut it. What do you know?" the manager snapped, glaring daggers at the salesgirl. In her mind, the girl clearly lacked judgment and would be lucky to keep her job. Lydia looked smugly at Victoria. Finally, someone who knows how to do her job. If that's the case, I might as well grab a few more things. It's just money, after all. In Abindale, the Chambers family was at the top of the food chain, with the Bond family right behind. Money was never an issue. Lydia, being the only daughter of the Bonds, had been spoiled beyond reason, born sickly, raised abroad, and now finally back. Her parents practically wrapped her in bubble wrap. Naturally, Lydia grew up getting whatever she wanted. Nobody ever told her no. The manager, seeing the situation leaning in her favor, eagerly reached out to take the dress from Victoria's hands. "Stop." Theodore's voice cut through the tension as he walked up, slinging an arm around Victoria's shoulders and shooting the manager a cold, sharp look. The manager, who was just inches from touching the dress, froze the moment she saw his face. Her eyes widened in shock, and she yanked her hand back like she'd been burned. Mr. Chambers?" she stuttered, completely stunned. She'd been so focused on pleasing Lydia that she hadn't even realized Theodore was there. Now she was frozen in place. Theodore was right in front of her. What was he doing here? The manager stared at the way he held Victoria, her brain going blank. This entire mall was owned by the Chambers Group, meaning him, and she'd just backed the wrong person. Worse yet, the woman who had originally picked the limited dress clearly had a special relationship with him. The manager glanced at Victoria again and finally realized why she looked so familiar. Wasn't this the ex-wife Mr. Chambers had just gone public about? How had she missed that? A wave of regret hit her like a truck, and the moment she put the pieces together, she almost blacked out on the spot. Yeah, she was the ex-wife, sure, but hadn't Mr. Chambers himself said he was trying to win her back? Great. Just great. She was screwed. Completely. "Mr. Chambers, she stammered, trying to explain but had no clue where to start. "Save it. You're fired," Theodore said flatly, not sparing her a glance. Then, turning to Victoria, his tone took a 180, soft and gentle. "If you like it, buy it. If not, we can check out something else." "It's fine. It's just a dress." Victoria did like it, but she didn't want to create drama over something so trivial. Lydia had been frozen ever since Theodore walked in. This man, tall, sharp features, cool expression, he looked distant and unapproachable, until he spoke to Victoria. Then suddenly the chill melted into something unbelievably tender. Lydia was sure of it. Love at first sight. She had to make that man hers. Hearing Victoria's words jolted her back, and she sneered. "Just a dress? You sure you can afford it? Having a man pay doesn't really count." She'd been out of the country and hadn't kept up with online gossip, so of course she didn't realize who Victoria really was. To her, Victoria was just another pretty face clinging to a rich guy. Victoria hadn't planned on fighting over a dress, but Lydia's attitude rubbed her wrong. She didn't like drama, but she hated being looked down on even more. "Oh, then I'll take it," Victoria said sweetly to Theodore, purposefully playful. So what if a man paid? He was the one insisting she get it. It's not like she forced him to swipe his card. Besides, she could afford it herself if needed. Her goal was to piss off Lydia, but it ended up lifting Theodore's mood instead. Hearing her act coy tickled something in him, and just like that, his sour mood vanished. "Go try it on. Just wear it out," he said with a smile. Victoria nodded and started to walk off, only to be blocked by Lydia. "Stop right there. That dress is mine. You can't try it on." Lydia snapped, grabbing her wrist. Theodore's gaze went cold as he locked onto Lydia's hand, clearly ready to act, but Victoria yanked her arm free on her own. "This isn't your house, and we're not your parents. Nobody has to cater to your tantrums," Victoria said coldly, brushing past her. There was no time to waste. The press conference was later that afternoon, and the clock was ticking. Fighting with a spoiled, overindulged rich girl wasn't worth it. She had better things to do. Lydia didn't expect Victoria to shove her hand off like that. Caught completely off guard, she nearly hit the floor. In that moment, she was consumed with resentment. All she wanted was to teach Victoria a lesson, to make her kneel and beg her forgiveness. After regaining her balance, she glared at Theodore. Do you guys not even know who I am? I'm the Bond family's eldest daughter, and you're just gonna let her treat me like that? Theodore didn't even spare her a glance. In Abindale, he didn't need to know anyone unless he wanted to. You'll regret this, Lydia fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. Everly Bell, who had been silently watching from the sidelines with an indifferent look, finally spoke, her tone tinged with annoyance. I'm tired. I'm heading back. Lydia turned to her, hearing those words, and although she was pissed, she toned down her attitude just a little. Even Lydia knew better than to cross Everly. As the heiress of the Bell family in Ginberg, Everly had only come to Abindale chasing someone she liked and was temporarily staying with the Bond family. Lydia's parents treated her with nothing but respect and had reminded Lydia more than once not to throw tantrums and to get along with her. The Bond and Bell families were distantly related. Everly hadn't wanted to lower her head by openly confessing her love, so she came to Abindale under the excuse of visiting family. On the surface, Lydia was giving Everly face. Behind her back, though, she constantly rolled her eyes. Seriously, this emotionless ice queen chasing a crush all the way from Ginberg, who on earth was worth that? Everly, we've only been out shopping for a bit. Let's stay out a little longer, Lydia coaxed, clearly not ready to leave. I'm done. If you want to keep shopping, do it alone, Everly replied, already turning to go. Just as Lydia was about to say something else to stop her, Victoria stepped out of the fitting room. She wore the long white gown known as the Moonlight Goddess. Her hair flowed down naturally, not a touch of makeup on her face, and yet she looked like someone who had just descended from the heavens. Everyone in the store was stunned, including Lydia. Victoria walked up to Theodore. Well, what do you think? She asked playfully when she saw him frozen. That little smile of hers, it was dazzling. Theodore was clearly captivated. Looks great. Great was an understatement. The dress looked like it had been made just for her. It hugged her figure perfectly and radiated elegance. Honestly, no one else could have done it justice. Victoria raised a brow at his casual response. Just, great? That's it? Then again, she knew Theodore was never the type to say sweet things easily. Lydia's face darkened. Watching Victoria in that limited edition gown, seeing how unbelievably amazing it looked on her, and catching the way Theodore was looking at her like he'd just seen a goddess, that stung. That dress was supposed to be hers. Someone with her status was the only one fit to wear it. That woman? She was nothing but some man's ex-wife. Why should she even dare to compete? Lydia seethed in silence. Everly glanced at Victoria too, and for the first time today, she looked puzzled. Why did that woman seem familiar? But before she could figure it out, Victoria had turned away. Everly frowned slightly, but didn't dwell on it. This was Abindale after all. What were the chances she'd run into someone she actually knew? Losing interest in the whole situation, she didn't bother with Lydia anymore, and simply walked off. Lydia wasn't happy about it, but when she saw Everly walk off, she had no choice but to follow. Even though Victoria was already stunning, Theodore still took her to get her look done to match the outfit. Just keep it simple, Victoria said as she sat down, not asking for much. No problem at all. This outfit you're wearing actually works perfectly with a clean and elegant style, the stylist replied cheerfully. Your skin is amazing, like seriously flawless. Honestly, you barely need any makeup. The stylist couldn't help but gush. She had done makeup for tons of people, but Victoria's skin was on a whole other level. And it wasn't just her skin. Her face was practically sculpted. Everything, from her features to the shape, looked like it had been crafted with care, but still felt totally natural, like one of those ethereal beauties from a dream. Trying to add makeup to a face like that felt almost wrong to the stylist. It was like painting over a masterpiece, huge pressure. While styling her hair, the stylist couldn't help but admire how thick and silky it was. Every word was filled with admiration and just a bit of jealousy, to the point that Victoria started feeling a little embarrassed. All done, the stylist finally announced, looking at the reflection with awe. If she hadn't noticed how uncomfortable Victoria seemed with all the attention, the stylist probably could have gone on complimenting her for days. Victoria looked at herself in the mirror and was mostly pleased. Maybe it felt a bit too dressed up, though. She wasn't one who liked being the center of attention, but changing it now wasn't really an option, time-wise. The moment Theodore saw her all done up, his first reaction was regret. Now he didn't want anyone else seeing her looking like this. "Let's just go back to the original look," he said without thinking. "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Victoria looked down at her outfit, wondering if something was off. She'd thought it looked fine in the mirror, and the stylist had said it was beautiful too. But seeing how tightly Theodore was frowning made her second-guess herself. "It's good. Too good, actually," he said, his voice a mix of sincerity and unwillingness. "You look amazing, a little too amazing. I just don't want anyone else seeing you like this." Especially with them showing up at a press event, where basically the whole of Avondale, and probably all of social media, would see her. Now he was really questioning his own choices. Press conferences, dressing her up like this. It felt like he was digging his own grave. Seeing his grumpy, reluctant face made Victoria chuckle. For a second, she looked like she'd walked out of a painting, and Theodore was left totally stunned. He couldn't help but think, if Victoria looked like this every day by his side, he probably wouldn't get anything done. He'd be completely distracted by her. And if her beauty already hit him this hard, what would it do to everyone else? With that thought, his face darkened even more. "Do I look good? Better than Isabella?" Victoria suddenly asked, thinking about the photos all over the internet. Isabella was a famous actress, a top celebrity. Of course she was beautiful. Victoria usually didn't care about looks, hers or anyone else's. But for some reason, she'd lost her cool today and actually asked Theodore this ridiculous question. And the moment it left her lips, she froze, immediately regretting asking it. Why on earth did she ask something like that just now? What would Theodore think of her? Even Theodore himself hadn't expected Victoria to ask such a question. Based on what he knew about her, she never cared about stuff like that. Sure enough, the very next second, he spotted a brief flash of regret in her eyes. Still, hearing her ask that made him secretly pleased. "Wait, are you jealous?" Theodore lowered his head to look at her, grinning slightly, his eyes filled with warmth and amusement. Victoria's face instantly turned red from irritation and embarrassment. "I'm not jealous." "Oh, then what exactly were you getting at?" Seeing this rare, cute side of her, Theodore couldn't help but keep poking fun. "I just asked, all right? If you don't want to answer, forget it." Victoria huffed, then purposely flipped the question. "But now I'm wondering, are you dodging it because you actually think she's prettier than me?" She stared straight at him, waiting for an answer. Theodore panicked a little. He hadn't expected his teasing to backfire like that. Not daring to push his luck anymore, he quickly gave in. "Of course you're more beautiful." "Really?" Isabella is basically known for her looks in the industry. Victoria still wasn't entirely convinced. She didn't even know why she cared so much. At first it was just a throwaway question. But now she needed to hear it from him, the truth straight from his mouth. "I'm serious. To me, you're the most beautiful woman I know." This time, Theodore dropped the playful tone and replied with full sincerity. Locked in his gaze, Victoria suddenly felt a bit flustered. Where did he even learn to say stuff like that? Since when did this man become smooth with his words? If Ryan were here, she'd probably declare Theodore had finally seen the light, or maybe lost his mind. Surprisingly, after this little moment of jealousy, Theodore didn't seem so against having the all-dolled-up Victoria appear in public anymore. Once everything was set, the two of them walked into the press conference together. The second they showed up, the room fell dead silent. Everyone just stared at them. You could hear a pin drop in the massive venue. Then, just a beat later, the crowd exploded into noise. This was, after all, Theodore's first official public appearance. Despite all the gossip about him and Isabella, the pictures had always been blurry side profiles or far-off back shots, never anything solid. People weren't even sure if any of it was real. The photographers weren't dumb. They wanted front shots, but Theodore was way too sharp. They didn't dare get close, much less take face-forward photos. And even when they did manage some, they chose not to publish. After all, the Chambers family's legal team wasn't one to mess with. No one wanted to end up behind bars. Since Theodore had never made an official appearance, none of them had dared go public with anything. But now, cameras out, microphones on, permission granted. And standing next to him was the other name in the rumors, his supposedly ex-wife. Only she didn't just live up to the hype, she easily held her own next to Isabella. That elegance, that look, she wasn't losing anything in comparison. Honestly, some people even thought she might have the upper hand. Today's press conference is to officially clear up the past rumors. Let me set the record straight. All those stories floating around were completely made up. Theodore had always been the type to get things done quickly and efficiently, and today was no different. He went straight to the point. He honestly just wanted to wrap this up fast so he'd have more time alone with Victoria. If it weren't for defending her reputation, he wouldn't have wasted a single second talking to these reporters. Mr. Chambers, rumor has it that you've divorced Miss Ellis and are now quite close with actress Miss Waters. Is there some story behind this? One reporter suddenly asked, standing up while the others were still busy filming and snapping photos. The room went dead silent for a second. The other reporters looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Who dared toss out a question like that to Theodore? Given that this press conference was being broadcast live, everything was out in the open. At home, Isabella was glued to the screen, heart pounding. She tensed up, half curious, half on edge. Theodore had taken the initiative to host this press conference personally. There was no way she'd be reckless enough to make a move here and risk giving herself away. Then, who else would stir the pot like this? Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind, a man who hadn't shown up in ages. If it really was him, she wouldn't be surprised. He would totally pull something this gutsy. On the other side, Henry, watching the same live feed, felt his chest tighten when he heard the question. His eyes flicked toward Victoria, worried about her reaction. But Victoria kept her cool. She just stared coldly at the reporter. Theodore had already explained the situation to her earlier, so she didn't feel the need to revisit it. But a question like that, in front of the world, it was clearly meant to stir up trouble. I believe I've already made myself very clear, Theodore said, voice low and emotionless. No further comments. Next question. Sensing the awkward tension, another reporter jumped in to smooth things over. Mr. Chambers, earlier you mentioned wanting to win Miss Ellis back. Is that really true? Yes, Theodore replied, his tone softening as he turned toward Victoria. The question is, will she let me? Gasps spread through the crowd. Theodore, CEO of Chambers Group, making a public confession? Not something you saw every day. But then again, with a stunning ex like Victoria, no wonder. She could totally pull that off. People started whispering, if this was the case, why did they divorce in the first place? Could it be that Theodore was actually the one who'd been dumped? It felt like they were witnessing some major drama unfold. That depends on how you do, Victoria answered, her tone calm but giving away nothing. No yes, no no. But that was enough for Theodore. She wasn't shutting him down, which meant he had a shot. Their eyes locked for a moment, invisible sparks flying. The air around them quietly shifted, getting a little tense. The reporters went wild, writing everything down, a few even grinning like giddy fans. This was gold. A powerful exec, his gorgeous ex-wife, maybe getting back together. Straight-up romance drama vibes. And with looks that rivaled TV stars, they were the perfect leads in this real-life soap opera. Somewhere else, Isabella was fuming, hurling yet another glass at the wall. Meanwhile, Henry sat silently, expression darkening. I've heard that Miss Ellis might have come from a decent family, but it's nowhere near the same level as the Chambers. A total mismatch, socially and financially. And her jobs, well, not exactly typical. I'm told the Chambers elders weren't too thrilled about the marriage either. Mr. Chambers, would you say that's accurate? The same reporter who brought up Isabella earlier took the chance to dive in again. The moment the question dropped, the previously warm atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Displeased glances surged toward the reporter, but he clearly didn't care. This time it was Victoria who responded first. First of all, I don't believe anyone's background makes them more or less worthy. What truly matters is how you live, how you serve others, and how true you are to yourself. As for my job, some may call it strange, even unsettling, but to me, it's meaningful. I'm proud of what I do. It gives me purpose. It allows me to offer comfort where there's pain and dignity where there's silence. I earn respect not from a title, but from doing something that truly matters. She wasn't just answering the reporter now. She was speaking to everyone who had ever felt judged, misunderstood, or unseen. Yes, there are people who still look down on this line of work. They think it's morbid, shameful, or simply too hard to talk about. But this profession exists because people need it, because grief is real, and love doesn't stop when life does. As a post-mortem reconstruction specialist, I help the departed be laid to rest with dignity. I help families look at their loved ones one last time, with peace, not pain. That's not something to hide, that's something to honor. I speak not just for myself, but for every person in this field who's kept going despite the whispers, the stares, the silence. I speak for everyone who chooses compassion over comfort, service over status, for everyone who shows up when it's hardest. After she finished, the room went quiet for a beat, then the silence broke into thunderous applause. In that moment, Victoria wasn't just Theodore's beautiful ex-wife anymore. She was a woman clearly proud of her work and someone who deserved real respect. She didn't bask in the applause. That kind of praise had never been what she chased. So, Miss Reporter, she turned to the instigator once the applause died down, voice calm. What's your personal take on your job? Does it mean crossing every ethical line to dig into someone's private life? Passing judgment on their background or profession just for a headline? Her tone wasn't harsh or condescending. It sounded like a genuine question. Everyone in the room turned to stare at the reporter. This time, the spotlight wasn't doing him any favors. He looked visibly rattled. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He'd taken this job for the massive payout. He was promised enough money to not worry for several lifetimes. In a moment of greed, he said yes. But he didn't expect Victoria to be such a tough opponent. Still, he figured he said what he was paid to say. He stirred the pot. Job done, right? No matter what, if he kept pushing, Theodore might really come after him. And while money was nice, he also didn't feel like risking his life for it. He bit his lip and tried to slip away. Security went to block him, but Theodore held up a hand to stop them. Quietly, he leaned over to Marcus. Look into him. Dig deep. Theodore wasn't stupid. No way this guy had the guts to pull something like this on his own. Someone had to be behind it. But who? And what exactly were they trying to pull by disrupting his press conference? Victoria caught Theodore's subtle movements, but stayed quiet. Part of her suspected Isabella might have had a hand in it. But then again, she didn't think Bella would be dumb enough to risk blowing her own cover like this. Putting aside a few minor hiccups, the press conference wrapped up smoothly. But the gossip about Theodore and Victoria didn't end there. Whether it was their rumored love story or Victoria's heartfelt speech, both quickly became hot topics online. Journalists rushed to write up their stories the moment they got back, and news outlets started flooding the internet with headlines about the conference. Across the board, the media couldn't stop praising Victoria, especially the part where she talked about her background and career. That really blew up. Wow, I'm a total convert now. Can't believe Chambers X is actually this amazing. Total queen energy. For real, I'm glad everything got cleared up. I almost bought into the trashy stuff online. Goes to show you can't just believe whatever's trending. I mean, are we not going to talk about how insanely good-looking they both are? Literal power couple vibes. I admit it, I'm here for the eye candy. I'm weak. Preach, I swear, people that pretty shouldn't be allowed. But not gonna lie, yeah, he's hot, but the whole ex-husband thing? Yikes. He probably made her miserable. Stay strong, pretty sis, don't take him back. You guys are wild, that's the Theodore, CEO of Chambers Group. Have some fear, though he probably won't see this. So, Victoria, babe, look at me instead. Theodore was flipping through the online reactions after the conference. At first, he was actually in a decent mood, especially seeing so many fans complimenting Victoria or even shipping the two of them. He even gave a few posts alike. But once he saw people begging Victoria not to forgive him, openly thirsting after her, calling her wifey, his eyebrows started knotting tighter and tighter. Marcus, go find out who these people are. Seriously, they've got nerve, Theodore muttered. Marcus, wait, was he serious? He could tell those comments were mostly jokes, right? Where had the workaholic, emotionally detached Mr. Chambers gone? Who was this guy? Of course, Marcus didn't dare say that out loud. He carefully chose his words, trying to sound as diplomatic as possible. Sir, online users tend to say whatever. They just like to talk smack. Most of them mean no harm. Honestly, they're probably just fangirls who admire Miss Ellis's looks and confidence. When Marcus mentioned that most of the commenters were women, Theodore's expression softened a tad, but not by much. Now, it wasn't just guys, even girls were fawning over Victoria. He wasn't even allowed to call her wife anymore, and these randoms were doing it like it's nothing? How was that fair? Frustrated, Theodore said, "You take care of it. I don't care how. Just make sure they think twice before running their mouths next time." Marcus, it was the first time he thought his boss was being completely unreasonable. But then again, the only person who could make Theodore lose his cool like this was Miss Ellis. So people online quickly noticed, comments praising Theodore and Victoria as the perfect pair, liked by Mr. Chambers himself. But those flirty replies shouting wife at Victoria or warning her not to fall for him again? Silenced. Literally. The comment section, locked down. Netizens were like, "Seriously? Can't take a little joke, so you went full money power move to shut us up? We're sorry, beautiful goddess. It's not that we don't want to fight for you. It's just that your ex is way too powerful." Victoria had scrolled through a few posts, too. Reading the ones where people said they admired her words, wanted to learn from her, and called for less prejudice toward her profession, it warmed her heart quite a bit. Some even shared stories about losing loved ones to accidents, and how reconstruction done by mortuary specialists helped them say goodbye with peace. Those messages really hit home for her. As for the overload of enthusiastic compliments, while she saw them too, Victoria just thought netizens were messing around for fun. She smiled, found it kind of sweet, and didn't have a clue what Theodore had been pulling behind the scenes. But honestly, she only skimmed through it briefly. She was swamped. Right after the whole online buzz, her supervisor from the lab got in touch, told her that the police had finished the investigation and had delivered a body for repair. Asked if she had time to swing by. His tone was extra polite. After all, he'd only recently learned that Victoria used to be Theodore's wife. Even though they're now divorced, Theodore's attitude toward her made it clear she still mattered to him a lot. The supervisor was honestly confused at first. Why would someone like Mrs. Chambers, ex-wife of a corporate titan, hide her identity and quietly work in a small-time lab? She had all the power and privilege in the world, but never used it. Dealt with gossip in silence, never once defended herself. That kind of inner strength was rare. But after hearing Victoria's speech, everything clicked. He could tell she truly cared about her job and didn't give a damn about status or titles. So when word came in about the case, he immediately reached out. He figured she'd want to take it on. Plus, it wasn't an easy one. Most couldn't handle it. But she could. And Victoria didn't let him down. The moment she got the call, she said yes without a second thought. She informed Theodore, and after agreeing to let him drive her back and forth to work, she returned to the lab. "Victoria, you're finally back. We all missed you so much," a coworker beamed as soon as she walked in. "Yeah, seriously, it's so good to have you back." Even a few of the coworkers who used to whisper about her behind her back with Lila suddenly changed their tune. Victoria barely reacted. It just wasn't her style to care about what others thought. She preferred doing her own thing and staying out of the mess. Still, kind of a bummer Lila wasn't there. Victoria couldn't help but wonder how she'd react after everything that went down. Would have loved to see that expression. Finally, someone couldn't contain themselves and blurted out, "Victoria, is the stuff online actually true? You were married to Theodore, and now he's trying to win you back?" Here it comes, the inevitable round of nosy questions. This was exactly why Victoria stayed under the radar. It always brought unnecessary drama. Keep a low profile, and sure, people might keep their distance. But the moment they found out who she really was, they'd cling to her like gum on a shoe, and she hated dealing with that kind of mess. And of course, the one asking was someone who'd badmouthed her before. Victoria didn't bother playing nice. I think everyone should focus more on their own tasks, rather than poking their noses into other people's business and gossiping all the time, she said calmly, her tone flat but firm. It was just a casual question. No need to overreact, the woman muttered, her face flushing with embarrassment. She clearly hadn't expected Victoria to be so blunt. Whether I'm married, divorced, who I married, or divorced, it's none of your concern. Let's all just do our jobs and quit wasting time on pointless gossip, Victoria added, before walking off without waiting for anyone's reaction. She headed straight to the manager's office. The manager looked a bit awkward when he saw her. Since that tabloid mess, he'd caved under pressure and had to ask her to take a break. Now that everything had blown over and the department hit a snag, they needed her back. If it had been anyone else, they'd probably hold a grudge, or not even bother returning. But not Victoria. She acted like it never happened, not once bringing it up. The manager felt too guilty to pretend nothing had gone down. After all, Victoria was known to have a close connection with Theodore, CEO of Chambers Group. Victoria, about what happened before. I'm really sorry, he said, clearly uncomfortable. Don't worry about it, sir. I didn't take it to heart. We don't need to dwell on it. That incident started with me, and I ended up dragging the whole department in. Your decision was understandable. Seriously, it's fine, she replied, her voice calm and unbothered. Her words put him at ease. Seemed like she really had let it go. So you're actually connected to Chambers Group's CEO? Why didn't you ever mention that before? He asked, the curiosity finally getting to him. If he'd known earlier, he would have treated her like royalty. That was Theodore they were talking about. No one in their right mind would dare cross him. I didn't see the point. Let's stick to business and talk about the project, she cut in briskly. Seeing she had no interest in discussing it, he didn't push. Meanwhile, back outside the office, the chatter kicked off immediately. She's not just anyone now. After all, she's Theodore's ex-wife, someone said, stressing the word ex a little too hard. What's so impressive about that? They're already divorced. No need to act like she's all high and mighty, the one who'd just been scolded by Victoria huffed. You haven't heard? Chambers is trying to win her back, someone else added. Please, who knows if that's even true? Might just be for show. People love that kind of story these days. Fate, reunions, second chances, all that stuff. But personally, I think once it's over, it's over. No going back, another chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She wished Victoria would be completely cast out, never able to lift her head again. Some people were just like that. Once they heard Victoria wasn't an ordinary person, they started sucking up, trying to cozy up to her or snoop around. But the moment she didn't entertain them, they flipped instantly, talking smack behind her back and even cursing her in secret. A few tried to defend Victoria, but they couldn't hold their ground. Have you said enough? Aren't you afraid karma's gonna hit you back someday? Chloe couldn't hold it anymore, her voice rising in anger as she heard them trashing Victoria. Geez, calm down. Didn't you notice she left someone behind to spy on us? One of them said with a sarcastic grin, clearly not planning to stop. Huh, like I'm scared of her. Talked about her, so what? It's not like she's gonna do anything to me, another sneered, full of disdain. Chloe was fuming, but she was just a junior. There was no way her words could outmatch their venom. Right then, Victoria stepped out of the office after talking with her supervisor. The group went quiet in a heartbeat. It wasn't like before anymore. Now that they knew her background, they might talk behind her back, but no one dared to run their mouths in front of her. What if she really patched things up with Theodore and ended up as the CEO's wife? They'd be screwed. Chloe watched them do a 180 with their faces. Honestly, it was kind of fascinating. She followed Victoria into the restoration room, still grumbling as she prepped their tools. Those people were way out of line. Seriously, Victoria, doesn't any of this even bother you? It just didn't make sense to her. Chloe was boiling with rage, but Victoria, not even a frown. Why bother getting worked up over them? Victoria's tone was light, calm. No need to waste energy on people who don't matter. Life's short. Save your time for things worth it. Chloe, who was originally ready to explode, felt strangely soothed by her peaceful words. Seeing Chloe calm down and start to reflect, Victoria gave a soft smile. Eventually, understanding dawned on Chloe's face. She looked at her mentor, eyes sparkling with admiration. No doubt about it, Victoria was on a whole other level. She thought of all those comments online, calling Victoria pretty sis and wife. Chloe scrunched her nose with a hint of jealousy. Pfft. Superficial much? Victoria's looks were seriously the least of her qualities. It was her mind-blowing restoration skills, her incredible mindset, her integrity. Those were the real stunners. But then again, as she looked at Victoria's flawless, almost unreal face, Chloe mentally backtracked just a bit. Maybe calling her looks the least of it was stretching. "Chloe, why are you zoning out? Are you ready?" Victoria glanced up after getting everything set up and reminded her gently. "All ready." Chloe perked right up after hearing Victoria's soft voice and quickly went over to her. "Victoria, I'll help you." As Victoria started working, she calmly explained each step to Chloe beside her. Listening to Victoria's soothing voice, Chloe couldn't help but drift a little, her mind going fuzzy in the best way. Those people can only drool over her mentor online, while she actually gets to admire her mentor's beauty up close, hear her gentle voice, work right by her side, and even get her patient guidance. When Victoria got off work, Theodore was already waiting for her, just like he said he would, stirring up quite the commotion. "Whoa, isn't that Theodore, the CEO of Chambers Group? So he really is chasing after Victoria again? Can't believe he's actually picking her up himself," one coworker said with obvious envy. "Wait, that car looks super familiar. Isn't it the same one that's been picking her up lately? I've seen it a bunch of times. So that's his car? He's been trying to win her back for a while then?" Another chimed in, finally connecting the dots. A crowd instantly formed at the entrance, whispering and gossiping away. As soon as Victoria stepped out, eyes were on her from all directions. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, Victoria felt a wave of unease and quickly made her way to Theodore's car to dodge the questions and stares. "Let's go now," she said the moment she got in. Theodore glanced at the people still standing around, then grinned and teased. "Why so nervous? Everyone already knows. I could just tell them more about us, save them coming up with wild assumptions." He only shut up when Victoria shot him a glare. "I'm working overtime starting tomorrow," she said flatly. Hearing that wiped the smile off Theodore's face. "Why are you always so busy?" he muttered. It honestly baffled him. How was she even more tied up than he was, and he ran the whole Chambers Group? "This one's urgent. We've got to finish the repair work quickly. Overtime's the only option," Victoria replied with a sigh. She didn't love the hours, but there was no avoiding it. This job didn't exactly run on a 9-to-5 schedule. Deadlines were deadlines. Still, she truly enjoyed what she did, so it didn't feel like such a chore. After Theodore publicly confirmed their relationship, it wasn't just the internet buzzing. Pretty much everyone in Abandale was talking about it. Even Victoria's colleagues couldn't stop whispering, and neither could random strangers. Davina couldn't go shopping without hearing people chat about her son and Victoria. It seemed like every corner she turned, the topic followed her. She finally snapped and stormed home, full of frustration. Grace happened to see her barging in. "Mom, what happened? Who ticked you off this time?" she asked, unfazed. Davina was known for losing her temper over the smallest things. Grace had gotten so used to her outbursts that sometimes they were just background noise. "Who else? Your tireless brother," Davina huffed, finally having someone to vent to. "Chambers? What did he do this time? Isn't his work going really well? He's running the company like a pro. No one in the whole family can say a thing about that," Grace said casually. "Don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Sure, he's the golden child at work, but when it comes to his love life, seriously, why is he so hung up on that one woman? I'd actually believe she cast some kind of spell on him. What's wrong with Isabella? Isn't she good enough for him?" Davina went from angry to downright confused as she ranted. Grace gave her head a slight shake, clearly at a loss. If Theodore really likes her and they're in love, why are you so dead set on breaking them up? Look, as long as he's doing a solid job with the company, keeping everything in line, you shouldn't even have to worry. Feelings, relationships, let him figure those out on his own. He's a grown man, not some naive teenager who's easily misled. Seriously, Theodore had seen enough in the business world to be way savvier than most. There was no need to overthink it. From her point of view, their mom was just trying too hard to control everything, like she had to pick the woman her son married. And really, did she not realize? With Theodore's personality, there was no way he'd let anyone pull his strings. He wasn't some spoiled rich kid or a mama's boy. And you're still defending that woman? Did you seriously forget she once stole your boyfriend? If it weren't for her, would you have run off like that, completely alone, getting hurt and making us all worry sick? Davina snapped, frustration and confusion mixing in her voice, her words spilling before she could rein herself in. But the second Grace's face shifted, Davina realized she'd gone too far. Regret flooded her. What had she just said? How could she be so careless? Just when her daughter had finally started to move on, she stabbed right at her wounds. "She didn't take my boyfriend," Grace said flatly, pushing down her feelings. Davina stared at her in disbelief but didn't dare push further, worried she might say the wrong thing again. Yet, deep down, she was filled with doubt. Wasn't it true that Victoria went abroad with Elijah after snatching Grace's boyfriend? Had her daughter been blinded too? Anyway, there was more to it. She didn't steal him. "Mom, just stop worrying. Theodore knows what he's doing," Grace added calmly when she saw Davina hesitating to speak. She didn't want to revisit everything about Elijah. That part of her life she'd buried. Sure, back then, Victoria had gone along with Elijah's lies. But Grace knew now it was meant to protect her. She didn't exactly forgive Victoria, but she couldn't bring herself to hate her either. After all, Victoria had stayed with Elijah during his hardest times, helping him face the end so he wasn't completely alone. Grace knew Elijah too well. Had it not been Victoria, he still would have found a way to keep the truth from her and slip away quietly. That thought alone was enough to break her heart again. She had been too focused on her own heartbreak to see the truth. In the end, she hadn't even gotten the chance to say goodbye. How can I not worry? I'm his mother, his closest relative, the one who's always looking out for him. You think I'd ever mean him harm? And men, no matter how smart they are in business, they don't always catch on to the tricks women pull. It's different when it comes to love, Davina said stubbornly, clearly not ready to let go. Her voice yanked Grace right out of her thoughts. Grace let out a silent sigh, exasperated. She already knew it was pointless to argue, so why did she keep trying? Forget it, she was done. Let Theodore figure things out on his own. With a tired shake of her head, Grace gave up. Why the hell did he have to go public about his thing with Victoria? They're divorced already. Does he really need the whole world to know? What's he trying to do? Embarrass me to death? And now he says he's going to chase her again? He's got to be doing this just to piss me off. Davina was still fuming. You people, one after another, never let me have a moment of peace. Always making me worry, never giving me a break. Grace noticed her mom was about to start another rant, this time aimed at her, so she slipped out of the house as fast as she could. Once Davina saw Grace had left, she got even more annoyed. After a minute, she figured Isabella was probably the only one who knew how to act right and would actually listen to her, so she quickly gave Isabella a call. "Isabella, how have you been lately? Why haven't you come by the house?" "Auntie Davina, I've been wanting to visit you, but I'm afraid people might take it the wrong way," Isabella said sweetly while rolling her eyes on the other end. With all the gossip flying around about Theodore and Victoria, there was no way she could just stroll into the Chambers house without risking her reputation. She was baffled Davina even had the nerve to call her. She'd fought tooth and nail to get where she was. There was no way she'd throw it all away before even getting the ring. If she lost her image now, there'd be no career left, and Theodore definitely wouldn't marry her. Heck, even Davina probably wouldn't give her the time of day after that. Isabella wasn't stupid. She saw things for what they were. She knew exactly what Davina liked about her. Her movie star status gave the family clout. Without that, even if she were the textbook definition of polite and obedient, Davina wouldn't spare her a glance. Misunderstood? Come on now. Theo and Victoria are already divorced. They're both single. Why can't you two talk? And you're not even here to see Theo, right? Just stopping by to chat with me. Who's going to say anything about that? Davina brushed it off like it was no big deal. Reporters? Please. In Davina's eyes, those tabloid writers were nothing but flies. If any of them dared push their luck, the Chambers family had plenty of ways to shut them up for good. But Theo already said he wants to win Victoria back. I just don't think it's... Isabella hesitated, still keeping up the sweet, gentle act. Let him chase her. You go ahead and do your thing. That doesn't clash. Don't worry, you've got me in your corner. If you need help, just come to me. Theo's just blinded by that woman right now. He'll wake up eventually and realize who really cares about him, who's truly meant to be with him, Davina said earnestly. Isabella's lips curled into a smirk. Turns out the old lady was still useful. At the very least, she was a card worth keeping around. Who knows, she might come in handy at the right moment. As long as Davina was on her side, Victoria wouldn't be stepping into the Chambers family so easily. Honestly, maybe Isabella didn't even have to lift a finger. Davina might just ruin things for Victoria all on her own. Still, doesn't feel right, Isabella said coyly. Davina just found her too pure, too kind-hearted, and kept reassuring her again and again. After a while, Isabella finally reluctantly agreed. Auntie Davina, you can count on me. I'll stay quietly by Theo's side and wait, hoping that one day when he looks back, I'll be right there. Isabella said softly, voice like silk. But once she hung up, her eyes darkened, brimming with resentment. Just to clear up the rumors and keep Victoria out of trouble, Theodore took the initiative to make their past public, and even said he wanted her back. It felt like he just stomped all over Isabella's pride. She'd scrolled through all those online posts and comments countless times over the past couple of days, and each time, her resentment toward Victoria only grew. She was already out of the picture, so why was she still hovering around Theodore like some kind of ghost? If Victoria wasn't around, Theodore would have been all hers by now. He used to be so gentle with her, and now it was like she didn't even exist. And to Isabella, the fault was all Victoria's. There was no way she'd let this slide. If Victoria really thought she could just waltz back into Theodore's life, she clearly hadn't considered whether Isabella would let that happen. So Isabella quietly arranged for someone to tip Henry off with a fake warning, claiming someone was about to harm Victoria. Worried out of his mind, Henry rushed off to find her. At the time, Victoria was at work at the mortuary, busy with a reconstruction job. She hadn't seen her phone, so she missed Henry's call. Thinking the worst, Henry panicked and barged straight into the mortuary, only to realize she was still inside, working. Once she heard the commotion, Victoria stepped out and was startled to see him. A co-worker explained that a man was asking for her outside and seemed really anxious. It caught her completely off guard. Henry's usually so proper. What could have made him show up at her workplace unannounced? Something serious must have happened. Her mind instantly went on high alert. Meanwhile, the co-workers around her had already started whispering and speculating. "Let's talk outside," Victoria said, asking Chloe Rogers to request leave on her behalf. Then she followed Henry out. She originally planned to find a quiet place nearby and talk, but Henry wasn't having it. "This place isn't safe. Come with me." He didn't wait for more questions, just pulled her straight into his car. "What's going on? Why are you suddenly here?" Victoria asked, confused. Henry kept his eyes on the road. "I got this anonymous message saying someone was planning to hurt you. They even knew where you work. I was so worried, I didn't stop to think. I just came." "Anyone could have sent that. It might be fake," she said calmly. "And my workplace isn't exactly a secret anymore." She hadn't hidden it. Anyone who did a little digging could find out. Especially after that whole mess with the gossip online, her info had basically been laid bare. "It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. I wasn't going to take any chances," Henry said, pulling over. He turned to face her. "Even if it's fake, I couldn't just sit around. Do you get that?" At that moment, his carefully buried feelings surfaced. The intensity in his eyes made Victoria uncomfortable. She turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Henry's heart skipped. That hesitation, could it mean she didn't see him as just a friend? Without realizing it, he leaned in closer. "Henry, we're just friends." Her voice was calm, not forceful, not cold, just matter of fact. He paused. Any closer, and whatever they had now would be gone. Snapping back to reality, Henry leaned away. What the hell was he doing? He must have lost his head out of panic, but now it was glaringly clear. Between him and Victoria, it'd always only be friendship. He gave a bitter smile. "Can you just drive me back?" Victoria said calmly. "No way," Henry shot back without missing a beat. "Not until we get to the bottom of this. What if it's real? It's too risky." This was the first time he'd gone against her decision. "Henry, I haven't finished my job yet. I can't just walk away from it. Whoever's behind this, whatever they're after, it doesn't change the fact I can't keep living like I'm being hunted. If they keep playing mind games and never show up, what am I supposed to do? Stay paranoid forever? That'd be no different than being a prisoner." Victoria wasn't angry. Her voice was calm, just explaining how she felt. "I get it, Vic. Really, I do. But I can't just sit around and watch you put yourself in danger. If you insist on staying, then I'll be here every day to pick you up after work." His tone softened, but his insistence didn't waver. Victoria froze for a second. Why did both these guys insist on driving her everywhere? "Actually, Theodore's been picking me up and dropping me off lately," she said after a pause. It wasn't like things between her and Theodore were that serious again yet, but if saying this helped Henry back off, maybe it was worth it. "You're taking him back?" Henry's voice was full of disbelief. He'd watched that press conference where Theodore announced he was trying to win her back, but he never thought Victoria would agree just like that. After everything Theodore had done, she was too proud to forgive him that easily, wasn't she? "That's beside the point, Henry. You know what I'm trying to say." Victoria looked him straight in the eyes. "I don't know," Henry muttered, turning his face away like a stubborn kid. Why was it okay for Theodore and not for him? That guy had hurt her before, yet she was willing to give him another shot. But him? She couldn't even give him a chance. "I trust that he'll keep me safe. Just take me back," Victoria said again. Henry had no choice but to drive her back. She said she trusted Theodore, but not him. What could he do? He couldn't force her to care. As they got to the restoration lab, Henry pulled over. As Victoria stepped out, he suddenly called her name. "Vic." "Yeah?" She turned, puzzled. Then he pulled her into a gentle hug. "Don't just trust Theodore, okay? Trust me too. I've got your back," he said softly, pulling away almost instantly. That moment, both his arms and his heart felt painfully empty. If she chose the prince, he'd just be the quiet knight keeping watch behind her. "Theodore's got a busy schedule, right? He's bound to miss a few days. When that happens, just call me, okay? And hey, tell him to be careful. If he slips up even once, I'm stepping in," Henry joked. Victoria's heart skipped a beat, but seeing his light-hearted expression, she let out a quiet laugh. Then her smile froze. She'd spotted Theodore standing a short distance away, expression unreadable. No one knew how long he'd been there. "Theodore? What are you doing here this early?" Victoria looked at him, clearly surprised. She meant that since Theodore knew she'd be working late, he shouldn't have shown up so soon. But after what he'd just seen, he took her words as her feeling guilty. "If I hadn't come early, how else would I have caught such a lovely little scene?" Theodore was practically grinding his teeth, seething with anger. That Henry. Like a bad penny that just won't go away. "What scene are you even talking about?" Victoria blinked, totally confused by his sudden weird behavior. "Oh please, like I'm making this up. You said you were working late? This is your so-called overtime?" Theodore glanced at her, then shot a glare at Henry. Henry couldn't help but feel somewhere between annoyed and amused. Victoria had made it clear over and over again that she only cared about Theodore, shut him down every time without the slightest hope. Yet here Theodore was, actually jealous of him. Couldn't be more ironic. Not that he regretted what he just did. If seeing that hug could stir up some discomfort in Theodore, well then score one for him. And if Theodore dared take it out on Victoria, fine, he'd be more than happy to fight for her. It's not like Theodore appreciated her when he had the chance. "You've got it all wrong," Victoria said quickly. "Henry was just worried something might have happened to me. That's why he came." Now it made sense to her. Theodore must have seen Henry hugging her, and that's what set him off. She tried to explain right away, but honestly it just sounded weak, like a bad excuse from someone who got caught red-handed. Theodore clearly wasn't buying it. "Worried about your safety, so he has to hug you?" the image of them still pissed him off. That comment pushed Victoria over the edge. Forget it. If he was never going to trust her, no matter what she said, then what was even the point? She'd thought that after everything they'd been through, Theodore would know her better, would believe her. Apparently, she'd overestimated him. "Don't talk to her like that," Henry cut in, voice tight. "I'm the one who hugged her. She didn't even have time to react. It had nothing to do with her. You're pissed? Fine. Aim it at me. You don't have to rush. Your turn's coming soon enough." Theodore narrowed his eyes, his words low and laced with threat. "Don't think I don't see exactly what you're after. Just some advice. Stay away from what's not yours, unless you're ready to pay the price." He'd had it with Henry. Constantly hanging around Victoria, always trying to play the hero, even showing up at her place as if it were nothing, like he didn't even exist. No one had ever dared to challenge him like this before. The only reason Theodore hadn't come at him yet was because he hadn't had the time. But that didn't mean he wouldn't. "Well then, let's see if you've actually got what it takes." Henry looked him straight in the eye, no fear, even a bit of defiance. "Theodore, is brute force the only trick you've got? If that's your way of protecting Victoria, I honestly feel sorry for her," Henry added, pushing even harder. "Henry!" Theodore snapped, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. If Theodore hadn't been holding back just because Victoria was right there, he would have definitely taught Henry a lesson, make him learn what it really meant to act tough. "Enough. Just stop it, both of you. If you keep this up, don't even think about coming to me again. Whether I'm in trouble or not, it won't be your concern anymore," Victoria said, clearly pissed. That totally shut them up. Both Theodore and Henry could tell she meant every word. If they kept going, she really would cut them both off. So the drama finally died down. After some convincing from Victoria, Henry left first, and while Victoria went back to work, Theodore stuck around outside, refusing to leave until she was done. When she got back to the office, everyone's eyes followed her like magnets, juicy gossip practically written on their faces. They were clearly dying to know who the other guy was, but no one dared to ask outright. Once she stepped into the restoration studio, the whispers slowly kicked in again. That guy didn't look like an average person, and he sure didn't treat Victoria like a stranger. Something's going on there. For real, having two amazing guys fight over her? Victoria must be living the dream. I'm so jealous. When's it going to be my turn? Keep dreaming. Not everyone can look like her. Let's be honest, guys are about looks. Who wouldn't fall for someone like Victoria? Of course, Victoria had no clue what they were saying. If she did, she'd probably just say, "You can have this blessing if you want it." She wasn't enjoying being fought over by two incredible men one bit. To her, it was nothing but a headache. "You okay, Master?" Chloe asked, a little worried when she saw Victoria looking off. "I'm fine. Let's just get back to work. We're already behind schedule," Victoria replied, shaking her head. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Chloe swallowed the rest of her words. Sighing quietly, Chloe thought to herself, her master was amazing, so why did she always have to deal with such annoying stuff? Honestly, men were just distractions from her work. After silently complaining to herself, Chloe threw herself into work, staying focused and doing everything she could to help Victoria out. She just wanted to ease her burden a little. Thanks to Chloe's help, Victoria finally wrapped up her tasks for the day. By then, it was already 10 p.m. Victoria didn't feel safe letting Chloe head home alone that late, so she decided they'd go together, planning to drop her off with Theodore's help. As soon as Victoria said she'd take her along, Chloe's eyes lit up. Getting to walk with her master? Best thing ever. Except that guy. She'd seen Theodore before and thought he was kind of scary. Sure, she'd grumble about him behind his back, but face to face? No way. Master, are you sure?" "I don't want to trouble you," Chloe hesitated. "It's no trouble. It's a short drive. I'd worry too much if you went home by yourself," Victoria replied while packing up. Chloe didn't want her to worry, and honestly, she really did want to tag along. No way was she missing a rare chance like this. Chloe shut her eyes tight, putting on a dramatic, going to my doom face as she climbed into the car behind Victoria. "And this is..." Theodore frowned, glancing at the rearview mirror with a confused look before turning to Victoria. Theo, let me introduce you. This is Chloe Rogers, my apprentice at the Restoration Center. She helps me out a lot with my work. Victoria smiled slightly as she spoke about Chloe. The moment Theodore's eyes met the mirror again, his gaze turned ice cold. Chloe had just been soaking in the pride of being praised by her mentor when that terrifying look in Theodore's eyes sent a chill down her spine. She instantly sobered up. That stare was no joke. Chloe shrank back a little, trying to hide behind the front passenger seat so her reflection wouldn't show up in the mirror. Her mind kept chanting, "If I can't see him, he can't see me." "Chloe, what's wrong? You feeling okay?" Victoria, seated beside her in the back, leaned in with concern. Chloe instinctively looked toward the driver's seat, and yep, she was met with that same intense, warning glare. She flinched again. She wanted to cry. She was overjoyed about sharing a ride home with her mentor. He's cozy side by side in the back seat, but man, that guy's killing aura was way too much. He was straight up scary. She even got the creepy feeling that if Victoria weren't here, she'd be cut in half by that death glare already. I'm fine, she mumbled, voice shaking under the pressure of Theodore's threatening stare. Victoria narrowed her eyes, clearly noticing something was off. She followed Chloe's gaze right into Theodore's look, which hadn't even had time to soften. "Theodore, quit it with the scary face, you're freaking Chloe out," she scolded, frowning. "If she gets scared that easily, how's she supposed to be any help to you at work? Honestly, she feels more like a burden," Theodore muttered with a hint of sarcasm, clearly annoyed Victoria had taken Chloe's side. Already ticked off about their alone time being hijacked, he got even moodier seeing Victoria defending Chloe. "Theodore," Victoria snapped, voice sharper now. He knew that tone. First name, last name. Yeah, she was genuinely pissed. Still, he couldn't believe she'd actually get mad at him over that apprentice. That just made him even more frustrated. Without realizing it, he pressed down on the gas a little harder, just wanting to drop that third wheel off ASAP. Victoria wasn't having it. This late at night, she was just trying to make sure Chloe got home safe, and yet Theodore still had the nerve to act all hostile. Chloe was such a sweet, timid girl. She'd probably be terrified of getting in his car again. "Master, don't be mad at him. I'm sure he didn't mean it. It's just me. I get scared easily," Chloe mumbled, inching closer toward Victoria. Having Victoria stand up for her gave her a bit more courage. "See how understanding Chloe is? She's still trying to give you the benefit of the doubt," Victoria said pointedly to Theodore. Theodore glanced in the mirror at the girl trying so hard to play nice, and his chest tightened. Victoria actually believed her? That stung more than he expected. He didn't know why, but somehow this entire scene felt oddly familiar. No matter how hard he tried, though, he couldn't put his finger on it. "Master, there's something I didn't quite get today. It's about..." Chloe leaned in closer while bringing up her question. As she scooted next to Victoria in the back seat, Theodore could barely stand the sight. But with Victoria so clearly on Chloe's side tonight, he had no choice but to swallow it all down. After finally dropping Chloe off at her place, Theodore looked noticeably more relaxed. "Get out," he said, stepping out of the car and opening Victoria's door. Victoria glanced at him suspiciously, like she wasn't sure what kind of weirdness he was pulling now. "She's gone. You can ride shotgun," Theodore mumbled, looking away awkwardly. Victoria saw how awkward he was and couldn't help but chuckle a little. Wait a sec. Was this guy seriously jealous of Chloe? "Theodore, are you seriously jealous of Chloe now?" Victoria asked, both amused and a little incredulous. "You getting in the front or not?" he replied, trying to sound chill, but the redness creeping up his ears totally gave him away. Good thing it was dark, or he'd be busted. Victoria looked at him. He was clearly uncomfortable, but also kind of hopeful. How could she say no to that? As she stepped out of the car, Theodore quietly allowed himself a smile. He held his arm over the door frame to make sure she didn't bump her head getting in. On the way back, Victoria sat up front. Every now and then, Theodore would glance sideways at her and try to hide his grin. It was literally just the two of them this time. No third wheels, no distractions. Just peace and quiet. The air somehow felt lighter too. Noticing how relaxed and happy he was, Victoria couldn't help but feel a little lighter herself. "Vic, when are you done with work? Maybe we could get out for a bit, clear our heads," he said, gripping the steering wheel a bit tighter, his voice a mix of casual and nervous. He'd meant to say, date, honestly. But this wasn't the kind of thing you could just blurt out. He wasn't joking around when he said he wanted to win her back. He was serious and fully committed. But with both of them so swamped with work, just driving her to and from the office wasn't going to cut it. That was more like a chauffeur than a boyfriend. From what little he knew about relationships, dates were kind of a must. You needed different vibes to see where things could go. Still, they weren't officially a couple, and he didn't want to freak her out by coming on too strong. Anyone who knew Theodore would be shocked at how cautious he was being. He was always decisive, never second-guessed himself. Since when was he this careful? Victoria, hearing his question, felt a little flustered too. Her mind raced. Was he asking her out on a date? Should she say yes? But wouldn't agreeing right away make it seem like she was giving in too easily? She still hadn't completely moved past everything that had happened. But if she turned him down, what if he got discouraged and gave up? His pride was no joke. What if one rejection made him pull back for good? God, she'd never felt this conflicted before. Going out right now, though. Is that really safe? Where would we even go? She asked hesitantly. That pulled Theodore back to reality. Right, they still hadn't figured out the source of that video. If it really had anything to do with that serial killer case, then Victoria could totally be in danger. A wave of guilt hit him hard. He'd been so caught up in making things right between them that he'd almost forgotten the bigger threat looming over them. Sorry, that was my bad. It's really not the right time to go out with everything going on. Theodore's earlier light mood faded a little. He looked a bit down, with a hint of worry in his expression. He couldn't stop thinking about how Victoria's photo and personal info were leaked online. All of it happened because of him. He didn't do enough to keep her safe, and the guilt sat heavy on his chest. Yeah, he had already taken action against those who had doxed and harassed her, got people to pay the price. But even so, it still wasn't enough. The damage was done, and it left Victoria exposed to more danger. It's not your fault. If we're blaming anyone, it should be that serial killer. It's not just on me. That guy's a threat to everyone in Avondale. Seeing Theodore's mood drop, Victoria softened her voice to comfort him. I'll ask Ryan for an update. Maybe he's found something that'll help with the case. Hearing her say that steadied his nerves a bit, and he managed a small nod. But the fact that the murderer was still out there, it hung over them like a massive weight, constantly pressing down, reminding them that no matter how good the moment felt, there was still this unseen danger lurking. One single thought about it, and the mood instantly crashed. Guess we can only hope, Victoria said with a sigh in her heart. She honestly didn't know what else they could do. She believed Theodore when he said Ryan was a genius at finding information, but even so, if the police couldn't crack it, could they really pull this off on their own? Who was the creepy guy using videos to mess with Hannah Mills? Was he connected to the serial killer? What was he even after? One question led to another until it all stirred into one huge mess of confusion, like a thick fog clouding both their minds. The funny thing was, with Chloe Rogers already dropped off and out of the picture, this drive should have felt like a peaceful little moment for just the two of them. And honestly, Theodore normally would have been over the moon about that, but the heavy stuff they'd been talking about made it hard to enjoy any of it. Whatever nice vibe there was, poof, gone. Back home, Victoria went to bed early. She had work the next day and needed the rest. It was already past 11 at night. Theodore hesitated for a bit, then finally just texted Ryan to check on the progress. No reply. With a sigh, Theodore tossed his phone aside. Sleep didn't come easy that night, not with everything on his mind. The next morning, Victoria stepped out of the bathroom and did a double take when she saw him. She blinked. You didn't sleep at all, did you? What's with those circles under your eyes? Try not to worry too much. Things will work out eventually, she said, trying to ease his nerves. She knew exactly why he couldn't sleep. And honestly, even though she was the target, he looked 10 times more anxious than she was, almost like he was panicking. Victoria never thought she'd see Theodore, someone always so composed, actually lose his calm like this. But now she knew. It wasn't because he was scared for himself. He was scared for her. "Yeah, we'll figure it out," he said, forcing a casual tone. "And hey, don't worry, I'll keep you safe." His words made her chest warm. They shared a quiet smile. After breakfast, as usual, he drove her to the mortuary restoration site for work. Once she got out, he turned and headed to the company. First thing he did when he got there? Called Ryan. The phone kept ringing, but all Theodore got was the busy tone. He frowned, clearly annoyed. What the hell was Ryan doing? Ignoring even his calls? He'd been caught up juggling the drama online lately and hadn't had time to check in, but Ryan hadn't updated him either. Now that he thought about it, they'd gone quite a while without touching base. He'd assured Victoria that Ryan could be counted on when it came to serious stuff, and he meant every word of that. It wasn't that he doubted Ryan would screw things up, but something just felt off. Uneasy, Theodore grabbed his keys and hit the road, heading straight to Ryan's house. With Ryan's older siblings handling the family business, his parents enjoyed their retirement, staying home most of the time, occasionally going on vacations when the mood struck. When Theodore arrived, both of Ryan's parents were home. They were a bit surprised to see him show up unannounced. "Theodore, you're here to see Ryan?" Mrs. Stewart asked first. It was early in the day for this kind of visit. Maybe something urgent had come up. The boys had grown up together. Back when they were little, Theodore used to spend tons of time at their place. Though they'd seen less of him in recent years, they never treated him like an outsider. "Yeah, Uncle Auntie, I needed his help with something. Is he home?" Theodore asked, relieved to see that they looked calm. Their expressions didn't hint at anything wrong, and he finally felt a bit of ease. Ryan still lived at home. For one, Mrs. Stewart didn't trust him living solo. He needed to get himself a girlfriend before she'd allow that. And Ryan didn't seem in a rush to leave either. He claimed he just wanted to spend more time with his parents before settling down. His siblings were all busier than one another and rarely ever came home. He's home. For days now he's just locked himself inside that room, won't even come out to eat. We asked, but he's being all mysterious. Said he'd explain once he's done with whatever he's working on. Mrs. Stewart complained to Theodore, clearly worried. "I'll go check on him," Theodore said, eyebrows pulling together as concern crept in. "Please do. Maybe he'll actually open the door for you." Mrs. Stewart looked hopeful. Out of everyone, Ryan only really listened to Theodore growing up. Even with Theodore's cold face and sharp attitude, Ryan followed him around like a loyal puppy. Back when he was still a teenager, Mrs. Stewart had even stressed out privately over her son's orientation because of that. After voicing her worries to Mr. Stewart, she got scolded. Then Ryan hit his rebellious phase, bouncing from one relationship to the next like it was a sport, charming but never attached. Mrs. Stewart went from stressing about his preferences to getting a headache over his playboy ways. But knowing how close Ryan was to Theodore, she figured now that he was here, surely Ryan wouldn't just keep hiding. Finally, maybe she'd get to find out what her son had been up to all this time. Ryan. Theodore knocked on the bedroom door. There was no answer. Theodore's expression tightened. The worry that had just eased a little instantly came back full force. "Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, are you sure he's in the room?" Theodore knocked a few more times, but still no response, so he turned to the couple. "Well, he was yesterday. I talked to him, and he answered me," Mrs. Stewart replied, a little rattled by Theodore's serious tone. "Theodore, do you know something? Is Ryan in trouble?" she asked anxiously. Seeing how worried they looked, Theodore didn't dare tell them everything, afraid it might make things worse. "Please, step back a little. I'll get the door open," he said calmly. Mr. Stewart helped his trembling wife step back to a safer distance. Once they were clear, Theodore took a few steps back and kicked the door hard. He'd been training in martial arts since he was young, and with full force, the door crashed open. "My baby!" Mrs. Stewart immediately rushed in with Mr. Stewart close behind. Theodore, having already seen what was inside during the kick, didn't follow. The couple froze by the door. Ryan was sprawled out in bed like a starfish, hair a total mess, stubble everywhere. He looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in days. Still, he was snoring softly, totally dead to the world. Both parents were dumbfounded. No wonder he hadn't answered. The guy was basically hibernating. Not even the sound of the door being kicked in woke him. Ryan, Mrs. Stewart, relieved he was fine, immediately exploded with anger. She was fuming. How could a grown man let himself fall apart like this? Judging from the look of it, he hadn't properly taken care of himself in days. Luckily, at least he managed basic hygiene. He didn't smell. Otherwise, she'd have dragged him out by the ear. Maybe her shout hit a nerve or something because it worked better than the kicked-in door. Ryan twitched, eyes snapping open. "Huh? What's going on?" he said groggily, totally confused. "What's going on? You nearly gave us a heart attack." Mrs. Stewart couldn't hold back and smacked him upside the head. Ryan finally came to, blinking at both his parents hovering over him, baffled. "Mom? Dad? How'd you get in here?" The last thing he remembered, the door was locked. Did he dream that? "You've been holed up for days. We called and called, nothing. You scared the life out of us," Mrs. Stewart snapped. "Ryan, Theodore's here for you," Mr. Stewart added. "What? Theodore's here?" Ryan blurted, sitting up instantly. Only then did he spot Theodore by the door. Knowing Theodore must have had something urgent, Mr. Stewart gently pulled his wife out of the room, leaving the two friends alone. Ryan scratched his head when he saw Theodore. "Theo? What are you doing here?" He hadn't really slept the past 2 days, pulled another all-nighter yesterday, and had just knocked out this morning. Slept like a log. No wonder he didn't hear anything. "What do you think? I've called and texted you like 10 times. You didn't reply at all. Thought you'd gone MIA, Theodore replied, eyeing Ryan's disheveled look with a hint of disapproval. "Huh? You called me?" Ryan quickly sifted through the pile of stuff next to him, fishing out his phone. He unlocked it and scanned through the screen. Wow, a whole bunch of missed calls and unread messages. Can't even blame Theo for showing up. Dude must have been panicking. "You didn't have to bang on the door, though," Ryan said, trying to preempt any scolding. "If I hadn't, your parents were ready to call the cops," Theodore said, rolling his eyes. "So, did you find anything on what I asked you to check?" Theodore asked, now that he could confirm Ryan was alive and well. No time for small talk. Ryan put on a dramatic face. "Man, I've been busting my ass helping you. Barely slept, and you don't even care? You're just here for the intel?" Theodore said nothing, just stared at him blankly. Ryan sighed, giving up the act. Okay, I've got some leads. Give me 2 days tops, and I'll nail down who we're after." Theodore's expression softened, nodding slightly. He trusted Ryan on this, and the sooner they uncovered who uploaded that video, the safer Victoria would be. "That's it, Theo, come on, aren't you gonna hype me up a little? I've worked hard, Ryan said, looking betrayed. "Praise you?" Theodore's tone didn't change a bit. "Yeah, say something nice. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll crack this faster." Ryan was now wide awake, grinning ear to ear. Hearing praise from Theodore was rarer than a solar eclipse. Just thinking about it made him giddy. "You seriously want me to compliment you?" Theodore asked, lips twitching into a half smile. Even though he smiled and his voice stayed casual, Ryan suddenly felt an odd chill. "Haha, forget it. No need." Ryan instantly backed down. "I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart, not expecting anything in return. No need to end up like his poor bedroom door." "Here, look, I'll show you my progress," Ryan said, rubbing his bird's nest hair and hopping off the bed in his oversized boxers and a tank top. This time, Theodore didn't protest and followed his gaze to the computer screen. "Check this out. Give me 2 days and I'll have this dude's whole life on file. No place to hide. Though I gotta admit, this guy's slippery, like trying to catch a greased pig. Not easy. But he messed with the wrong guy," Ryan said, animated, pride written all over his face. Now that Theodore was reassured, there was no need to hang around. He still had a ton of work waiting at the company. "Keep me posted if anything new comes up. Also, dude, go clean yourself up a bit. You're practically a caveman now." Seeing that things were finally moving forward, Theodore relaxed a little and even joked with Ryan. Ryan shot him a shocked look like he'd just seen a ghost. Wait, did he just hear that right? Theodore just made a joke? Since when did that guy have a sense of humor? Was he hallucinating from sleep deprivation? "If there's nothing else, I'll get going. No need to see me out," Theodore said while giving Ryan a quick once-over from head to toe. The message in his eyes was loud and clear. "Ryan? Seriously?" He'd been killing himself, staying up for days to help Theodore, and now he's getting dissed for looking a little rough. Where's the justice in that? Theodore, leaving already? Mrs. Stewart popped out just in time to see him exiting and glanced toward Ryan's room with a puzzled face. Did Ryan tick you off again? She knew full well her son could be a handful. He'd pissed her off more times than she could count. I've got work waiting at the office, Auntie. Thanks for having me over, Theodore replied politely to both Mr. and Mrs. Stewart. All right, drive safe then. Come hang out with Ryan again sometime, Mrs. Stewart said warmly. As soon as he left, Mrs. Stewart made a beeline upstairs. The moment she stepped into Ryan's room, she saw him sitting in front of his computer, hair sticking out like a bird's nest, panda eyes, stubble all over his chin, completely locked in, furiously typing away. The clacking of the keyboard echoed nonstop, giving her an instant headache. One look at this setup and Mrs. Stewart was fuming. A vein near her temple started throbbing. Ryan, Mom, whatever it is, can it wait? I'm really tied up right now. Ryan didn't even glance away from the screen, totally unaware of the storm brewing behind him. He'd promised Theodore he'd track down that person in 2 days tops. Time was ticking. No slack, no delay. Mrs. Stewart got even more worked up seeing him like this. She strode over and yanked his ear without warning. You little rascal! I told you to stop messing with that tech nonsense, didn't I? Back when Ryan was young, he'd almost gotten into big trouble using his hacker skills. That incident had scared her half to death, and she'd banned him from getting involved in that stuff ever again. Ow, 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 ow! Mom, let go! Just hear me out! It's not what you think! Ryan howled, trying to duck away. You really think you can fool your own mother? Locking yourself up in here for days, saying it's important work, but really just hacking away again? Mrs. Stewart had been burned too many times to buy his stories at face value. Ryan gave a bitter laugh. Well, this was what they meant by digging your own grave. Mom, I swear I'm being serious this time. Let me go first, please, he begged with puppy eyes. Serious? You say that every damn time. Mrs. Stewart still didn't look convinced. Look, I'm helping Theodore dig up some info. Isn't that legit enough for you? Ryan had no choice but to drop Theodore's name as his trump card, seeing as his own credibility was basically in the negatives. Mrs. Stewart hesitated a little, clearly still uncertain but loosening her grip on his ear. Really? You're actually helping Theodore with something? It's not that she wanted to look down on her own son, really, but someone like Theodore, already running the entire Chambers group at such a young age, her silly son Ryan could never compare. Why would someone like Theodore ever need Ryan's help? Of course it's true. Didn't you see Theodore show up at our place first thing this morning? You think he'd come over that early if it wasn't something big? Ryan felt the grip on his ear lighten and quickly added fuel to the fire. Well, I guess that makes some sense. His mom paused, sarcasm still written all over her face. Sensing that his words hit the mark, Ryan lit up inside. He put on his best pitiful tone. So, Mom, does this mean you'll let go of my ear now? She shot him a look like she couldn't believe how pathetic he sounded, but still eventually released her grip. Seriously, am I even your biological son? You believe Theodore over me every time, Ryan huffed as he rubbed his sore ear. Ever take a look in the mirror? Theodore's got his life together. You spend your days doing who knows what, she snapped. This youngest son of hers never failed to stress her out. Honestly, it was a stroke of luck he at least knew how to make decent friends. Growing up with Theodore as a buddy might have been the only thing keeping him somewhat on track. Wait a second. What's that smell in here? She sniffed the air, her face twisting into a frown. Ryan was still processing when he saw her start heading toward the trash bin in his room. And then it hit him. The instant noodles. He'd been devouring them non-stop lately, even though his mom had always been dead set against that kind of junk food. Crap was the only word echoing in his brain. Ryan! Her voice exploded like a siren the moment she peeked into the bin and spotted those empty noodle cups. Ryan stiffened like he was about to face a firing squad. This wasn't going to end well for his ears. So this is what you meant by just a little snack? Been secretly living on junk food behind my back? And just like that, she yanked his ear again, zero hesitation. Mom, I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. Please let me off this time. Ryan tilted his head up, eyes wide in fake injury mode, desperate for mercy. But his unkempt, borderline hobo state only made her more furious. Her grip got a little tighter without her even realizing. "Just look at you, a total mess. Go clean yourself up, now," she barked. Sure, Ryan could be a pain, but she had to admit he was easy on the eyes. As a kid, he'd been prettier than some girls, and even now, all grown up, he was still good-looking, that kind of pretty that made people want to pinch his cheeks when he pouted. Normally, she'd cave the second he acted adorable. But right now, with that greasy hair and scruffy face, not a chance. She felt like smacking him again. Okay, deep breaths, Mom. Can you let go first? I'll go clean up, I swear," Ryan pleaded. Finally, she let go and he shot up, gently nudging her toward the door. "Go rest, Mom. I'll get everything tidied up right now." While Ryan was busy dealing with this domestic chaos, trouble was brewing for Theodore on the other end too. He really did have something urgent at the office. The corporate meeting was scheduled for this morning. It was a quarterly wrap-up, focusing on reviewing past performances and setting goals for the next phase. Present at the meeting were Theodore, shareholders from the Chambers Group, top-level managers, and execs from the subsidiary companies. Everything was going smoothly at first. Theodore listened to the reports from each company, but his expression gradually darkened. He had Marcus hand out the reports to everyone and immediately pointed out the glaring issues hiding in their fancy talk. His tone was blunt, no sugarcoating. "If you try pulling this kind of stunt again, don't bother showing up." As soon as he finished speaking, the room went dead silent. A few managers who were called out started wiping the cold sweat off their faces. Some shareholders, clearly not fans of Theodore's tough management style, couldn't help but throw in some veiled sarcasm. While pretending to defend the managers, they were obviously trying to stir up tension between Theodore and the staff. "Mr. Chambers, isn't this a bit harsh? I mean, rumor has it you've barely been around the office lately. You can't expect everyone else to follow the rules if you're not setting the example," said a shareholder, a chubby man who always wore a fake smile, a real snake in the grass. "I also heard your busy schedule has more to do with trying to win back your ex-wife than work. Look, we get it. You're young and all, got emotions and hormones running high. But personal stuff shouldn't come before business, right? I mean, women aren't exactly more important than the company." The more the guy talked, the darker Theodore's face became, especially at that last jab, which was dripping with sexist undertones. "Performance speaks louder than gossip, Mr. Reese. If you're so eager to pick me apart, at least find valid complaints instead of snooping around in my personal life," Theodore shot back without flinching. He wasn't the kind to hold back just to make others comfortable. "You?" Mr. Reese was stunned, speechless, flush spreading up to his ears. Getting publicly humiliated like that, he clearly didn't know how to save face. "Mr. Chambers, most of us senior shareholders are old enough to be your elders, and we've been with Chambers Group from the beginning. Do you have to talk like that? It's a bit disheartening, don't you think?" said Mr. Mason suddenly, stepping in to mediate. Mr. Mason was the polar opposite of Mr. Reese. Skinny, with crafty eyes that looked like they were always scheming. A seasoned manipulator, if there ever was one. "Oh, can't find fault in the work, so now we're pulling the seniority card? If you want to be my elder, maybe change your last name to Chambers first," Theodore sneered, glancing at them and then around the room. Sure enough, some people's eyes darted away. He mentally took note. Clearly, taking a softer approach lately had left some folks feeling too bold. These guys were profiting off his leadership and taking dividends home, yet still dared to play power games, boss him around like some junior, and even try to meddle in company affairs by sneaking in their own people. Did they really think he was blind to all their shady little moves? If they didn't want the easy path, fine. He'd make sure they got the hard one. The meeting ended on a sour note, and Theodore walked out with a sharp flick of his sleeve. Marcus followed close behind. "Marcus, keep a close eye on what's going on in the company, especially the old guys. Don't alert them just yet," Theodore said casually as they walked down the corridor. Of course, he wasn't actually mad back there. In the business world, losing your cool was just bad form. He just put on a show to stir the waters a bit and see who'd panic first. Yes, Mr. Chambers, Marcus responded with a look of genuine admiration. To him, Theodore wasn't just a boss, he was a role model. They weren't that far apart in age, but Theodore's achievements were way ahead of the pack. Marcus, who had been by his side for years, knew better than anyone that Theodore's success wasn't just thanks to his family name, it was his ability that really set him apart. Once they left, the others in the meeting room began to trickle out one after another. Mr. Reese was red in the face, still seething from Theodore's attitude and clearly unable to shake it off. Did you all hear the way he talked to us just now? That kid doesn't give a damn about any of us. Mr. Reese vented, practically fuming. He was clearly hoping to rally support against Theodore, but no one else took the bait. These board members weren't fools. They'd all seen what Theodore was capable of. Others had tried to challenge him before, and none of them ended well. These guys were veterans. They knew their limits, and going head-to-head with Theodore just didn't seem worth it. Aren't any of you angry? He practically insulted us to our faces. You're really okay being bossed around by someone so much younger? Mr. Reese pressed, turning to a few board members around his age. But the rest couldn't understand why he was still fighting this battle. After all these years, he still didn't get it? Mr. Reese, we're not getting any younger. It's time we took it easy. Those youngsters can run the show. As long as the company's doing well, isn't that what matters? One of the board members said, trying to calm him down. Since Theodore took over, the company had been on a steady rise. Everything was smooth sailing. Why get all worked up? Better to spend time enjoying life, with some tea and maybe a bit of gardening, not wasting energy on pointless power plays. I mean, getting dividends without lifting a finger? Who wouldn't be happy with that? Mr. Reese, however, looked at him like he was from another planet. So now you're siding with Chambers too? He said, clearly baffled. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Bunch of old men with no fight left in them. They weren't even that old, yet they'd already given up on ambition. All they cared about was feeding fish and bird watching. No wonder none of them could take Theodore on. Reese let out a frustrated sigh and shook his head, looking completely disappointed and unwilling to waste another word. It felt like no one could see what he saw. Seeing the situation, no one tried to persuade him anymore. They all just quietly left. Honestly, most of them weren't aiming for anything big at this point. They just wanted to go home, chill, and enjoy the life they'd worked their whole lives for. But Marcus didn't get it. All he could think was how nobody understood him. Mr. Reese, I agree. What Theodore said earlier did come off a bit harsh. But he's still young. We, as the older generation, shouldn't let that get to us. Getting worked up isn't worth risking our health, said Mr. Mason, who'd been quietly leaning by the door. With most people gone, he finally walked over with a polite smile. Older generation? He doesn't see us that way. Didn't you hear what he said? If we want to be considered his elders, we'd better have the last name Chambers. Just hearing that word set Mr. Reese off again, his anger flaring at the memory of how Theodore completely embarrassed them in front of everyone at the meeting. No respect at all. Yeah, his words were out of line. But try not to let it bother you too much, Mr. Mason said, still smiling calmly, trying to keep things chill. Oh, so you do agree that Theodore went too far then? Mr. Reese perked up instantly, like he just found a teammate. Those other guys have no spine. Got humiliated like that and still suck up to him? Seriously? He ranted more and more angrily, completely ignoring the fact that he and his crew started the whole mess. Theodore had only responded to them, not everyone else. The others had no reason to jump into the fire. They're all too used to the comfortable life, Mr. Mason replied smoothly, still fanning the flames while throwing in subtle flattery. They're happy with the perks Theodore gave them. You don't need to waste your breath on people like that. Sure enough, Mr. Reese felt better right away, comforted by the idea that unlike him, everyone else was just a bunch of self-serving opportunists. You're way better than those guys, Mr. Reese said with satisfaction. I'm just being honest, Mr. Mason replied humbly. Still got a long way to go compared to you. Mr. Reese, if you're free sometime, I'd love to sit down and talk more about things. Haha, you're too polite. Of course we should find time to chat over a drink. The two walked off like old buddies, not realizing how much Mr. Mason actually despised him. That a long way to go, he mentioned. Oh, there really was a huge gap. He just wasn't dumb enough to be on Mr. Reese's level. Mr. Mason thought to himself, who would have guessed someone this clueless would take that line seriously? They looked like partners, but in truth, both had their own schemes brewing. Meanwhile, Theodore had already returned to his office after giving Marcus his instructions, not wasting another thought on those two clowns. Watching them was Marcus's job now. Theodore's focus was on actual business, the kind that would bring real value to Chambers Group. This Blue Ocean New District project in Avondale was huge. Tons of companies were already circling like sharks. Chambers Group had a strong footing in Avondale, so there wasn't too much to worry about. Still, Theodore never stepped into a fight unprepared. This project? He wasn't just interested, he was determined to win. After grinding through a long day at work, Theodore finally stretched his stiff back as he glanced out the window at the vibrant sunset. Victoria was probably still buried in work. No way she'd catch this view. A thought hit him. He grabbed his phone, opened the camera, picked the perfect angle, and snapped what he thought was the most stunning shot. Then, without hesitation, he sent it over to her. 1 minute passed, then another. As expected, no reply. He let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Lately, he just couldn't help himself. Whenever he bumped into something interesting or spotted a pretty scene, his first instinct was always to share it with Victoria. Too bad she'd been insanely busy these days. Sometimes she barely had time to check her phone twice a day. Every time he dropped her a message, she'd only get back to him much later. Theodore totally got it. She was swamped with work, and he didn't hold it against her. Still, he couldn't help but wish she'd wrap things up a little earlier so they could spend more time together. Maybe catch a sunset, stargaze, or just chill by the ocean. That thought made it impossible for him to stay at the office any longer. He grabbed his keys and headed for the auto restoration shop to pick her up. Once he was there, he noticed a car parked across the street, probably one of the staff's. He didn't give it much thought. At 9 p.m., his phone buzzed. It was a message from Victoria. That sunset's beautiful. A smile crept onto his face without him even realizing. Judging by the timing, she must have just wrapped up for the day and seen his earlier message. She'd probably be out any second now. He quickly texted back, "I'm waiting outside." And right on cue, just after he hit send, Victoria walked out of the building. Chloe Rogers had the day off, so Victoria was the only one on shift. Theodore smiled as he watched her approach and was about to open the car door when something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. A flash of light from that car across the street. Someone was inside holding something up toward Victoria. A camera, maybe? Flash triggered. "Victoria!" His expression shifted instantly. Heart tightening, he leapt out of the car and sprinted toward her. The person inside the car freaked out when they noticed him charging over. In a panic, they rolled up the window and hit the gas, speeding off. Victoria stood there, confused, watching Theodore rush at her like he'd seen a ghost. Without saying a word, he pulled her into a tight hug, still shaken. "What's going on, Theodore?" she asked, feeling a little squished. She didn't push him away, though. She could sense his unease. Okay, take it easy. I can't breathe." It was only then that he loosened his grip, carefully looking her over from head to toe. He even turned her around to double-check. She was fine, just a photo, nothing more. Thank God. If it had been worse, he didn't want to even go there. "What happened?" Victoria asked, still totally in the dark about his weird behavior. He hesitated. Should he tell her what just happened? If he did, she'd probably just worry and stress out. Not that she could actually do anything about it. But if he kept quiet, she wouldn't know that someone had gotten that close. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? "Did something happen? Just be honest with me. We can figure it out together." "Don't underestimate me, okay? No matter what it is, I can handle it with you," Victoria said, locking eyes with Theodore. She hadn't gotten the full story yet, but she could tell something was on his mind. He was worried about her. Theodore always tried to shield her, like some kind of human umbrella, but he kept forgetting. She wasn't that little girl anymore. She could hold her own, and more than that, she could help carry the weight too. "There was a car parked over there earlier. Someone inside was taking pictures of you. Theodore said after a pause, finally deciding to tell her the truth since he could see she wasn't going to let this go. "Did you catch the license plate?" Victoria asked, surprised at first but quickly composed. Theodore nodded. "I had Marcus look into it right away. Try not to go out alone these days. If I'm not picking you up, just stay inside until I get there," he added, his tone serious. They had no clue who the person was or what they wanted. The whole thing felt uneasy, in the worst way. "Okay." Victoria agreed without arguing, partly for her safety, mostly to ease Theodore's worry. Whatever soft moment they'd almost had before, now it was gone. Right after, Theodore called Marcus, gave him the plate number and told him to run it down ASAP. A short while later, Marcus texted back, the plate a fake. The car had avoided camera zones, or the recordings had some sort of coincidental issue. Long story short, no ID on the person behind the camera, yet. Theodore frowned, the look on his face darkening. "Keep digging. I don't care how long it takes, we need to find out who they are. Don't let it get to you. They probably won't try anything," Victoria said softly, noticing how he hadn't relaxed for even a second. Theodore made a sound in response, but kept what he was really feeling shoved down inside. Last thing he wanted was for her to worry too. "Have you had dinner?" Victoria changed the subject, hoping to distract him a bit. He shook his head. She frowned. "Seriously? I told you already. Don't wait for me to eat. I've been swamped lately." It was already after 9. By the time they got home, it'd be close to 10. Most places weren't even open at that hour. "I had a late lunch. Wasn't that hungry," he said, eyes shifting away as if he knew she wouldn't buy it. She gave him that side eye. You know, the one that said, "You're really bad at lying." And okay, maybe he was just trying to get on her good side again. "Most things are closed now. Want me to make you some noodles when we get back?" Victoria asked. Just hearing her say that made Theodore feel warm inside. That's what home is supposed to feel like. For that 1 second, she seemed less like a girlfriend and more like a wife, and even if it was just in his head for now, he didn't mind imagining. One day he'd make that dream real. "Okay," he nodded. Honestly, anything she made, he'd love. He'd pick her simple noodle soup over some fancy overpriced meal any day. Back at the apartment, Victoria cooked him a bowl of clear broth noodles. Theodore claimed he couldn't finish the whole thing and pushed a portion over to her. She'd already eaten earlier, but after working overtime for hours, she was feeling a bit hungry again, so she didn't turn it down.